I would like to call us to order to the Toledo City Council special meeting and our council chief goal study for, and also via Zoom for the February 7th, 2026. Let's go ahead and do our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And do we have a roll call vote? Mr. Johnson, when you
Thank you.
acclimate.
Council Burns.
We're here.
Councilor Keating. Here. Councilor Chambers. Here. Councilor Kaufman.
Here.
Council President Sylvia.
Yes, sir.
Mayor May.
Yes, here.
Madam Mayor, we have a full.
Well, and now we are going to start a retreat sessions, and I'm going to turn it over to.
May I ask a question first?
Yes.
So people are zooming in, so this is open for anybody who wants to.
We're not taking public comment during the meeting, but it's open for anybody
To
to
what?
observe.
I
Yes.
think we have to legally, don't we?
No.
Oh, no?
Nope, not at special meetings. Okay.
Okay, next question. Can we close the door? Anybody?
The chambers, sure?
Yeah.
I closed the outside door, but yes, we can close
Oh,
it.
then never mind.
Oh,
Okay,
no problem.
I'm cold. I'm old and cold.
Make sure that Peter.
I don't see that. I see you young and warm, Jack.
I was gonna say, I'm warm-blooded, as you can probably tell. Well, I'll just introduce John Morgan really quick. John has, for those of you that have, as Councilor Compton is alluding to, for those of you that have been on the council for a little bit, John has facilitated this retreat in previous years and came highly recommended. So I was happy to be able to bring him back. John is going to facilitate the workshop today and lead us through our goal setting session.
Very good.
John.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, 3 times, about 10 years ago. So Craig Martin was sitting there. Way back when. Lots happened since then. It's happening.
I was here.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, so very good. Let's do some introductions so I know a little bit about you. Can you please, what's your name? How long have you been on council? How long have you been in Toledo? What do you do? And what do you expect out of today? Here's first.
Oh, boy. I'm Eric Chambers. I've been on council for about 10 seconds. I was appointed to fill a vacancy in December. I've lived in Toledo for 20 some years, but most recently the last 2. So I had a 24-year gap or something like that, where my family lived in Portland. But got moved home a couple years ago. So I think that's it.
That's great.
What you wanted? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Rich.
So Rich Ebner, city manager, as I've said a few times this week, it is both somehow and already. Already and only. I'm starting my 6th month as the city manager of Toledo. I started September 1st. So what I'm really looking for today is to really get to know what council's goals for the future are. We have our current goals that they've identified, and staff uses those when we prepare our request for council action. We identify whenever applicable which one of those goals aligns with the item that we're bringing forward. But I'm really looking forward to knowing what council is looking to accomplish this next year and in future years, not only to help guide them through their budget process, but also to know what I'm going to be evaluated on in my evaluation.
Exactly.
Yes.
Jackie Burns. I've lived in Toledo for a little over 5 years. And I was appointed to council 3 years ago, I guess. The bar was set pretty low. At that time, we had 3 openings, which doesn't know
Oh, no, it was.
reference to you. So I don't know what to expect today. To be honest with you, that 9 to 4, shoot me now. So I'm open to learning because I don't know anything. So there you have it, the down and dirty.
Jackie Kaufman I moved here in 2002 and ran a bar on Main Street, then a kitchen store,
then I got elected in 2012,
Yeah, it's been on 14 years.
14 years
Keep coming back for more.
so far.
If I have anything to say about it, she'll be back again. Rick Sylvia,
Up to the
City Council
voters.
President, same as Jackie, got put on 2023. Moved here December 2019 from Newport, thank God. As far as what I want out of this, just more education. I don't think I can ever learn enough.
Good point. Tracy Mix. Been mayor for about 5 hot minutes. And I've been on city council since 2021, I think it was. I was appointed to a seat and then somehow I got elected by by everybody in the public who actually wanted to keep me, so. And then our city council president left, and these guys thought I'd be a good idea for that. And then our mayor left, and they thought it'd be a good idea for that. So here I am. And my hope for today is that we will set we'll have a clear vision of what we want for this next year and set some attainable goals and maybe find some ways that we can measure our progress, how we're gonna do it. And I have high hopes that we can accomplish that here. We've had a council that has increasingly worked on its cohesion and how it works together, and I think we're coming to a really good place. I'm really proud of all the work that our councilors have done. So, I think we're in the perfect spot to look forward now.
Yes, I agree. Good, super. I'm Andrew Keating. I was elected to city council in the 2024 elections. This started my second year. I lived in Toledo for about 2.5 years. Strategic communications consulting for mostly local and state governments and nonprofits. I think we're in a very different place than we were a year ago when we did this. A year ago, we had a whole lot of kind of key personnel, leave the city, and those vacancies were filled, by interims or completely vacant, and I think it's really hard to do strategic planning when you're in a situation of that level of flux. Where you're still just trying to survive the year. This is the year, I think, where we can really be thinking about, building upon a foundation that actually exists.
Oh, wow.
That's I think what I'm really excited about.
Hi, everyone. I'm off camera, but Paul Johnson, city recorder. To me, my goal for today is to learn what the council is looking forward to and sets as their goal, because it is my job to support that. And in any way I can do that, either physically help them with things or, do the background stuff to get them going. And what I really hope is that, like Councilor Keating said, and also Councilor Sylvia, is I want to support the cohesion and just make their jobs easier by taking some of the weight off of them.
Very good.
I think you heard the timey-wimey space-time continuum in those introductions where Eric's been on for 10 seconds, but Tracy's been the mayor for 5 hot minutes. But that's how it feels sometimes.
Some flux going on.
Yeah.
Flux. Well, good. Let's try to.
Seconds are longer than my minutes.
All right, I have questions for you. Oh, first, I'm John Morgan. Born and raised in Lebanon. So passed through Toledo hundreds and hundreds of times on the way to the beach growing up. I've lived my adult life in Salem after graduating from Willamette in except for a stint as city manager up in Sherwood in the Portland metro area, which we had to live up there. Which, when that came to an end, my family was very, very excited at the prospect of moving back to the Salem area and getting out of the Portland morass. And so those of you that have come to Toledo from the larger communities, you kind of understand the hometown feel and all that you want. That's what we did. So I do this kind of work and a lot of other things. I'm the contract city planner for 2 cities on the coast. And I do this kind of work and then other planning and organizational development work. I've been a consultant for about 20 years, staying very busy, helping the communities of the state of Oregon. I love Oregon. I love our rural communities. I purposefully pilgrimaged a few years back to visit every incorporated city in the state. So I'm going to hit you with Oregon trivia. How many incorporated cities are in the state of Oregon? 243. God, you're good. It's 241.
An electric company, he better be good.
Yeah, 241 incorporated cities. It used to be up until 10 years
I
ago.
was counting Damascus.
Well,
wasn't I?
Damascus is 242.
Okay.
Yeah. That's so it actually went down when Damascus voted to disincorporate in 2015. So yeah, interesting times. So I just literally love every community in this state, and I've worked in many of them. Like I said, I've visited every one of them, taking pictures of me in front of City Hall kind of thing, and that was a lot of fun. It's a fun thing to do with my wife. We went to a lot of small towns. There are a lot of small towns in this state. You have to purposefully go there. You're not passing through them in any way. You have to go because they're at their end of a cul-de-sac somewhere, way up in the woods or whatever. And so it's really great seeing those places. And I get great joy out of doing this kind of work with communities. And so I'm just really happy to be able to be here. I'm going to ask you some questions about the city of Toledo. Post office was established in what year?
Which one? We've had 3.
Well, the original post office.
1897.
Pretty close. Not really. 1868. 1868. Post
We had
office
a post office before we were a city.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like, because we
When
were.
was Toledo incorporated?
That's hotly disputed.
Well,
There's a 1905 date that is commonly accepted, but there was a previous incorporation date that they apparently didn't incorporate correctly, so they had to do it again in 1905.
well, yeah. It says 1905 in the book here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
We cheat.
Where did the name come from?
The Grand family.
Ohio.
Very good, yeah. It says was named for the Ohio hometown of the homesteading John Graham family. Well done. Well done. You're the new guy, too.
Newell guy.
Newell guy. It's all right. It's all right.
Eric's a graduate of Toledo High School.
Okay. Toledo used to be the county seat.
Yes.
When did that stop?
When Newport stole it in.
40s or 50s.
I thought it was in the 1950s.
54.
54.
And I was gonna say 55 too, but for some reason it didn't quite sound right.
Yeah, and the last sentence in here says the pulp and paper mill is the town's largest employer, but the town is also diversifying into tourism and antiques.
Well, we did at
Oh,
one
that's
time.
an old.
Maybe antiques, but I don't know about tourism.
Oh, we used to be known for our antiques.
We've got what?
Yeah,
When I had the bar downtown,
the shops were full of antique
Oh.
stores. People would come from all
there was
around.
5 or 6, and we had antiques. Swap meets on the streets.
Yeah.
What's the population as of 2025?
3,500, 640.
Thought it was
3590?
It's less than
3,640.
4,000.
Or 3640.
Well, it says that I looked it up, it was 3514.
Yeah, I moved my family out, so it dropped by a significant.
Wow.
Darn it, Paul.
This is a great book, the Oregon book. I highly recommend it. It's got over 3,500 entries on everything possible in Oregon, like just randomly here. The Portland Art Association, or Express Services, or the Columbia River Estuary. I mean, it's all in here. So it's a great resource. I've got a couple different books like this. They're handy. They're handy. Well, you know your community quite well. At least I go into some communities and they go, oh, I have no idea some of this historic stuff. So well done.
I like to think that Toledo is more invested in their community than others.
It's really good.
We have an awesome history center too.
All right, that's very good.
I'm
Well, let's talk
surprised you
about,
didn't touch on our incident of 1925.
what was that?
So there was an incident where the mill in the town, the people that worked at the town decided they didn't like the Chinese mill workers, and they forcefully removed them, put them on trail cars, and sent them out of town.
Wow.
So back in the effort to mass produce war planes, they were being the framework of them was being built with spruce.
Right.
And so the mill here was switching from having 2 shifts of workers to needing 3 shifts, and they were having a hard time finding enough workers to fill that 3-shift need, and so they contracted with a Japanese lumber company that had headquarters in Portland, and they sent, I want to say it was 40 or 50
Were they
workers
Japanese?
down.
I thought they were
Yeah,
Chinese.
it was
I think Japanese. My bad.
And so, in a very like torches and pitchforks kind of way, drove them out of town, and
Is that the one you were telling me about a while back? You wanted to do something about here in
because we
Toledo?
hit the 100 year
Yeah.
anniversary. In fact, a big part of so the events that we did at the library that Tracy took the notes from, the first one, we had Ted Cox come, and he wrote the book about it, and that was a big piece of it, was talking about that 100-year sort of anniversary that we.
I remember you talking to me
I'm
about that
not sure
one.
I'd want to celebrate it.
No, but memory.
Commemorated.
Commemorate
It was-
it.
And the idea was more around, and we had other things that were going on at the time that, that were more pressing, but the idea was to do something more along the lines of like, kind of like a land acknowledgement is often done, where it's more about kind of recognizing a dark part of our past and how we learn and grow from it was the intention that I think
Yeah.
Rod and I had when we were brainstorming that back in '24.
Put a plaque on the boardwalk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
Just to
don't
show
think
that we've
you-
grown from that and changed and we're not that same town.
And part of that is that Toledo still falls on a couple of
Or Heritage Park.
sundown town lists. Sundown towns, they are communities that have either by policy or by like overwhelming community action have had practices of racism kind of as part of their history, and typically, not to say that this is just for that purpose, but having some sort of official action is one of those ways to remove yourself from that, having something that really kind of emphasizes that your community's values have changed, as opposed to the last footnote on that topic still being that topic.
I learned about that from an article when I was living in Yakima. Kennewick, the Tri-Cities is one that still has that,
Yeah.
that designation or that.
And I think there are only 3 Oregon cities that still fall on some of those sundown town lists, and I think we only fall on like 2 of them. But
I'm impressed. You know in your community so well. That's really good. I am very impressed.
I was not a child, I had no friends, I just read books.
Toledo history.
yeah, and that book by Ted Cox does a really good job of kind of showing the confluence of events, not just kind of emphasizing, oh, this great racist thing happened. It's very much, all sides of the circumstances. It's really good reading.
Well, let's talk about today, expectations and where to go. What I want to do is, in a sense, this morning, what I would call divergence, putting a lot of things on the table, a lot of ideas, getting a lot of that together, and we just build this body of knowledge. And then this afternoon, convergence, bringing all that together to boil it down to your goals. And we will take a break at noon for lunch. I encourage you to get up anytime, use the bathroom or get some more food or coffee. Anytime during the day, jump in with questions and ideas. If you get sleepy, lay down on the floor and sleep, that's fine. We're done.
Oh, no. Just lay your head down there.
Yeah.
We'll hit you when it's important.
Yeah.
I don't see any bankies.
I knew I was
I'll call
forgetting
John.
something.
I'll call John.
For what?
Blankies.
There's coats and sweatshirts.
I asked my wife for my pillow.
So we'll work through that and encourage you to, just be really casual and informal as we work through the day.
Well, you're gonna get that from this council for sure.
Good, it's all right.
He's used to that.
Yeah, I noticed that you expect your city recorder to call you counselor.
No, he
No.
does that.
He does that on his own. I'm good with Frank.
The whole
Just hoping
madam,
we'll live up to the title.
the whole madam, mayor and stuff, he
He's trying to.
It's that set up.
Yeah, but he really liked calling you Madam President.
I know.
He likes to
It's too
call
bad he
us.
can't call you madam.
He can, and I'd still answer.
He likes to call us hoping we'll behave as.
Yeah, I think he's trying to like instill some sort of,
Through osmosis.
yeah, it's not working.
It's a gentle reminder to us.
Dignity, it's all about dignity.
Yeah, we don't
We
have any of that, I
try.
can't afford that.
We try.
Too poor for dignity.
One of the things that I want to stress is that in the council goals, I would stress resource constraint, meaning that you want to be mindful of just how much resources that you have to take on new things or to perpetuate the things that you have. And those resources are both, I mean, they're money, of course, obviously, what's in the budget that can support what you're doing, your staff time and their availability, and your own time. Your own time as city councilors. I mean, how much time are you willing to give? If there's some huge project, that's coming up, and you're gonna have to spend a lot of time as council working on it. Just be mindful of that as you go through. So resource constraint becomes a big part of that. One of the things that I wanna emphasize, I can illustrate like this.
Potato. Dang, those potatoes.
Yeah, I know. It's an Idaho potato, it's a spud. No, it's an iceberg. It's a classic iceberg,
Oh,
right?
I see it now.
Here it is.
I thought it was one of those like
See the
experiments
waves?
you do in elementary school, you put the toothpicks in the potato, power
Right.
clock with it.
Yeah, power the clock, exactly. Exactly, well,
That's our
actually, maybe
iceberg.
that's it, you poke this in the
Yeah.
bottom and you get sparks come out the
And how
top.
much of the potato you put under the water.
Right, well, like 80% of potatoes under the water here, in the iceberg. And really what this represents is this is your staff resources in terms of everything they do every day to run the city, in terms of, in terms of putting out council packets, which, your manager and your recorder are deeply involved in that kind of work, as are your department heads, and everything that happens out in the community in terms of your public works crews, the library, everything that happens. Oh, I forgot something. So congratulations on the library getting a nice grant, which was awarded last night by the Spirit Mountain Community Fund.
Yes.
Isn't that great? I was there, I saw it. I went, hey, I know those people.
Very nice.
Because I'm on the board of a not-for-profit in Salem, and we also won a grant. So I was there last night receiving that grant.
I
from
was
them.
fearful you were gonna congratulate us on our paint job coming into town.
We talked about that.
I start laughing every
Oh,
time.
I heard about it this morning.
Look at it.
So can you explain that grant you were just talking about for the library?
Well, I can't, but I bet that Ralph, or
Rich.
you
Ralph.
Rich, Ralph.
Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Ralph, Raj,
It might be Ralph my birthday night, we'll see.
The library was awarded a grant to install new shelving.
Oh, I thought that was posted a couple days ago.
It was announced a couple days ago. It was awarded at a banquet
Oh, okay.
last night. Yeah.
The formal ceremony.
Last week.
That's right.
Yes.
And it wasn't a banquet. There was some fruit and.
Yeah, that's right. I think the
Yeah.
police chief said it would be celery sticks and salami.
And that's about right. That's
That's
about exactly what it was.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, it was good, it was good. So this is 80%, represents 80% of the mass of the iceberg. Your staff is down here doing 75% of that, basically. You've got, up here is where the council does its work, of course. This is up, my pen's going dry. This is up where you're in lofty heights and you're dealing with those matters of policy and in the big grand work on the macro scale of the community, while your staff's doing all the micro scale work every day. And then you've got this wave zone right in the middle, which is where you're working together, which budget is the number one thing in which you and your staff are really working closely to bring it together. There's other things that you're working together in that arena. the important point is, as we think about these goals, they are council goals, which of course also impact the city staff in terms of what they're doing and those kind of things. As Rich has pointed out to you, that they try to tie the staff reports and their projects right back to the goals that you have. But you're up here doing this stuff, your staff's down here doing its thing. Where it gets difficult, of course, is in an organization or community in which you have some crossover, staff trying to deal with the big policy issues and leading the council perhaps, or the council sticking their nose deep into the staff's day-to-day work. So we want to mind that. And then Rich brought up, and this is very much true, the council goals become essentially his marching orders. Right? I mean, these are the things where he has clarity, knowing what the council wants and what the council wants to do. And that's how you can evaluate him on an annual basis and say, how is he doing, helping us achieve our goals? And he knows that if he's doing that work, hopefully he's staying out of trouble. He's working on those things. One of the things about the goals is, especially since they're resource constrained, and it's what you've asked your staff to work on, is that if something new comes along, they give you a framework to say, boy, if we're going to take on this new project, this new activity, this new emergency that was presented to us, we're going to have to let something else go because we just don't have the capacity to do everything. So what are we going to take off the table right now, put off for a year or whatever? It gives you a strategic framework of thinking and action that can just really help you do a really good job of things. I was doing the council goals in 2017 for the city of Madras, and they're going through and have this nice lofty list of stuff, and they realized that there was something that was going to happen that was going to change their ability to respond to all of that. Any idea what that was? In 2017?
They predicted COVID.
Not quite. It was the eclipse. And Madras was the center of the universe with all the network TV and all. They predicted they would get about 100,000 people coming to Madras to watch the eclipse, and that's about what happened.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. And so in their council goal setting, they ended up saying, we are going to do nothing except focus on managing the eclipse, the influx of people, and how they were going to do all of that. And so literally the council said, we're not going to do any council goals until that would begin until after the eclipse, which meant they were going to do it until like late summer. We're going to start working on anything. It gave them an opportunity to really think through. One of the things they did, just as an aside, is they, of course, with the city manager's direction on this, is all city employees had to be on duty 24/7 for 3 days in a row, which meant they were camping out literally in the council chambers, and everyone had their RVs out in the parking lot, and they partied for 3 days like crazy, but they worked like banshees. They had, people out directing traffic. Didn't matter what your title was or what your job was with the city. If there was things to do, people on the staff were out there doing them, making it all work. And I think they managed it themselves very well because they came off really well coming out of that. There were no big crises or tragedies or anything that happened to some degree because the staff had done a really good job of getting it under the council's leadership and being able to get a handle on all of that as it played out. So just be mindful of this. And as we think about these things and that idea of being resource constrained, what is it that you have that, you've got certain resources and they are finite. And then being resource constrained, something else is to say, boy, if there's something new we really want to do, we don't have the resources. This also gives you an opportunity to identify the need to go and find more resources. Heard you talking about the urban renewal district. I don't think there was an urban renewal district when I was working here last time, but that's one of the things that people were talking about. So to set that up, resources had to go into paying for the creation of the district in the first place, and it turns out to be a valuable tool as time goes on.
When did we create our URA?
Jesus, I don't
Okay, there's all about Toledo trivia.
5 years, yeah.
I don't remember.
No, it was definitely before I came on.
20.
Which one after
That's what
COVID?
I was thinking.
Makes sense. Let me see.
It's only been like 3 years.
2021.
So that was something, that obviously the council put its mind to, saw a great need and opportunity to use this special financing tool. And we're able to achieve that, which is a great accomplishment for the city to get that done. And working, how's it going now? Good. Has active programs and stuff that are.
Yeah, one of our programs that we do, I'm usually out in the community doing it because everybody else has actual jobs. We have a $10,000 forgivable loan for businesses within our boundary.
Yeah.
Basically what happens is they come in, they fill out an application, they come see us at council, we approve or disapprove. If we approve it, we put a lien on their business for 2 years. And then after 2 years, as long as they don't sell the business, they give it, or the loan is written off. If they sell the business beforehand, they pay it back with a very minimal percentage of interest.
What does the money go to?
What do you mean?
Improvements.
Improvements, yes.
Facade.
It's to make their stuff, like over here we have Feed and Seed. They had 2 buildings and in between was a mud fest. So they came in, applied, and they poured asphalt there. Charlie at Timbers did some work on his soda machines. Another guy did work on his roof. One guy that I'm kind of concerned about right now, I haven't seen his store open in over a week, and they've got black curtains pulled across the door as Avertees.
He had a stroke.
He had a stroke before a couple weeks ago, and I went in and placed an order with him for my buddy and haven't seen him open. I've been going by every single day, and there's black curtains all the way across his storefront.
Who had the stroke, the older owner or?
The guy. He had a stroke, and then when he came back from his stroke, he walked into his business and had like a foot of water because a pipe had burst while he was out from his stroke, so he lost a shitload of product.
Oh.
All Carhartt stuff. And that was the last I talked to him.
Oh, boy. Wow.
But it's all basically to make your business look better, to hopefully bring in more people, which in turn brings more people to Toledo.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think he had just come to pick up the check like.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so we've been in touch with him within the last 2 weeks, probably.
Okay. I was just concerned maybe something else happened to him. He is my.
He might
concern.
have the black curtains because they're cleaning up or something, I don't know.
They put up a sign at the end of last week saying that they were going to be closed until Tuesday. So whatever the reason for closure was, no.
Okay, I didn't know that because I didn't see any signs. I'm like, what the hell's going on with him?
I was out delivering the mail.
I was concerned more than anything because he's a good guy and I knew he had that stroke.
He seemed in pretty good shape, all things considered, when he picked up the checks.
Yeah, I think I saw him earlier that day.
You guys giving Richard a hard time down at the fire or the post office? He came home the other night, he says, "You're mayor?" Howard's like, "You're mayor?" We hadn't really told our kids. Hunter knew, but my other 2 kids were like,
Oh yeah, I was helping out. I helped out for a couple hours on Thursday morning, and they were asking what happened, and so I'm guessing it got
Yeah.
to him. Yeah.
yeah, he came home, "Why didn't you tell me?"
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I want to take some time to talk about where the community is on things. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to look at the goals quickly from last year's goals and the year before, because they're really different from each other as I look at both of them. So I think we're going to walk through and see what was done, what wasn't done, why wasn't it done, why was something done, and to see if there's anything that you want to carry over from those existing goal statements. But first, we'll turn to Rich. We had a meeting with your department heads and Rich and talked about things, and I asked each of them to basically go through where they were as a department in terms of their workload, the things they had, and then what did they see coming down the pike? What do they forecast for things that's going to take their time and take council's time, so that they could give you an idea, and then for each of them to even suggest goals that they think are relevant to their area of professionalism. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to you. Walk through.
Well, thank you, John, and council. In the packets that Paul put together for you this morning, the document from staff is attached.
Real packet.
Yeah, those should be, turn the pages over.
No, it's.
Did you get one with the agenda on the front frame?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You have,
Me neither.
well, here.
I
have
only
copies
printed
that-
3 of those because.
Okay. I have copies that I prepared yesterday that just didn't have the agenda on the front. So as John mentioned, he joined us for one of our senior staff meetings a week ago Thursday. and I asked staff purely optional to provide any information or thoughts that they wanted you all to have or consider during this exercise. And that could be, we specifically think the city should do X. That should be, that could be, we think the city council should do Y. Or just in general, hey, these are some of the things that my department would like to do. And I made it purely optional because, as you know, for example, the Works Department has had a lot going on in the last week, and I didn't want department heads to really feel like, oh man, now I got to sit down and spend a whole bunch of time doing this. So Dave, Judy, Harrison gave some bulleted thoughts, and those are starting on the first page. And then Chief Pace provided his department's strategic plan, and that's attached to that document. And so, for example, Chief Lapuff's are a little bit more general in thoughts. He had some suggestions in terms of how council meetings operate, as well as some very general things to think about. How are we creating opportunities for business development, encouraging housing? Those are obviously things that are never far from your minds as counselors. He also brought up the topic, and I think a couple counselors had asked me, after I'd been here for a little bit, what are we looking at for our permanent fire chief position? And that's one where I've been having some preliminary conversations with Chief Lapuff's board at the district about does it make sense to either continue the current relationship, which we have under contract, or pursue or consider at least greater detail a partnership between our two agencies. And so that's one of the things that Chief Lapuff called out as well. Judy's comments, probably not surprising, are very geared toward the budgetary process, and she brings up something that is never far from my mind. As you know, this year our credit rating stayed the same, but our outlook was reduced by by Standard & Poor's, and that really had to do with the unexpected costs that the city has incurred in the last few years, and you all are familiar with the reasons behind that. But that first step of lowering our outlook could lead in the next year or two, I think it's 2 years when they do our reevaluation, that could lead to a decrease in our credit rating if we see a continued significant decrease in our reserves. And so Judy's comments are really mindful around focusing on stabilizing the city's reserves, budgeting very conservatively in our next two budget cycles. So Harrison, as I mentioned, his comments are kind of more in here's our department goals area. So they're really looking at ways to improve the user experience in the library. One of his CIPs this year that we'll be presenting those at the February 18th meeting. As you know, we talked about kind of earlier on in the conversation, he got a grant for shelving. So that's one of the ways he's looking to improve the user experience. He's also looking at updates to furniture and signage in the library. So his are kind of more around, here's the things that his department would like to accomplish, and he broke those into 1 year and 5 years. And then, as I mentioned, Chief Pace provided the police department's strategic plan, which is the final pages of your report. He breaks his down into current operational focuses, as well as some of the things that the department has accomplished. And then kind of some of the things that we're going to do for the city today throughout this process. He broke down some of the barriers and challenges that the city, the police department will be facing and are currently facing. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me, the mayor and I were on the LOC's legislative update yesterday. And there's a bill under consideration this year, and I don't know that it's in this document because I don't know that the chief is aware. But there's a bill that would add evidence technicians and another classification to the public safety classification in PERS, which would have an impact on their pension formula, and that would be a cost to the city. So
Now,
go ahead.
LLC is fighting that one.
Correct. Yeah. And so then he also goes a little further, looking at risk management liability considerations, financial sustainability, and path forward. I'll mention really quick, you all obviously in your last budget process with the police department, you're aware of the financial challenges in that area. One of the things that Chief mentioned yesterday, on Thursday in our department meeting, is the sheriff's department with their staffing levels do not currently have the bandwidth to provide school resource officers. And he had previously had conversations with the school district about the city of Toledo filling that gap. And if we're able to come to an agreement on that now that we're fully staffed, that would entail the school district paying 75% of the salary of our resource officer for the year.
But how can they do that when it's outside city limits? How can we send one of our patrol there is my question.
We can do that through an intergovernmental agreement.
Okay.
And that was one of my questions for Chief. Do you see the sheriff's office having any complaints about us, representing in their territory? And he said, no, we can do it through a contract, and with their staffing level, they can't do it right now. So he doesn't see it being an issue of hey, you're infringing on our turf kind of a thing. But that if we're able to come to agreement with the school district on that arrangement, that would be an opportunity for some cost savings in the police department, because they'd be covering that salary for 9 months of the year. So
the kids really loved Officer Holmes, which was the sheriff that went out there every day. He's one of the coaches out there.
Yeah.
Kids loved him, so it's gonna suck for some of these kids.
Yes, but I know, I would like to point out another benefit. Even though they're gonna miss Officer Holmes, they're gonna be establishing a relationship with one of our local police officers.
100%.
So if they see him out in the community, it's gonna be, oh, hi, instead of, oh, I'm gonna hide from you or something. And they're gonna feel like they can approach him if there's a problem. It establishes a local relationship that is just gonna grow.
yeah.
And one thing I will say is that kid that came to that meeting that got the meritorious award, he made a comment on my post when I posted it. He says, that was my first council meeting. It was really fun.
Wow.
I sensed seeing him coming back, because I said, we'd love to have you back anytime.
And Chief shared in the department directors meeting the other day that it sounds like that young man had actually expressed an interest in possibly pursuing a law enforcement career to Detective Shinholster. So to your point, it not only cultivates relationships between our students and our local law enforcement, but it may potentially, if we're able to show them that there is a good side to law enforcement, it may encourage vocations in that area as well. Yeah. So as we go through the conversation today, you'll have some notes and references from some of your staff to take into consideration as well.
Questions,
John?
comments?
I have not for you so much. I kind of wonder what the council thinks of some of these suggestions from Lapoff about, okay, I understand that I need to probably brush up on Robert's Rules of Order, but he's saying he wants everything to be much more formal. And I just don't know that our council will ever be that formal.
Well, I know he does say not suit and ties, but represent the city with
Proper, well,
decorum.
he meant proper decorum.
Proper decorum.
That may have been a typo on your city manager copying and pasting.
We're working on decorum.
Even proper decorum doesn't mean we have to be dressed up and snazzy. I don't see Toledo
I
ever being
refuse.
like that.
And I don't, based on my experience with Chief Lapoff, I really don't believe that that's what he's looking for or expecting either. I think there's a middle ground between the council that does wear suits and ties and follows Robert's rules to the exact I've sat through the Jurassic Parliament training, and I don't think any city falls to the letter,
You
right?
have seen the reaction of people when somebody walks down the street wearing a necktie.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh my God, the feds are here. What did somebody do?
I experienced that when I was here for my
We do not-
interview process. Yeah.
It might not be safe to wear neckties around here,
I
okay?
would say that I was the one that was talking to you about the chief, whether or not we were gonna hire a chief now that you're on, and I personally would rather see a district collaboration between Siletz and Toledo. Really, I would like to see a district collaboration between Siletz, East Lincoln, and Toledo, so we're all friendly, but I don't see the East Lincoln and Toledo happening.
Not yet.
I was gonna say, I think, if we get started, if we go down the path and we develop a relationship between Siletz and Toledo, I think that there's an opportunity in the future with East Lincoln. It may be after, some members of their leadership have moved on. It may take structural change,
Intercommunity
but
collaboration.
I definitely could see that in the future. I will tell you just really quick, I don't want to dominate council conversation, but my working relationship with Chief Lapoff has been nothing but positive. And I really do. I think he's had you all, and I always appreciate it. You all have given me a lot of credit for the impact on the morale and the positivity in City Hall. I've seen similar in the fire department, and I believe that he's had a positive impact even in the limited time as he's covering both agencies. And I think that if we're able to find a pathway that integrates the two departments that works for what are now the two separate entities, I think there's a lot of positivity there.
So let me make sure I'm clear. There's a fire district that
So
you're talking about.
yes, the city of Toledo maintains the Toledo Fire Department, and it serves the city limits of Toledo.
Yeah.
Up the road is the Siletz Fire District,
Okay.
and we currently contract with them for Chief Dave Lapoff to serve as our fire chief as well.
Oh,
And their training officer
All right.
to do that for the city of Toledo as well. So
Okay.
there's some overlap
Yeah.
in these two separate agencies, but we're working together on a lot of
Okay.
things.
Well, I'm trying to boil out of this something that might be a council goal, out of it. And so here I just put up future of the fire department might be something that you want to take on.
Andrew had something to say.
Yeah, well, I also wanted to return to the decorum component to kind of reflect a little bit on something that I had shared and we talked about a little bit even last week. Was one of the goals of that technology conversation that I was having with Justin and with David and Brian was as we were looking at potentially moving city hall functions and council chambers into the new building, that it gives us some opportunities to create some technology that can support decorum. So we can put some bumpers on how we have our conversations. There are some things that we can do, and I'll just give that one sort of example of if on the dais we had a monitor that the presiding officer has that indicates that there's a button in front of every single counselor that says, I have something I'd like to speak on this. Right now we're not jumping on top of each other, and the presiding officer is the one who is able to say, okay, I've checked them off the list, they've gotten their thing. And it kind of gives the order that they've done it right. So I'm just giving just one example of some ways that we can maintain sort of the fluidity of our conversation, that we can still kind of be true to ourselves a little bit without kind of being like hard fast on Robert's rules. But I think that I'm trying to be very conscious of the source of some of the information that we have as a council and how to share it here. But I think something that we often hear is that when we are shouting, when we're interrupting each other, that shows our staff and the community that we are against each other, and how can we be for them if we are against each other? If we don't seem like we are a cohesive unit, how much that affects the morale, how much that affects the sense of consistency and and direction, right? If we don't seem like we have a sense of what our direction is as a council, or if it feels like that direction is not so steadfast that our staff is able to operate on our Discord, that makes it really hard for them to accomplish our goals. I just want to make sure, because we kind of jumped off of that decorum thing really, really fast. So I wanted to make sure that I had a chance to say something on it. On the fire department, I think that one of the things that really jumps out at me is consistency. We have mutual aid agreements, and we have all of this where there's so much overlap between our fire departments. In Lincoln County, East Lincoln Fire District, Newport, Siletz, Toledo, Seal Rock, there's so much overlap, so much kind of mutual response where, and I know that it's not just unique to the fire department. I'll just use the example of the bank robbery situation because it's the same sort of thing with our police. But when they were searching for the bank robbers, I happened to be in Nye Beach and walked down to the beach and saw Newport, State, Toledo, and other, and other agencies were all, and the sheriff's office were all there, all working on that particular thing. That's the same thing that happens when there's a call in Toledo. I see Seal Rock, I see East Lincoln, I see Toledo, I sometimes see Newport, I see Siletz. And so I think the thing that really jumps out at me is whatever the answer is, if we can figure out something that creates a level of consistency that says this is, we recognize that we need a regional approach, so maybe it is creating a joint district between, and merging three of these organizations and saying we're going to serve this larger area that now we have 3 locations, but 1 agency. Maybe that's a more sustainable resource than changing something up based on the personnel every couple of years, because I think what we're looking at now is confusion, is animosity between the agencies because of the individuals, and that's always a risk when you have 3 independent agencies. But if there are ways for us to think about merging them, it gives us the opportunity to, 1, share resources better, and 2, create ultimately a more consistent and by somewhat default more successful usually resource.
I'll mention really quick, the point that you made a minute ago, Counselor, about, a system that, you can push a button and that tells the presiding officer, this counselor has a thought. Those I think are relatively becoming quite ubiquitous now. I realize I just did it. Quite common. They're everywhere. A lot of cities are using them.
I'm not a big word person.
I used it, and as soon as I'm catching on. As soon as I said it.
He knew what he did wrong.
I would accuse them of making them up.
One of the things that is a good consideration for me, and I preface this with, I know that there is still consideration of where City Hall is going to be. That's going to involve, what level of funding, if any, we get from the state. Does council feel that relocation is, cohabitation with the police department is the best path? There's a lot of factors there. So while that's still up in the air, I would want to get a system that could work in either location, plug and play, right? So I think that they're relatively inexpensive today, and I'll start looking into that, because that could certainly help. While I definitely don't see this council being the suit and tie point of order, council, having a little bit of, a system that can help with that structure, I'm happy to. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, well,
He's new, so how's he gonna remember?
maybe he remembers, they used to have these flippy hands.
Oh.
And you hit the button and the little flippy hand. That's more our
interesting.
speed.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have 2
I could get
questions
some foam finger.
on the fire department.
Right.
It was just a little.
Do you know by chance what he means by, what is the council doing to create more business opportunity?
That wasn't for the fire department, just a general.
It was from the fire chief, but it really was more of it was not for the fire department.
Just in general,
that's a
okay.
general downtown. Yeah.
The other thing is I don't agree with this other statement here. If a councilor has a topic they want to discuss, they should run it by the city manager at least 2 days prior. If we all did that, you would never get any other job done. And not only that, but if I have a discussion with you that could affect, information for the community, I'd rather do it up there so it's on video and everybody sees.
Well, I think what he was getting at with this one is not so much don't ask it up there, but if it's a question, let me know ahead of time because sometimes myself or one of my staff members, if you ask us a question from the dais, sometimes the answer is, you know what, I don't know, we'll have to get back to you at your next meeting. If you let us know a couple days ahead of time, hey, I'm going to ask this question at the meeting, we can come prepared with the answer. That's the way I interpreted that.
It gives a more polished presentation of the staff.
Agreed.
It doesn't look good in public meetings when you guys have to tell us, I don't know, because we haven't prepared you.
I was also thinking about
Just
how
saying.
much even this council over the last year, we reflected on not wanting to necessarily, like we wanted to be more cautious about the public asking staff questions during city council meetings, because that was often kind of happening during the public comment.
Yeah.
And there was like kind of an expectation of that just dialogue happening. And I think we did a good job over this last year of finding ways to kind of, by process, stop that from happening. But to that same regard, I read this and I say, cool, we shouldn't be doing that either, right? We shouldn't be putting them on the spot. Because they report to Rich, not to us, and giving Rich the ability to kind of say, hey to them, don't put yourself into the crosshairs, so to speak, on something that you're not ready to talk about.
Well, and to be able to tell, Brian or Mike or Harrison, hey, Counselor Keating, Counselor Sylvia has this question, they're going to ask it on Wednesday night. That way they can, okay, I'll be ready, I got the answer.
Well, I could understand that if it said, if they have a question, but this is just a topic they want to discuss, which is effectively what we do on council, is we discuss things.
And we do have a process for submitting agenda items.
Well, yeah, I know that, but
And so, yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda item. That can be something that comes up in council comments. So I think
I think
it's just the way it's written. I can't see it the right way.
We haven't turned council comments into council discussion. Jack.
I think that as somebody who attends most of our meetings, most of this refers to time.
Yeah.
If we had more decorum, if we followed Robert's rules, if we had no discussion that wasn't unplanned.
well, I'll try to get my head that far up my ass.
But that's what most of this seems to be, is a press to shorten our meeting time,
John,
in my opinion.
Really quick, just before we move on to the staff input, I do want to give Paul an opportunity to share his thoughts as well. So that can
And
be.
Eric wanted to say something too.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to exercise my suggestion that we speak to the presiding officer. Not like today, this is a different setting, but I actually I agree with the sentiment that we don't need to be a stiff parliamentary, but I do think that if we can show the discipline to try to be recognized by the presiding officer before talking, one, it will increase fairness in terms of the mayor's ability to sort of regulate how much people are talking and who's getting an opportunity. And two, I think it's just such a more orderly, I think what we're hearing here is he's like, look better. Let this look and feel better. And so I think there's an opportunity there. On the fire thing, I think anything you work on, Rich, that improves efficiency and budget savings is a really good thing. I would caution, having worked at a local government that contracted for fire service or provided contracted fire service to 3 smaller communities, it's really challenging to try to determine what is fair.
Oh yeah.
And like the cost piece, it was not prohibitively difficult because we did it, but it was a huge pain. And so when you have a larger community, a larger, more staffed community, a smaller community, and you're trying to parse where a call goes and what the value of that call is and who's rolling what, it gets really, really hard.
On that example, we had in CELA, and this was all the way back to the 60s. So this was before regional fire authorities or any of those options were a thing. the city of Sela and the surrounding fire district operated under a joint operating agreement. And the way they figured out who contributed what was they calculated the calls from a previous, I think it was a rolling 3-year window. And it roughly was about 60-40. And so the county would contribute 60% and the city would contribute 40%. And to your point, Counselor, as we were looking at, well, you know, what types of calls? So many more of them from the county were you know, my husband fell in the shower, right? And so the value of those calls versus an emergency, a fire, a multi-vehicle accident, that kind of thing. So there were starting to be discussions of, is that the appropriate metric,
Like
right?
how much AV is in each service territory? How many calls for service are there? What's the marginal cost to the smaller community? I mean, like we had Excel sheets that tried to take every factor that you could and like hodgepodge something together and get at it. And everybody was still dissatisfied with it. It was very challenging.
I was gonna say you're never gonna find something that everybody agrees on.
Yeah.
And there was a very complicated process by which in the contract. This was another thing. The department's budget increased by a specific percentage every year, and that was contracted. So even if the city's revenue projection went down and other departments had to take a cut, the fire departments went up each year by that contract. And it was also the two sides, we had to stick to that 60-40. So there was a brief time where we thought possibly we had underpaid them. And the chief said, hey, you might owe me $18,000. And I said, I don't know if I haven't. And he said, well, the issue there being because the contract says we have to stay 60-40, if the city doesn't contribute that 18,000, if it's true that it's missing, then the county has to decrease their contribution 24,000. So he got double hit. And so the issue to me was, okay, well, now I have to go tell my police chief, my public works director, my parks director that I have to cut 18,000, from the general fund because I might owe it to the fire department. And so you're right. There is no contract for fire service, A, that's going to make everybody happy, and B, doesn't have unexpected consequences somewhere. I agreed.
Doesn't mean we should look for efficiencies and partnerships. It's
Eyes wide open.
yeah.
A couple of thoughts. It's probably about push 20 years ago, the Kaiser Fire District and Marion County Fire District number 1 agreed to merge in the context of all the operational efficiencies and all the things you're talking about. And these are the two fire districts that serve a significant portion of the Salem area. Okay, and of course, there's the Salem Fire Department, but that wasn't part of the merging. So it was these two districts that merged. They didn't actually merge, they created a fire authority, which was an entity that had the administrative responsibility for both districts. But it didn't last. It didn't last 2 years because the culture of the two fire districts was substantially different, and they could not figure out how to get along with each other. And it collapsed. To this day, there's still two districts out there.
Yeah, Frank and I have that problem over here too, so.
Yeah, could be.
How long ago was that?
Well, maybe 20 years
Oh,
ago,
boy.
maybe a little
Still
less.
haven't gotten over it.
Yeah, still haven't gotten over it. They definitely have different districts. There we go. And then the other thing is that my experience in working with Robert's Rules of Order at the local government is nobody does it. So I call them Bob's Guidelines. So Bob's Guidelines.
Bob's guidelines.
Bob's Guidelines.
Well, I'm new to this, so I will I think I do need to review Bob's guidelines now that I have
As a
it.
matter of fact, I think the last time you were here, we got copies of excerpts of
Roberts.
Roberts.
Yeah.
Because the subject came up and everybody was
Somebody could make a lot of money actually.
embarrassingly.
Bob's guidelines. Yeah. A counterpoint.
Bridge.
Robert's rules.
Robert's Rules, they've got kinds of Robert's
I
Rules.
think they have one.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no sugar, Rich. What's wrong with that picture?
First city council meetings.
He likes sugar too.
Somebody.
We've had conversations.
What do you want?
Jack, you want sugar?
Yeah.
Oh, not right. Not right this instant, I'm fine. We'll need
It's a
it.
really good starting point. I think, I think that, especially when you think about the council that are.
I didn't see these.
Within its first few years of service, Robert's Rules can be a really good place to kind of start and say, what are some of the things that we don't necessarily feel help us, but maybe impede the way we want to interact with one another. And so you kind of chip away at Robert's Rules rather than trying to like force the whole of it. But
Very good.
One thing that we
Toledo's
really
Bob
need
Gunn. Sorry, Tracy.
one of the things we really need to work on is not interrupting each other.
Yes.
I have not been able to complete one statement. Not one today. I've been interrupted every single time. And I do it to others. So that's an area we really need to work on.
all right.
I had to finish that thought. So, anyways, but that's an area I know we need to work on.
Well, okay, so coming out of the fire chief's discussion, I am hearing that there is interest in this idea of looking at the organization and the possibilities of merger or whatever. And so I wrote it up here as a potential council goal, because that's the kind of thing that will take a lot of your time and your staff's time, obviously. So it's up there just as a placekeeper. All right?
Look, it's 816 pages long. Robert's Rule of Order.
Oh, yeah.
I have a book upstairs. You have one?
I was gonna order one. If there's one laying around, I'll
Yeah,
take it and read
I've
it.
got one.
There
In
might be
fact,
one
that
in
was
there.
one of the first things Krista handed me. She goes, here.
I won't need this.
If I could for just a moment, I didn't include anything. This week has been really hectic for me personally, but there's just a couple of things that I want to share. I started October 1st, so a month after Rich. The first month was like being thrown into whatever, trying to figure stuff out. Thankfully, the council's been really generous with their compliments, and I've been trying to do my best to get the things done that administratively need to be done and put before the council. There's two things I'm kind of excited about, and I want to help the council recognize, and I appreciate Councilor Keating and Councilor Sylvia talking about technology. We are right in the middle of a huge technological upgrade because we're updating our website to better facilitate communication with the community. We just signed an agreement with a company to allow us to mass text the community and increase the interaction with our community. Because as it is now, we have very poor interaction with our community except through social media. And it isn't always our social media, it's what's happening in Toledo. We see a lot of that there, and that's been my goal. And I think the council should recognize that we need to improve our reputation in the community. And one of the big things that I've had in the back of my mind as I do everything is the transparency, because that whole brouhaha in 24, early 25 was because there was no transparency. The city didn't know what was going on, so they started rumors. And people were saying things that weren't true, and all of a sudden, council, city administrator, and staff, not just, we were the bad guys. Because we weren't doing that. So my goal is, I want to be as transparent as I can be, because I want to set the example for the rest of us. I think that's super important. And maybe that transparency includes a little bit more decorum. I will do my best to become a more subject matter expert for Robert or Bob's Guides, so that if you guys have a question, you can ask me. If I think there's something that we need to do different, I will let you know. I've already done that a couple of times, but that's kind of my job as your recorder. And talking about again with technology, I'm looking forward to making it so you guys have everything that you need to make your jobs easier. And I'm hoping that as we're moving forward, that makes it more transparent for you and for the community. And it makes it easier for us to do our job because everything's out in the open. Even including like forums where we're moving to where we can put our documents online. So people, if they have a question or wondering something, they can figure it out. They don't have to sit there and guess. And not everything's going to be available to the public, but what we do share with the public, they're going to be able to see it. And I would appreciate your support in doing this kind of thing. But it's not just for me. I think it's a citywide thing that needs to, because everyone sees something going on, but they don't know what it is.
So how do you equate that to being a council goal? Which is,
I think it fits in to more of the whole decorum, transparency, efficiency, those kind of things.
right.
There's one goal that is sitting right now is making our workplace a better one. Easier, or not better. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it talks about our workplace. And I think that's what it is. It's not just my workplace, it's your guys' workplace as well. And what we can do to make that better.
In Judy's comments, besides concentrating just on the financial, she makes a comment that there are many people who are very new to their positions within the city. I would like to recommend the coming year be focused on stabilization and rebuilding. In that statement, she's not referring to the finances. She refers to the same thing in the finances later. She's talking about staff, council staff relationships, and everything else to do with staff. So I think that Paul's thing falls under the rebuilding of staff
Well,
and helping with the stabilization of staff.
two of the goals that I kind of talked about are to sustain and expand an inclusive and welcoming work environment,
Yes.
which is something that has been struggling. But I think we're getting there. I think the team is becoming more cohesive and interactive, and we're getting along, and we're able to get stuff done. But then the fourth one is enhance civic engagement and transparency by implementing a comprehensive community outreach program. Right. We haven't done it. We're not reaching out to the community to engage them enough. When we were talking about the Check My Gov, where it's going to be an opt-in, opt-out kind of thing, I did some digging in our current website that tracks emails that we send out, because we have a little thing we can hit and send someone that, like meeting announcements, things like that. 120 emails go out, about 10 bounce because they're bad email addresses. And out of those 120, maybe 12 people open them. So we are not getting that community.
We're not
engagement.
Well, it's the same thing with the water bill. They send a mailer out the water bill, but people like myself who has online only paperless, you don't ever see any of that, the flyers that are added to that, because I don't get it. So we have to figure out a way to, we got to figure out a way to be able to get our information out outside of stuff like that email where you've only got 12 opening, and people that like me that don't have that paper water bill, we got to figure out another way to get that information out to them.
And I think that's technology.
Yeah.
I really like what the city has been sharing so much more on its Facebook page. And I really, really like the summaries that are getting out there after we have a council meeting.
Absolutely.
That is really outreach, and that I think people are paying a lot more attention to those things, and it allows us as counselors, whatever Facebook page we have, to share those. So then we can increase how much it's being seen. So, I would say that you in your capacity have done a lot actually to help increase that outreach just by managing the Facebook page. And it's being managed so much more consistently. I mean, it's not like once in a while something goes out because somebody broke down, or maybe we share a flyer from the library. It's consistently updating people on things that are happening daily. And I mean, it is a huge improvement. So I wouldn't say that we're not doing anything for public outreach, because I think we are. I think there's some going. I think individual counselors are working on that.
I think we need to start.
But we need to do more.
I see some of the communities that are having town halls.
Yeah.
Where people come in and talk. We have state of the city addresses, things like that. I think those are the kind of things that people, I don't know if they're gonna attend them, but they would appreciate because they don't know. And what's driving this in the back of my mind is a comment by our favorite, by Miss George,
Yes.
that says, because of the whole interfund transfer and the comment that the money came for the SDC, a lot of it comes from GP. It was implied that we are influenced by GP, that GP runs the city council. And I think I know that's not the case, but if that impression exists, we need to work harder to have people understand, yeah, we may get a lot of money from GP, but that does not determine how we.
The only person who had that impression is Cynthia George.
Well, it's the
understand
same
that.
thing about the police officer and people thinking that us as council, because he was sworn in here, that we're the one that did his background, did the hiring and everything on him, and that's not the truth. They have false information on what this council really does.
Andrew got blamed for painting the stripes.
No, that's just because,
I enjoyed that one.
I know the Keels one from my mail route, and because I know that Nathan has experience as a mail carrier, and so I chatted a lot. But I also know them from the theater community, and so he likes to kind of poke and prod at me whenever he can. I actually didn't see them until like 2:00 in the morning this morning, so I was coming back. That's why I was late. I'm usually barely even awake by 9:00 on a Saturday. But Jackie had her hand up earlier. I don't want to miss.
I was just gonna say that the open rate for emails, Mr. Johnson, is not unusual or abnormal. I volunteer in other capacities, and that seems to be across the board.
And I agree with Paul in that we need to do as much as we possibly can to engage the community, because whatever outlet, email, Facebook, website, we could put a sandwich board on Highway 20. We need to meet the community where they are at. When I was in Monroe, we were really trying to look at that, and we had a person tell us, and this seems so opposite for me and who I am and how I engage the world. But we had somebody tell us, if you want me to know something, send me a postcard. I'm so inundated with ads on social media and news outlets during the day, billboards on the highway, that for me to get a piece of mail, that tells me that's important. And I kind of chuckled because I thought, God, 90% of what I get in the mail goes in the recycle bin. But that's a great example of people engage the world in different ways. And so that's for us is, it's not I think what you guys have said is very true. We're stepping up, but not everybody engages the world on Facebook, right? And that's the big gap for cities, is having the funds and the staff capacity to hit every outlet that we can.
I'm just enjoying the emphasis from the coffee maker while you. He's got a Fanny said that.
Yes, she does.
And as a goal, how about, because really what you were talking about is visibility. How do we increase visibility? And town hall, whether they're attended or not, I know there are things that I'm very much interested in that I have not the time or resources, but am comforted in knowing that they're there. And so the visibility really has more to do with instilling with our constituents that we're there. And that's the missing link for me in that if we leave here today and have that be one of our primary goals is our visibility in the community, what can we foster from that? That's all I have to say about that.
That's a good suggestion. That's a good observation. I have always kind of been a little bit of a hermit And since stepping up into this role, I recognize that I need to be seen more. So I went to the high school games last night. I left before the boys' game started and I was there for the awards. And yeah, a lot of people stopped and asked questions about this and questions about that. And oh, it's so nice to see you. And then I got teased by Frank as to whether or not I was going to be doing the announcements. No, that's not going to happen. John and I had a good laugh over that.
There are people in the community who have somebody else in mind.
And I hope you do it.
I'll push for it too.
Because I think you would be so good at it. If I was doing it, I'd be like, oh my God, look at the ball game. No, wait. You know, that would be the whole announcement the whole time. I mean,
Which would be great.
well, it would be great because everybody's gonna like get somebody new.
So what's happening?
Oh, trust me, the kids that are there do not really like the announcer that's announcing now because he's trying to take Rod's words and statements and it doesn't work for him.
He doesn't have the inflection and the lung capacity for it.
Yeah.
So, you know, something, I know I've talked about it in a couple of meetings over the last year, because it stemmed from, I know I've shared this before, but before I was, you know, kind of even the suggestion of me running for, you know, city council in 2024 came up, it was conversations with our city manager at the time about the possibility of coming on and doing like communications consulting. And one of the things that we had talked a lot about was sort of this multi-channel approach. And so that is, you know, it's the Facebook. To Rich's point, one of the things that we talked about was, if the idea is that we've got to figure out how to get people to come to our meetings or sign up for alerts from our website, sign up for emails, or now that we've got this text type of thing, just having that 1 time or 2 time a year type of postcard that goes out to the entire zip code, for example, and has a QR code or link or just something along those lines that points to go sign up for this, that 1-time mention, getting even just 100 more people signed up, that could be a success. I think I would love to see a goal of having opt-in from at least 25% of our population on one channel or another, you know, over the course of this year, right? So we've got 120, I think, for our email subscription. 10% isn't bad, it's not good, especially in a list that small. Usually if you have a list that small, you'd rather have an open rate of something like 30 or 40%, because typically, I'd say typically when you have a number that small, it usually reflects the people who are innately more engaged. This is demonstrating that even if that is the case, we're not providing them, or we have not historically provided them content that they value. So I loved the Text My Gov is a great tool, especially if that first blast that goes out to everyone within that geo-fenced area says, we're going to be giving you this type of information through this resource. Click this link to opt in and receive it in the future. If we get 500 people sign up, huge win, massive win. On top of that, doing a postcard that says, here's what's happening. And I think something that I've mentioned in a couple of meetings is we've only had one town hall in the entirety of the time I've lived in Toledo, and that was when we had the charter on the ballot.
We've had others.
We've had another one.
Up at
We've
the
had
fire
others.
hall, we had a couple.
We've had others.
In the
last 2.5 years?
Since I've been on, yeah. We've done a few up there at the fire hall.
I've seen one and I went to it.
You must have missed a couple because I know Rod made us pulled pork.
Well, and I think that's a perfect example of what we were saying earlier, of we're not getting the news out. If we're doing something, we're not getting it out to the public.
But the point is more to say, I think it's my interpretation. I apologize if there was one that I missed, but we haven't had one in the time I've been on council.
We haven't had enough, definitely.
And I only lived here for about a year before I ran. But we need to have town halls as sort of a matter of procedure. Because one of the things that we talked about as we were looking at our council rules is that the way that our public comment is set up is that's not a time for them to get answers to their questions. And it's when they're providing public comment for the most part historically, It has been things that are not on the agenda, and we haven't been consistent about giving the opportunity for public comment to come on the things that we are discussing. And that is changing, and I love that that's changing. But what's really nice is that when you have a town hall, it is dedicated conversation time. Where if they have a question, we can do the best we can to answer it, and we can kind of provide some insight as to what city council is up to and what we're prioritizing. So I think I'd love to see, and I recognize that it might not necessarily be appropriate to put into like policy that we will have one every quarter, for instance, or
No, but we're
twice a
planning for the
year.
next year, so I think it's completely appropriate to
Yeah.
say, and I'm sorry for interrupting
okay.
you, but
I just meant I didn't want to
Yeah.
put it into the council rules
No,
necessarily,
absolutely.
but a place like this, yes.
But I think it's perfectly acceptable for us to say, okay, well, we want to do town halls. How often do we want to do them?
Yeah.
My thought would be do one every 3 months, so we'd have 4 town halls. Eric?
No, you go ahead and finish your thoughts. I was getting in the queue.
Okay.
I didn't want to.
My thought is if we did one every 3 months up at the fire hall and we did a postcard mailing before we did the town halls, then everybody would get a postcard. Okay, we're gonna have this town hall reminder. We're having another town hall. Come with your questions, come eat, come enjoy some food with us, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Bring your questions, bring your comments, bring your suggestions. Come and see us.
So quarter.
Well, that's my thought.
And it can replace a work session, right? So we have a monthly work session, so we could have, say, 2 months where we have a work session and 1 month where it's a town hall, right?
That's a good idea.
That's how I've envisioned it.
Okay, now Eric wanted to say something.
So I was just gonna say, in my experience, like the last thing anybody wants to go to is a town hall, unless they're pissed. Like if we're doing something wrong, then they're gonna pack the place and they're gonna show up and they're gonna tell us how they feel. But generally speaking, I think town halls are like have a fairly low level of engagement. I do think like I think the community forums like we have at the library
That's what I was just
are a
wondering.
very different feel and vibe and engage people on a question or a thought. And to me, that's a much more interesting piece. And I do like the idea of replacing a work session with this.
So let's not call them a town hall.
Yeah.
Let's call it a
That
community
sounds too
forum.
fancy.
And I'd say that that's a little bit more of what I have in mind is that I love the idea of if we had, say, a cycle where in the first quarter, the topic is going to be budget, right? And we want people to come and talk about their concerns about city finances, how we're spending, what priorities the community has for our budget.
Or take even another step back, like that's probably too granular to get people like, I mean, like it's like more effort. Like, yeah, we want to talk to the community about how they feel about how they feel. Right, like what like what's our livability and what could improve livability in Toledo? Like whatever that I don't know that those are good ideas. It's Saturday morning, but
topical.
yeah, I think the further you can get it outside of like what we would generally consider city business, but it's still very much focused on those outcomes. I think the more likely.
So are we thinking that we would have them so we'd have a community forum every 3 months and we'd still have it like in the council? I think there's enough room. And we would just say this is a community forum and we'd like to, we're gonna have food, we're gonna have, drink, and please come and bring your ideas and your concerns and talk with us.
See, I like the idea of like community livability, business, things like that where,
We're talking about storefronts.
yeah, it's more specific than a town hall. Let's just say a town hall to discuss community livability. You gotta give them a reason to come instead of just saying, oh, we're having a town hall. Come talk to us.
And I do think that considering how close our charter vote was in 2024, I think it's really important for us to have something along these lines, even if it's short, whatever, something that is more of like a truly like informational discussion, something to help people understand that we just put the charter on the ballot again a year later, or a year and a half later. And even though it is small incremental stuff, I think that there's, when I think about the community trust in our government, which I think we're all trying to address and improve, I think coming forward and saying, let's talk to you about how small this is and how this is really just kind of tweaking to make sure that this is, but yeah.
So real quick to Andrew's point, would it be okay with the rest of council if I set up meetings where they could come and see me at Timbers and I could explain all these
Yeah.
new charters?
Absolutely.
I didn't want to do it without asking council's approval, because like what Andrew did for his running for city council, he set up meetings at Timbers every so often so people could come in and see him and talk to him.
Alternated between Timbers and Cupasas every
Yeah.
like Monday or Thursday.
So because I have literally nothing but time on my hands, I am willing to go down and have these discussions with citizens. I can set up the meetings as long as everybody's okay with it.
Yeah,
Cool.
This is the type of thing that Rod was able to do, and I just, yeah.
It's meeting with the president instead of meeting with the mayor.
Yeah, and that's totally fine with me. I was down there at Timbers yesterday, meeting with the citizen who
Council
actually
president.
now wants to sign up for the open seat, which is a young guy, Kobe Bertolato. But that's how we get people interested. There's a huge disconnect between council and city, and that BS that we had a year and a half ago spread it even further apart.
Yeah.
We've got to get them back.
you realize if I resign, you're mayor, right?
Bullshit, you ain't resigning.
And
I'll go
one
my
of
shot.
the things I'll say, this is not like to pat myself on the back, but I had a lot of people who reached out to me in 24 and 25 after I had done that and had said that they voted for me or they liked me or whatever, because even though they couldn't make it, I just showed that I was doing.
You showed that you were interested. You were invested in what you were doing.
Available.
So let's say we take a break. We're halfway through the morning, so 10 minutes.
Sure.
Come back together at 1:45.
Jackie Kaufman would love you for that.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, sorry.
Now that my wife has already brought my creamer and glasses, I can actually see.
Are you a Kraber?
Yeah, because I drink sugar-free.
Ah,
I'm supposed to drink sugar-free because of my cancer. So I learned long ago when I was diagnosed with colon cancer that sugar will feed your cancer and it makes it spread.
Oh, horribly.
I use at home with stuff called monk fruit. It is just like sugar. You can use it the same, bake with it, coffees, creamers, everything. It tastes like sugar, but it has no sugar.
we have an aftertaste.
It's a power food.
Not at all.
It's a
I
power
get it
food.
by 10 pounds on Amazon, and that's what I use for everything I do, cooking, coffees,
We
everything.
sell monk
Wow.
fruit.
Yeah, you guys do, but it's not as cheap as it is on Amazon.
Right.
Stevia?
Totally different because
See, like, these are the
stevia
kind of
is
things
just a
that we-
byproduct of the processing
Because that's
of
the important thing.
a plant.
But I would for like
Know
a
that we
day or
need to
two.
be-
Whereas-
But it's not monk.
Oh, you're right, I didn't see that, because I was getting on the webinar, I didn't see that text until last night.
Yeah.
I don't think we,
Then they're
Rod
after.
and I did, but I don't think we need them on weeks that we don't have a council.
Unless there's something that you want to go over, but stevia.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll send you,
From
Oh,
when they're
when they're
processing the stevia plant.
Yeah.
he and I just, I made a
It
recommendation.
has 8 grams of
I don't
sugar
know if
alcohol.
Al would let me
But I'm
do
more-
it.
This is to help with stuff
Yeah,
when you have sugar.
nice.
Cancer. I turn a lot of cancer patients onto that because sugar helps spread.
Very
Yeah.
impressive. They said you're one of the superfoods.
Yeah.
It-
I never knew that.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Jackie?
And
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't have to, we're gonna tell you.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't have to be
I didn't wear a patch.
Client, and we just carry it forward.
It's
I might go
chocolate
on
caramel.
here, but I know you have other meetings with other stuff too, so.
I make my own at home.
What do
If
you?
I could do it a little earlier, it might work
Sweetened
out better.
condensed
Earlier in the
milk
day.
and-
Yeah,
at 8
well,
o'clock or-
Yeah.
Well, see, number one, sweet condenses.
I know you can.
And it's at 10 a.m.
Gotcha,
So.
gotcha. I'd be fine with 8 o'clock. And if there's a better
Either one,
date
before you want.
let me know that.
Wednesday's
So,
fine, because then it's still fresh in my mind, before
perpetually
the
in
council meeting and.
Okay, thank you.
Well, what I will do is, I'm gonna send it, weekly, because I really don't think Outlook gives the option to do like a first, third, and fourth week kind of a thing. But we can, kind of know between us that, unless I say, hey, I need the meeting this week,
Yeah.
we don't need them
Desperately.
it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and there might be some that just don't need a meeting.
And that will be good.
But
So,
for both, there are plenty of other stuff to talk about.
yeah, so you make a really good point. We can, each week, we can check in on each other and say 20
meetings to 2021 models.
But yeah, I'm totally fine with 8 o'clock.
The other problem I have is I was gonna rent the Sunny Ridge Grange for my birthday
we never had
and
that
it's
problem.
already rented out. So I have to figure out another venue.
So we have a brand new.
I mentioned bowling, but John's like, no, I can't go bowling because of my shoulder and my daughters are gonna be here and my grandbaby's gonna be here, so I need to find another venue.
What's for
I'll let you
lunch?
guys all know what that is, because as soon as I figure out the venue, then I'll get you guys all invitations.
He was put in charge of it.
What's for lunch?
We're having I have a sandwich tray coming, so little sandwiches.
Little sandwiches?
Yeah, ham, turkey, and roast beef.
And that's all? Okay.
We've got,
We've got some chips over
we've
there,
got
so-
some chips and some fruit still from this morning, and Paul, if you wanna get like some cookies or something, that, when you do
I
that,
was
that's
just
fine.
curious.
Are those the same chips that I got a while back? They just
Anticipate
hadn't
eating.
disappeared yet?
Everything covered? Yeah. Okay, weekly 8 to 9.
When's your birthday?
The 26th
Of,
February. Yeah, like 5
hey, you know, I was wondering, you know the Valentine hearts?
Yeah.
I was wondering, could I do one grandma and coyote?
I'm sure you could.
I was gonna say, I don't think they put a limitation on.
On
Who you could put
Because
on, yeah.
I don't have a,
You got me.
I'm over it.
Is coyote an animal?
Got a couple husbands that say that too.
Granddaughter nickname, yeah.
I did one
I
for
mean,
my sister
it'd
and
be nice
brother-in-law a
if
couple years ago and they didn't know.
Grandparents might,
Well, what we're excited about, and what most of the council doesn't know, is we're talking with the chamber about using the fence at Memorial Field to be able to put some of those smaller hearts
Oh, yeah.
up on the fence, so it would expand their ability to have more people, because they have such a wait list.
I asked John if we should get a Hardee's with you.
so I thought there were
Want
blank
people to
ones.
know?
That is exactly what I would
Should
expect.
say mayor and first gentleman.
Which way the way?
Ooh.
Oh.
You know what Stu said to him as he left the here that day?
3 days
He
ago.
says, now you get to go home and sleep with the mayor,
I will give you Amber's email.
which he did not after the
It's
comment he had
actually
to say.
director at.
Would it be inappropriate to spend city money on one that says mayor and first
I
gentleman?
think that would be appropriate.
I'll do
Yeah,
that.
I'm happy to sponsor it.
Make a motion.
Excellent. You need a logo for yourself that
Yeah.
we can put on the sponsored by.
He's telling his family how he's so supportive. His brother went and watched the video and he's like, I don't think that's what you think you're doing. So. It's learning to budget my time better.
It'd be great. And you don't, I mean, it doesn't have to look like Rod did it, and it doesn't have
It's
to
not gonna look like
yeah,
Rod did it,
just-
because I can't. I was talking to Willie, we were walking by yesterday and he was like, hey. Or he didn't say Madam Mayor, Miss Mary, he said, Assistant Mayor, we were sitting there chatting for a little bit. He says, if you decide how you're gonna want it to look, I said, I already warned the council that these responsibilities are gonna be shared. And he's like, I did that too, my council quit. And I said, well, he says, you know what, I'm okay with that. He says, because they quit and other people joined the council that was willing to do the work that the city needed. He says, yeah. I mean, they didn't all quit at once. I think they just quit one at a time when they realized that. And I honestly don't think that we have any counselors that I can, that, I mean, I think everybody's going to what they can. I think we're, you know, I know we're talking about decorum and stuff, but I feel like that's already.
Even more so now, that's all those sleds.
I think the accommodations working better, we're more respectful of each other, we just have a little bit more and I think we're moving in a really, really good direction there, I feel like. We're
Yeah, right
respecting
now,
each other as
my
individuals
campus
much more. So.
Hey, Rich, what's your schedule look like next week? For a meeting with me?
It'd probably be easier for you to say when it would be.
I'm open all day Monday. I have PT on Tuesday.
And you heard, you've got nothing but time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm pretty much open except for Thursday. I have a CWAC meeting.
So Monday, I've got a meeting at 11, but I need to prep for it. And then I got a couple more in the afternoon. Tuesday, we're doing finance director interviews. How's Wednesday?
Wednesday, the only thing I have then is the joint meeting with planning commission. My wife's gonna take my kid to a surgical appointment, so
Okay.
I'm open that day.
Okay. Honestly, I'm wide open before noon, and I know we did morning last time. You want to do that? Sound good?
Should I wear my beard that day?
If you want to hear from a member of the public about their thoughts on it.
Oh.
So the bell, does that mean we're back
I
in,
still have it.
Yes, it does.
we're back in class?
Okay, I'm down for Wednesday.
Sounds good, Frank.
Thanks, sir.
You bet.
So the beard thing is, my husband is a planning commission
Basically,
member.
Rich, just so you're a little heads up,
He
it has
was
to do with the
in
water and the
Arizona with
conversation I
our
had with that
grandchild,
gentleman
our
yesterday.
first grandbaby. And
Water
we
bills and
made a
stuff.
joke, we did a little joke against the other planning commission members. I came in here with his hat, one of his hats, one of his sweaters, I had a beard on, I took my glasses off, I'm sitting there like and everybody laughed about it. Well, then by the time it was time for the baby and I went over there, and one of the members of the community had a couple comments to say about that.
Oh,
Well, it's unethical and corruption to have city council president at the time
yeah.
and her husband on two separate boards, even though there's no money.
Right.
We had a mayor and a counselor that were married.
And we had not yet, so the Zoom was open, but we hadn't started the recording yet.
Yep.
And so that same member of the public asked for a copy of the video, and we had to tell her there's no responsive record. She saw it, but we weren't recording, so.
Oh dear, yeah, geez. Hey, the smaller the town, the more you get that kind of relationships going on in the communities.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'll fix her, I'll just let my beard grow.
Wow. Some people.
City manager's just gonna, it's coming.
All right, so here. The cowbell. It actually came, this was the Salt Lake City Olympics, and which I went to, and I also went to the Olympics in Lillehammer in Norway. So I hate being here today instead of being glued to the television all day. That's all right. And I use it, I'm very mindful of this, that Lillehammer, this town of 16,000 people, put together probably one of the very best Olympic Winter Games there has ever been. It's just tremendous. And I was there and I was just blown away with how well organized everything was. All the systems were in place. They just thought of everything. It was just incredible. And this Winter Olympic Games is about 25 world championship events, each for a different sport, over a 2-week time being put on in one city. It's pretty crazy. I mean, just intense. In fact, this year it's in 2 different cities at 4 different locations. They've just moved it all around, and a real change in the way IOC is approaching how to do a successful Olympics. And I think, boy, if a town like Lillehammer at 16,000 people could pull that off, Toledo could pull off a lot of great stuff. You really can, just by pulling your people together, sending out that right postcard to say, come on down, we're going to talk about something, whatever it might be. I encourage you to just pursue it as best you can. Believe me, every community has this discussion about how are we going to reach out to people. And it is tough. You go to LOC meetings, it's always a topic of conversation. How do you get the word out? How do you get the word out? And to some degree, there's kind of the, oh, well, we try attitude in a lot of places. We try, we do, and we can do the best we can. And hopefully the right people show up. Other places are much more aggressive than that, wanting to get it out. Postcards are expensive, and so people are steering away from using the mail to deliver the message, and instead trying to do it all by email and come up with community-wide email responses. I'm on the board of the neighborhood association in Salem, where I live, which my neighborhood association has a population that's greater than Toledo. It's pretty big. And we try to get the word out and can't very successfully get it out. But the Facebook page is probably one of the very best things that we have in terms of bringing people for our meetings and stuff. But you're not alone. And learn from other communities, figure out what other communities are doing in ways that are successful, and see if you can mimic those things as best you can. But it's a common topic, definitely. All right, well, we kind of worked through Fire Chief and Judy Richter's comments. Judy really, she says, we need at least a year to focus on rebuilding the financial reserves of the city, which creates a possibility that that becomes an overriding goal perhaps to think about in terms of not spending money on a lot of other things in order to build the reserve up becomes the goal. In fact, I'm gonna.
Fiscal sustainability.
Oh, fancy word.
Didn't we pull a buttload of money out of city council reserve to even up the books last year?
Yeah, we had to even,
That's probably where she's going with this, because I don't remember having to do that the year before.
We didn't.
And one of the things that we, when we were putting together the job description for hiring the city manager, one of the things that we added was something that I think I heard some reluctance on before I was on city council, which was alternative revenue sources, right? Thinking about what some of those alternative revenue sources might be. One of the things that I heard from some people who were part of our government a couple of years ago was a reluctance to be, for city council to be like landlords, for instance, or for the city to be a landlord, right? And to not necessarily pursue some of these other things that we could do. And now, of course, we've changed some of that as we've started thinking about how we could acquire the forestry department property and maybe convert that into some city-owned housing that could be a revenue source. What are some of the other things out there? So I think this is the year maybe for us to kind of really go hard on thinking about what some of those alternative revenue sources might be. We certainly heard some good ideas from the candidates that we brought in, not just Rich, but I think we heard some really kind of cool, enterprising ideas that are worth exploring. So I think I would say that one of the goals that I have in mind is not just obviously the economic development stuff that we can do along Main Street, which is really important and can have some impact on our tax revenue, but also be thinking about some of those other ways that the city could figure out how to not raise taxes and find other revenue streams.
All right.
That was one of the questions the guy had yesterday, is why we raised his water rates. And I says, well, we kind of had to because water can only pay for water. Sewer can only pay for sewer. We can't take for general. And I said, but if you go back and you look at our meetings, we raised the water rates. And then I think it was a week or two later, Judy came to us to raise the electric light fee for everybody here in town. And Trace and I both kind of balked at the idea, and they finally realized, or she went and charged it to the bigger corporations like GP, because they're the ones that are actually using our roads at night more than our citizens. And he kind of understood that, but he, without raising taxes, to your point, would be a better way, another avenue of revenue without having to do that, because they're really not going to like it. And everybody's broke nowadays anyways.
Well, and I also recognize Councillor Strom in his last meeting in 2024 made the really, really good point that we don't have enough buildable land that our city can grow in a way where property taxes can keep up with inflation and just the general cost of doing business as a city. That if we can't increase meaningfully our, just the number of taxable properties that exist here, that we either have to raise our taxes or we have to find alternative sources. And so I think we are so limited by our buildable land problem that we have to, just to keep functioning as a government.
so you guys know the field, the property that's across from Branstetter Park? It's been clear cutted, it was clear cutted about 10 years ago or whatever, and it's fairly flat, but then it does a dip. The owner of that land has been saying for years and years and years that he wants to put some apartment complexes or something in there, but then he's found the cost prohibitive, so he hasn't done it. It's such a perfect place. It would be a perfect place for affordable housing, but nobody has done anything.
Maybe work with him in the city and maybe come up with an idea to help with that and make it a revenue.
Possibly.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would be giving up pasture.
Jackie's got a question.
I'm sorry, Jackie, go ahead.
Will you remind me where Branstetter Park is, please?
Do you know where the Alola Center is?
Yes.
Okay. If you're coming, say you come by Alola Center, you come up from them and you keep going around. If you go past the Alola Center and then go to the end of 6th Street.
Put away.
I'm
got the map.
terrible. You
No,
got
he's
the
got the map.
There's the map. Yes, well,
That's why I was laughing.
it needs to be bigger. Okay. So, here. So here's 1st Street, here's 7th Street. I am.
Is that purple one the?
Oh, okay, here. Is that right? I'm down here. Okay. So my house is down here. It's this lot right here. There's nothing on it. That big orange lot, and the park is right over here. And so there's that, and then these other lots down here are all, I run my animals on those, and I run my animals up here because I've just kept my animals, keep the blackberries down and such for them. But the blackberries are eradicated up there. It would be a perfect place for housing. And I do not know why, and that would be one place that, like, I wish a contractor would buy it from them and do something. Because the guy's quite old and he might even be dead now, I don't know. But anyway, that's one spot.
Are you talking about Branstetter Park itself or the lot across
The lot across.
the elder from it? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, we do have some places still, but they're not being utilized here.
Not much.
And I think that, like, I mean, maybe is like to articulate this discussion in the world of kind of like a potential council goal. I think just looking for like available parcels to increase housing, and I would personally not want to like restrict that to affordable housing. I mean, I think like there are concepts of economic filtering that suggest anything that you build makes housing more
Yes.
affordable by just increasing the base. So, and I know, I mean, we are like many Oregon cities constrained in sort of what we would consider buildable land, but there are like large tracts of land off of Sturtevant that Kelly Foley owns, for example, that I think would be incredible for single family housing and those opportunities. I can say as somebody who built one of the, I heard a number of like how many houses have been built in Toledo in the last 10 years, and I think it's like fewer than 10. But as one of them, I can affirm that it is cost prohibitive if you're trying to make it make sense. And I do think, again, I don't want to jump way ahead to like the outcomes because I don't think that's really where the goals are. But a thing that has popped into my mind, which I mentioned briefly at the council meeting on Wednesday, is when, looking at our system development charge policy, and it's sort of 0 of 0 is kind of still 0. And so the whole philosophy around system development charges is like, trying to think if I want to say it this way on a recording or not, but it's sort of like quintessential baby boomer philosophy of like, I paid for mine and now I'm pulling the ladder up. And before SDCs were used in Oregon, like the sources of funding for infrastructure were either federal government funding or rate funds. And so choosing
what?
Rate funds, you just from like your water and sewer rates are the source of paying for capital. Which is still largely true here because we don't actually collect any SDCs. I mean, we don't collect a meaningful amount of SDCs because we don't have a meaningful amount of development. And so an interesting policy decision is like, do we want to structure capital in our rate and remove a barrier to development? And again, I don't think that's I think that would require tons of analysis and looking at like what we're actually at with that and what those trade-offs might be. But I think there are some opportunities to both look at like what is out there in terms of like develop and almost parcel by parcel, what are the impediments? Like, is the trunk level infrastructure in? What like are there willing property owners? Like kind of almost an assessment of what that is, and then sort of second to that is like what would those tools be or those creative opportunities? In Gresham, we didn't eliminate SDCs, but we did take a zonal analysis, which you can do under state law, and determined that in like some key areas of the city, SDCs had already been paid. Like that zone had sufficiently paid for the infrastructure that's needed to serve that zone. And so you can think about Business 20 and Main Street potentially as like zones that where where effectively SDCs have been paid up. And so it doesn't matter if a restaurant goes into Paul Osterland's office, which has never been a restaurant, like the infrastructure is paid for, and we don't need to charge prohibitive SDCs to do that. So anyway, that's just a bit of a rambling kind of thought, but I think that there's some creative tools. And honestly, from a marketing perspective, like we would be one of the only cities that had kind of gone down that route. And it's interesting to be able to like tell people that.
But I think one of the big focuses that you made there that I think is important, and I don't want Toledo to lose sight of, and I don't think that's what you're saying, right? Just to emphasize, I don't want Toledo to lose sight of middle income workforce affordable housing that's needed in every community as well. But I live in Newport because when I went to find a residence when I was getting ready to move here, there was one rental available. And by the time I got a hold of the landlord, it was spoken for. So having housing at every price point is important for this community, and I liked that you emphasized that as well.
Well, I think that's what former Mayor Cross was talking about, the use of the land from the forestry is workforce housing, because the majority of our people that work in Toledo come in from out of area.
Absolutely.
Either the Valley or Newport. So we've already got low income, we've already got affordable going in. We need to worry about the workforce and regular homes, in my opinion.
And when you start getting into really valid point, I think one of the challenges is also recognizing that incentivizing developers to build here also sometimes requires them to find some funding, and funding sources currently are sort of prioritizing affordable, low income workforce housing, stuff like that. And once you get into the every price point type of housing, that's where developers start losing access to federal or state, funding sources. So it's that odd sort of how do you balance between the two of like, how do you recruit people to come here when the cost to build is higher than normal? And
my point was more like the council, I don't even know when the decision, in the past, the council made the decision on the affordable housing project off the start event, like we're going to have skin in that game. And my perspective on that is like, okay, why just that game? Like, and so it's not just like, what are the government incentives to do it, but even in Toledo, like what's the government incentivizing? And that's where like I get more curious about, what if Kelly can develop his property with sufficient trunk level infrastructure and serve it, like what would that cost? And even like what happens if you try to pay for that with a differently structured SDC, where you collect a rate differential for the properties that are served by that infrastructure over a 30-year period of time.
Right.
And so it's a 10% rate difference or something for the people that live there, but they know what they're getting into, and it's a way to I just think that there are ways that we can look creatively at what that is. And it's unfortunate that we're in a federal government environment where we just nationally don't support development occurring at the community level anymore in the way that we once did. But I don't think like the philosophy that we're going to make development pay for itself, and we're going to collect meaningful amounts of money on the front end through SDCs, and we're going to like make the water treatment plant bigger with that is nonsensical. Like it's not going, like that math doesn't work. We probably shouldn't abandon an industrial SDC in case we were successful in getting some sort of larger operation, but from a commercial and residential perspective, we can't make it make sense.
So just a real quick question, because I'm, as you well know by my comment the other day about SDCs, can individual cities within the state eliminate SDCs without having to go through a voting process?
Just council decision.
Council decision, okay. I wasn't sure that I'd say we went without, would our neighboring places have to agree with it in the same general area? So that's a good thing.
So I wanted to touch, since we're on this housing, we're talking about housing and development. There are some bills right now that are at the state in this short session that are focused on being able to expand the urban growth boundaries for different ways. So these things I kind of want to watch really well. One of them is a non-contiguous annexation. And if like the city services were already at a place and they decided that they wanted to be annexed into the city, even if there is a spot in between there, then we could annex them in if they wanted to be. So there's some stuff like that coming up. There's also a one-time UGB expansion for manufactured homes and senior housing. It gives them more options. And there's stuff like that happening. So those are some of them. So we do have some stuff coming down the pipeline that actually might help us be able to expand our urban growth boundary and help make us a little bit more attractive to developers. So so the state's really seeing this and thinking about this and putting some pretty helpful things hopefully in the coming through that will be able to help us work on that a little bit more. I don't know how big that help is going to be, but you know, we'll get what we can out of it, of course, and go from there.
My recollection though is you have a real problem with buildable land. So,
Oh,
yeah, because everything
yeah.
outside is vertical and forested and.
But what I'm thinking about is we have places like Olalla Meadows and stuff. Olalla out there, the non-contiguous annexation would also allow us, if we put in some sort of city service out there, anything, it would allow us to annex them into the city, and then now we have.
Or South Bay Road where you already have water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
South Bay Road is, yeah, because I remember SDN Marion or Joanne Moore was very upset. She had to pay SDCs when she sold her property out there. But that they had been promised and apparently not been paid, so she ended up having to do that. But yeah, we already have services out there, so those would be completely aligned with their plan, you know, the idea of doing that. Sorry.
I don't quite understand how annexation happens. Is it something that's initiated through the city with the county, or?
I believe it comes from the residents of that area.
The property owners initiate it, not the
Okay.
city.
Yeah,
Okay.
There are very, very limited circumstances where a city can annex property of its own volition, like
Gotcha.
health hazards, things like that.
And the point that the mayor is making about that it's not contiguous, I remember asking former Mayor Cross one time, I said, why isn't the high school in the city limits?
yeah.
Well, because the city limits end here and the high school's here, and the property in between is not interested in being annexed. And the city limits have to be contiguous. So you can't take in the high school if the land in between isn't cooperative,
Yeah,
isn't
right.
desirous of being annexed.
So real quick, it's both by the city and by the property owners. Annexation is a legal process by which a city or municipality extends its boundaries to include adjacent unincorporated territory, bringing it under the city's jurisdiction, laws, and services. It is usually initiated through voluntary petitions by landowners or by the city to manage growth. The process typically involves public hearings, city council approval, and adherence to state-specific legal procedures.
It was just a few, I shouldn't say few, could be 10 years ago, that we did a poll on people that wanted to be annexed. And it was not well received.
So is that how we got so many properties within Toledo that on one road we can have city, state, or city, county, and privately owned? Is that how by annexations, how we get that way?
Yeah.
Like where Jackie lives, there's.
Generally, Eric's point about, bad development deals,
That's not how he said that.
I edited slightly.
I think less than optimal.
Less than optimal development deals, and then we annex in later, and then
So that's how our roads are so spotty right
How
now.
we get into the orphan road situation.
one way, yeah, yeah.
That kind of makes sense how we're so screwed up.
So like I always tease our public, we have, situations where like you'll have an access road or something like that, city own half of it and the residents own the other half. And like I own half of my vertically down the road. Because I always tease them, why aren't you gonna pave it? Well, because you haven't paved your half. And so I bring it up all the time. I joke about it, but yeah. There's situations like that over. It makes that hard for the city to maintain some of those roads, and it makes it hard for the residents to do it because
The other thing they think you're the money off them for.
All right, we've It's been a great discussion. And we've kind of gone through the first two of your department heads' comments. Is there anything in the library that raises to the level of a council goal?
Well, he does have
Harrison's amazing, that's all I know.
improved accessibility.
It's got new shelves coming.
He has on the 5-year goals, improve accessibility of library facilities and services through infrastructure, but it doesn't specify any particular.
I think he's talking about like wheelchair access and things like that.
That's what I assume, but there's no projects.
Well, it's a 5-year goal. And I mean, they have been doing some things already, so they got the ramp to the park behind the library in place already. But
That's the only thing I see that we could include.
I think our goal would be to continue to support Director Harrison in his goals.
I was literally thinking of a council goal that's like, let Harrison be Harrison.
Yeah.
and you know, and
He's got it covered.
and what I can say too from being on the library board is that there are grant applications. They're trying to do a lot of that work through grants. So when they are going out and looking for accessibility opportunities, it is, I think, more being driven as long-term grant-funded goals. And that's kind of in that let Harrison be Harrison type of thing, where they are trying to kind of use the resources they have and kind of take it off of council and take it off of the rest of the city, because they do have some resources that are available to them, because the libraries do tend to fall into some nice grant funding classifications.
It's a good thing Harrison is who Harrison is, because if you set a council goal of let rich be rich, my head wouldn't fit through the door. I'm just saying.
But you know what? I feel confident enough in you that if I made a council goal, let rich be rich, we would be okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but then one's a noun and one's an adjective, so
That's true.
we got to worry about
We
that.
gotta be careful about that. Be rich.
If we're so prosperous that you become rich, that's okay.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice that.
Just a quick thought on the library, if I might, Madam.
Yeah.
And two things that I thought that Harrison didn't mention, but while we're on the topic, I think that the extent to which he's like just doing like events organization and creating opportunities for people to come together, if it's music or if it's forums, like I think is amazing. And I would love to encourage him to keep looking for those opportunities, and the video game competition that he had for the kids, and just lots of cool stuff that he's got going on. I love seeing the library do that. And I think if there are opportunities for partnership or collaboration in that same space with the Toledo History Center, and even some joint programming, maybe with the library and History Center, we are a community with a ton of really cool and interesting history. And I would bet my bottom dollar that while I'm bearish on people showing up to a town hall, they'll show up to a wine and history event. Yeah.
Heck, I'd drive in for that.
Yeah.
I need to know when the next one is.
I don't know that they exist. This is the thing that I'm just,
Oh.
yeah, if we can help, if there is an opportunity for the city to partner in some way, and it does seem like Harrison's doing some cool stuff, and like there's at least a little bit of overlap in the Venn diagram between the
I'm
library.
gonna talk
and
to him
history
about
center.
doing a bruise and background one or something.
Yeah, something that rhymes with history, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd show up for the history, not
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, anyway, I think that anything that we can do to help create a program in the History Center would be really good.
So the one thing that I'm gonna say about Harrison that I think is just so amazing, Harrison is an exceedingly competent leader. He is very humble, but he also still is in touch with that childish heart and that innocence
Well said.
almost.
Yeah.
And so here you've got this incredibly competent person who's leading this department. He stepped into that role and he ran with it, and it's just, he's making it happen. I mean, that library has expanded underneath his tutelage, and it is just doing amazingly well. We get feedback all the time on the things that he's doing, but he connects with the youth as well, from the little kids to the teenagers, because he has never, he hasn't become a cynic or anything like that. He's just He's just this amazing person. And we are so blessed to have him.
I've seen more stuff come out of that library as far as things to do and their grants that they have received since he was chosen as the library director, since I've been on council. It's just nonstop. I mean, 3D printers there to print stuff, everything. He's just moving mountains, it seems to please everybody. Yeah.
I'm just wondering how we could support some of that. Like his idea of the bookmobile, that was amazing that they're going out to Eddyville and having the, at least once a month, and I know they would like to do more, but the biggest problem is they need a vehicle.
Yeah, so how do we support that? How do we, I mean, if he gets a grant or what, I mean, it would have to be something that we would approve, but somehow we need to support him in that. It's a hard thing to do when we're looking at a very tight budget cycle too. But I think, I think really what it is, the way we can support that is if he comes up with a grant for it, we okay it.
Or somebody donate a van.
And once again, let Harrison be Harrison.
And they did put in a grant application for the county's economic development grants. But it was not one of the grants that was including recommendations to the commissioners. That hasn't been finalized. They decided Commissioner May wanted information about those that weren't recommended, so they have not approved the recommendations from the Economic Development Alliance Board, so that has not been finalized, but it's unlikely that the library will get the grant funding that they were seeking for that bookmobile. And I was going to say the same thing, kind of as has been saying here, that I think that if we wanted to get a little bit more tangible than the letting Harrison be Harrison, thinking about if there's something that that we can do to further that goal of the bookmobile is certainly something that I'd like to see, because I think that's such a great resource, and I think that's more of a one-time upfront type of cost that can have such a long-term benefit to our community. That is very real, that again, when we talk about tangible things that our community will see that we are doing to improve life here, and in our neighboring community, that is a very real thing that can be touched and seen and felt.
When I think of a bookmobile, I think of a little short bus that they can, I think of one of the little buses that could be.
I think of the art bus that we've had at Art Oysters and Brews. That
I haven't been.
It's really just it's a bus that kind of goes around and has activities and art supplies and things like that, and it's just kind of a really great resource. And I know that Harrison has some really good plans for what that bookmobile would be. So I think I'd be curious to have a better sense of what the kind of total cost of getting something like that in is, and if it is something that, if there isn't kind of immediately available grant funding that we think is very attainable, maybe it is something that we as a city are looking at, trying to fund.
Well, it's going to be interesting when Harris presents us with his budget asks, and to see where it falls in there and how much funding he already has towards that goal and how much he needs to come up with. So I think it's pretty.
I'd love to see it on a capital.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where he's looking for it for. And so I think that, even if he starts a fund saving towards that, that's an attainable goal. But as team council, being very clear that we support this, tell us what we can do more. And, if there's anything that we can do, then let's do it. We keep that communication open, we keep that support going, and we help him reach that goal.
I'm a big fan of putting money where things are working, right?
Yeah. But I think that the problem I run into thinking this year is normally in a normal year, I'd be like, yeah, let's see what the city can do to help move something around. I don't think there's going to be any money to move around. I think we're going to be even in a tighter budget this year than we were last year. I don't think things are freeing up enough yet.
Hey, you watch your mouth, woman.
I'm a realist. Yeah, that's what you get. Anyway. And I think that, there's going to be a lot of planning the department's going to have to be doing. I mean, I think Judy's right. We're going to have to be very deliberate in cutting back on things and making do with a little bit less. And that's a hard thing to tell our staff, but I think our staff sees it too.
So,
that was my concern about our paying all those SDCs into the SDC fund. It's going to take a lot of money out of that council reserve.
I start to wonder too,
But if we didn't charge them, we wouldn't have to pay them.
Yeah, that's true.
and this is, this is just, speaking hypothetically, philosophy, whatever. But I wonder, we have like charitable contribution funds, for instance, that we allocate out as a city. Is that when we start thinking about something like a bookmobile or something like that, that isn't, say, necessarily an essential service, is there something that we might want to say, hey, we appreciate that, we want to provide a few $1,000s to the charities in our community, but we are ultimately using taxpayer dollars for that? Is the community, and again, it's a question, it's not a position.
We would have to, in order to shift that around, we would have to not put the money in the charitable fund to begin with.
And that's what I'm
Because we
saying.
cannot use the money from the charitable fund to do anything for the library,
And that's what
We can't?
not to my knowledge.
no, because
No.
it's a city department.
It's
Okay. I was wondering, why the hell not? Why
And
give
that's-
it to other people?
And that's kind of a
Makes sense.
little bit of what I'm suggesting, that if we are a city that is strapped for cash, is charitable giving necessarily the best thing for us to do? And that's the question, right? If there are, say, programs that we think are a great community benefit, but aren't being operated by charities in our community, such as, say, a bookmobile, that we know that there could be a good positive impact that we want to fund, is it a better community benefit for us to put, if it's $15,000, toward something like that through the city's budget than to put it out through piecemeal $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 grants to community charities? So it's
Well, the good news is.
for 1 year, right?
For that, the good news is the library is part of the general fund.
Right.
So we would have the option of not putting that money into the charitable fund as much. We could reduce the amount of our charitable fund this year, and we could move more of that general fund to the library. Correct, Rich? Am I correct in that?
As long as it's general fund money,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can prioritize the placement of general fund money
Yeah.
wherever you want.
What's the amount we normally put in that charitable fund?
It varies.
19,000, 20,000, something like that. But yeah,
How
but
much?
like $19,000 or $20,000. But just from my perspective, like the answer to that question is no.
Sure.
Like I would rather fund the summer festival,
I would rather-
the house, and
yeah.
the history center than a bookmobile.
We
Like,
get charitable-
That's not to say that both aren't important, but to the policy question,
Right.
my perspective is
And
I agree.
I start to just kind of play the hypothetical of it more just on the sense of, well, we're only funding 10% of the fireworks show of Summer Festival when we are providing what we are providing to Summerfest. Or we're only providing $1,000 of an $80,000 budget to, to this charity or to that charity. So like, we're providing one brick in the wall to the work that's happening, and that is an important brick, and every brick is important for these underfunded charities. As opposed to, we could fund an entire community benefit,
And
Yeah.
we're forgetting one funding option here for this bookmobile. If we advertise that the library is working on this and actively looking for donors to help fund a bookmobile, for that
Oh,
thing,
yeah.
you are going to have people in the
Yep.
community step up and say, I can't fund the whole thing, but here's $5,000.
This
and
gets back
here's
to let
that.
Harrison be Harrison, because
Yes.
I feel like a little bit of
Yes.
room to run. And if he comes to us and says, hey, for a $5,000 match, this dream can come true.
Right.
Like, we
Yes.
can find fund balance, I think.
Yeah.
That's really-
well,
We can sure work on it.
Can a city collect donations?
The library can, yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Library district.
Maybe ways, you guys did.
There's a couple of thoughts that come to mind as well. So my background pre-public service, a lot of it was, I worked for 5 years in sports tourism.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when you're hosting an event, street basketball tournament, for example, and you're looking for sponsors. And a lot of businesses will tell you, sorry, I don't have the money in my marketing budget. Okay, well, we also need, especially restaurants, that's a great example. We need a meal for all of the folks that come and volunteer as court monitors. How about you donate us, meals for 30 and you get a sponsorship that way. And so that's not the perfect example because it's in kind rather than cash, but that's something where, you know, maybe one of the local car dealers, it doesn't have to be brand new, but maybe one of the local used car dealers wants to donate a used minivan, and the Toledo Library Bookmobile sponsored by insert name of, you know, so there is unique opportunities. I also had a meeting this week with a gentleman from Enterprise Fleet. So it's a branch of Enterprise. You're all familiar with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. One of the things that the fleet division does is they work with cities, and so rather than purchasing vehicles, it's a lease program. And you know, depending on the size and composition of your lease, so they're running some numbers for us. Sometimes there's some cost savings in there. So even if we don't necessarily dive the full fleet immediately, there may be an opportunity with Enterprise to say, hey, this is a vehicle we're looking to add. What kind of deal on a lease could you make us? So there are, in addition to possibly it being a capital project, there's a couple of other, to use the terminology let Harrison be Harrison, there's some ways that I think he and I might be able to get creative, and to your point, if not get the whole thing, get it to a point that would be reasonable for council to do a last in match for something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it came down to a certain amount, we could take it out of our city council strategic fund if we have it in there. And then we could make it, you know, make that final push happen.
Yeah.
That can go to anything, right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter what, okay. Because I know the water, general fund, whatever.
I mean, it can go to my Christmas fund and it can pay for my birthday party.
Yeah. Can't buy alcohol with it.
I'm still trying to learn all this financial stuff with the budget, so this is all just learning questions.
No, but you can buy sugar and you can buy hops, grain, and you can make your own.
Don't get them started. Why don't we turn to the police department?
Oh, dang it. Of course you turn to the police department. We're talking about food, like liquor.
Exactly. So page 4,
Page
where
4.
solution is about, right? Where he lays out there some bullet points, and then on the last page, things that he's asking. First thing, clear city council mission statement identifying near-term priorities. Well, that's kind of what we're working on today. So check that one off. We'll take a look at what is recommended there and which of these would raise to the level of a council goal, if any of them.
I feel like our police department, it's actually fully staffed.
Yep.
I just, it has been years. It has been years.
So what, he had something in there I read about, to replace, old rifles or something like that. So do they no longer function? I mean, you know, it's not like a laptop where.
I can answer that. My cousin is a state trooper over on the East Coast, and their department takes their firearms and gets rid of them every couple of years
Why?
because the newer ones are working better and the older ones, and then they just turn around and sell them and get their money back, or get some money for those weapons. But it's the same thing as when a person takes a car and trades it in for a newer version of a car. That's essentially what they're doing with their firearms, just to keep them new.
Some cities you have to pay for your own firearms. Or you have an option to. Ours does not. But even in those cities where we do, I've had some experience with those where they still replace their guns at an average of every other year because they're constantly practicing with them and they're shooting them out. And when you shoot a firearm that much, at some point it might start jamming. It can become unreliable and unsafe.
Okay.
So
Misfires.
making sure that gun is an operate, you know, if he needs it, you want it to work right.
Okay,
And you
thanks.
hope they never did it, right? But yeah, that was a great description. That's part of, you know, you can look at Toledo and say, man, when was the last time one of our officers had to just discharge his weapon? But they stay certified, and so they do get a lot of action on the range.
Yeah, okay.
I do like these two statements under patrol stabilization, but the sergeant's going to be running from 13 patrol rotation. And Shinholster will also be able to focus primarily on her investigative responsibilities.
Okay, wait, I'm lost.
That's on the very first page.
First page of this thing, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
Because for as long as I've known both Pitcher and Shinholster, I've seen them out on patrol nonstop. They rarely get to be behind the desk, and by the most part of Shinholster, she has to investigate the most foulest things that happen in this community. She doesn't need to worry about patrol.
The night my car got backed into in the parking lot out there, it was, Brian, I was up in my office, Brian witnessed it and he called over to PD right away and he said, hey, who's on patrol tonight? And it was Shinholster. Yeah.
I found out about the bank robbery thing because when I was in Night Beach, I was like, is that Pitcher?
Yeah. And that's the great thing about both of those two individuals is, they, my father had this great saying about my maternal grandmother. She wouldn't say if she had a mouthful. And that's the two of them. You're right. The positions that they hold should not be ones that have to be focused on patrol. But when we were understaffed and we needed them to step up and help with that, neither one of them ever, at least to me, never raised a complaint. They're team players. They went where they were needed, but they do need to be able to focus on the duties that they're assigned to.
And recently with Shinholster being in that accident and having to stay off duty for a while, if we had been strapped like we were, say, a year ago with not as many officers, Toledo would have been screwed.
Yeah.
It was all Pitcher that had to step up and do his job and her job. Thank God we're fully staffed.
I have a special place for our police in my heart. There were some years where my family went through some very, very difficult times. My daughters had gone through some stuff and my husband went through a mental breakdown. And the police ended up being called to my house more than one time. And they did it with so much compassion. And they just, the way they did it and the way they handled things, I really, really appreciate our police, because I honestly think if we lived in a larger town, we wouldn't have that relationship with our police officers. And they saw us as people, not just a call that they went to. And they treat you accordingly. We are very, very blessed with police officers that connect with our populace. That's one of the blessings to living in this small town. So I have seen our police chief and his staff overcome so many things that would hamstring a normal department. And he has been patient with us as council has been able to, finally be able to get behind them and support them when they need it. And they have exhibited so much patience for us as a council. I'm proud of them for the accomplishments that they've made, but I'm also really grateful that he is able to very concisely show us what he needs, where he is, and where he's looking towards. So,
The other thing about our police is I have seen time and time again is they would rather educate than criminalize a person. That's why we have so very few tickets in town for.
Officer Cross educated me about stopping stop signs.
Yeah.
he loves pulling me over.
They're more in tune. They're like your neighbors, your friends, your family. It's not like Portland where you've got 1,000 officers that don't know each other. I mean, everybody knows each other here, and that's one of the things I learned is they'd rather educate.
Yeah, I think that's cool. One thing I think a huge benefit of being fully staffed in the police department and having that opportunity to focus on investigations and a little bit of capacity on the command staff. Toledo's not immune to this national trend that we've seen in the expansion of really cheap opiates, fentanyl, and you could ask around a little bit and probably get a pretty good list of like where it's at here. While we can't be everywhere on all things, prioritizing some of those those larger places that are likely connected to some distribution, I think would be to a great community benefit. And would also help with some other downstream problems that I think we're fortunate we've held the line on. We don't have a lot of, I'm not even gonna call it homelessness, it's just like vagrancy, like addiction that is living in the right of way. And
say, Family Promises participating in the point in time count right now.
Yeah.
I was chatting with, I do a lot of work with them. I was chatting with their executive director yesterday. When they were in Toledo this week, I'm sure you guys saw the police department had put up that Family Promise was doing like ride along stuff.
Yeah.
Everywhere that they were expecting to find homeless folks, unhoused folks, they couldn't find.
yeah,
Like they, and that's the question of, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? But yeah.
from my experience in the metro area, like the two things I just mentioned have a very strong link. If it's not entirely causal, it's really close. And so I think the more that the police department can focus on those opportunities locally and hold the line on them, I think we get some livability outcomes. The only other thing I was going to mention about the police department, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, but I think technically our code enforcement is housed in the police department.
Correct.
So I just wanted to touch here that I think a real opportunity to continue some of the work that's gone on. The redevelopment of the hotel was essentially a code enforcement activity that sparked something good in the community.
Yeah.
We know the corridor here on Business 20 in terms of what some of those challenges are with the, I don't know, you either call it McBaron's or the old pizza place or whatever, you know, that as an opportunity. The Texaco,
Part of the problem with both of those is asbestos. And what's happening with the old pizza place is that every time they buy it, they find it, it's not disclosed before they buy it. They think they got a great deal, and then they start working on it and realize, oh, we.
the building's a tear down. I mean,
Yeah.
realistically, and maybe an expensive tear down if there's also
That's the problem,
the
it's gonna
mitigating
be
work to do.
expensive.
But you think about, I mean, like as an opportunity, like, you know, connected housing, like it's a commercial, I mean, you can do that in a commercial space and kind of like the housing that's at the intersection here, you know, some version of that that maybe solves both a livability problem and contributes towards a goal. But I do think just that focus on code enforcement and again, some of those I don't even look at the old Texaco building. I'm so used to driving by it, but it was really interesting as a community member in the city manager recruitments. All of them were like, boy, when we pulled into town, you know, the first thing we saw was this building and this building. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. Like that is kind of how we present ourselves. And so I do think if we can, I would love to see as a council goal in some manifestation or articulation that continuing to make those improvements to code enforcement or otherwise.
The one thing I'll add, and I agree with everything that's been stated here about our police department. As the guy who has to bring you a balanced budget, if there's a negative to having a crew that does education on things like stop signs and that kind of thing, and I'm grateful for that too, because though our police officers have not yet taken the opportunity to educate their city manager on something, there's been some opportunities they could have. By writing less tickets, that is less revenue that goes into, and you know that's a cynical, for lack of a better term, thing to even mention. But when we do have to balance the budget, that's one thing we got to consider is. We could generate more revenue in that area if we wanted to be perceived as a less friendly community. So there is always balances for how a city chooses to emphasize their police department approach.
Well, and educate is a bit of a fine line too, because to some extent, if we're not issuing tickets, we're kind of educating people on the expectation that they won't get a ticket if they do these things. Whereas you learn real fast if you're paying $50 or $100 when you know, speed
And
down
your
the
insurance
street.
goes up to the roof.
But, you know, so I think, you know, maybe it's creating a threshold, you know, and kind of saying educating to a point. And I do think that probably already exists, but maybe move that line a little bit.
Well, in their financial considerations, they talk about public safety surcharges too.
Yes.
Which I think half the public would be good with that and the other half would not.
Oh, yeah.
That's a really interesting perspective, Frank. In Washington, there's, fire departments, independent fire districts, for example, are often kind of like school districts, are funded by levies. And in Washington, a government agency is, in Oregon, it's 3%. In Washington, because there's also sales tax, it's 1% per year property tax increase. But the value of the home obviously goes up much more than 1%. So the mill rate goes down. And so oftentimes you'll see a fire levy on the ballot to reset the levy rate. And there's no new taxes. It's just, resetting the rate. That will still impact your property tax rate, of course, right? But there's also, you can add a 0.3% sales tax for public safety. And even in some of the most conservative areas of Washington State, you never see I shouldn't say never, you very, very rarely see a public safety related ballot measure fail, whether that's a fire district levy or that adding that 0.3 sales tax. People support their public safety.
Not here.
Interesting.
Because when we did a bond for a combination water tower and public safety building, it failed miserably.
Well, it's the building.
Mhm. Then we
The building was the
separated it.
problem, not the public safety, but, so we're gonna go to lunch here pretty soon, and I would just wanna share one story of something that I did. This was a while back, it was last summer, shortly after I'd had my issue. I came home one day from work and I had some squatters on that property that I managed for whoever. I had some squatters there, they put up their tents and everything, and I said, well, you can't be here, we have squatters' rights. Okay, you have squatters' rights, great. I go down to my other pasture, here come all my goats. I thought about getting Daisy up there too.
I was gonna say.
So I just go up there and I open the gate, I put my goats in there and I close it. Well, first thing my goats did is go start chewing on their tents and their clothes and everything, and start chasing them around, and they didn't want to squat there anymore. So that was back when our police department wasn't, they were so understaffed. I'm like, I'm not gonna call the police on this, I'm gonna deal with this, and I did, and
No, the goats did.
the goats did it, and they just wanted to be friends. And then my Billy goat sat there, and he's got like these horns, and he looks all mean, and just sits there and stares at him.
That's what Locke and Rousseau referred to as the state of nature.
Yeah. He has never hurt anybody on purpose.
So squatters'
Yeah.
rights, how long does somebody have to be in a place before they can actually claim squatter? Isn't it like a month?
It's a made up thing.
Yeah, I didn't even care. They weren't gonna stay.
Oh, no.
So-
I was just curious about the time because I see people claiming that all the time.
I think it's
Urban
just a
myth.
BS made up thing.
Yep.
And many are under the illusion that it is a real thing.
Let's take a look at the police department's recommendations, which are on the 4th page, the bottom, strategic path forward. So they say establish a clear city council mission statement, fine. Develop a long-range city vision, which we're not really doing today, but, you do have the possibility of thinking about doing something like that. The third one is conduct professional facilities assessment of existing police building. Now, that could rise to the level of a council goal because that might be pretty expensive to do. So, should decide, Rich, you have any insight on that?
We're working on it.
Well, and that's an interesting thought, because our police building is it sits in the floodplain. And the mayor made a comment a minute ago about the reason a bond failed was because
It's in the tsunami zone.
It's in the tsunami zone. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. Good. Yeah, good. Very good
Both
clarification.
Aren't both true? It's still in the floodplain too, isn't
It's
it?
behind it.
Yes.
It's behind a dike. So it's not technically, you could, from a FEMA perspective, you could replace the building if we tore it down. So
Okay.
it's not.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Because of the dike. You're
Yes.
correct. So the mayor made the comment a minute ago about a bond failing because it included would have been including funds for a new public safety building. The city has purchased a building right up there, former bank building. And the initial vision, and he mentions in that bullet point about now the dispatch operations have been relocated. The goal or the vision when the city purchased that building was that it would become the Toledo Police Department. And that was when we had dispatch too, and they would have taken up the building. Now that that piece has been contracted out, we are now looking at what else fits in that building. The vision is still that the police department would move up there. The vision or the question now is, what do we do with the remaining portion of the building? So I find it interesting that and not to say it's a bad idea, but when we talk about finite resources, that was my first thought. Is I think whether that is a fiscal goal of the city or not really will be determined by how much funding are we able to secure toward renovating that building, because it's a better location and it has room for growth. And you know, when I was in CELA, we were looking at doing a similar. Our police station was in rented space, and we were looking to build a permanent. And that really the question that we kept going back on was, how much money do we want to invest in this current building versus saving for a new one, while also making sure that we're giving our staff what they need to be comfortable and successful. So there's that balance. So I give all of that background, John, to say, to me, that one really depends on several other factors.
Okay. That's a real big anger spot for a lot of people here in Toledo, that building.
Yes.
A lot of people are pissed off, so much so that a former counselor and I used to be good friends, and now he absolutely refuses to speak to me which is Rob DeCrow, because he said that anything done to that building is a crock of shit, and we should build a new building on top of the fire department and put the police there.
Regardless of the fact that that's not even a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we got into that argument, and now, I mean, people are so angry about that purchase. All these years ago, it was before my time. It's still rings true.
But it was because of the transparency. It all goes back to transparency. Because we were getting such a good deal on the building, we could not disclose the price that we were paying for it until the deal was done. Because if something happened to the deal, everybody else on the market that was looking at that building would know.
Change the market price.
That they were offering it for us for a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, it was just really.
So instead of paying the 600,000, we paid 2.
So a third of the cost.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
then it
was time to move. So we did it, but because we weren't transparent, because they had a non-disclosure clause, we were hiding things and did it fishy, and they have still not gotten over the fact that we didn't have any choice in the matter.
Well, former Mayor Rod Cross had said also that the city manager at the time told everybody they have a plan for the building, and once it got bought, he said, no, we don't have a plan for it yet.
Yeah.
I think I'll take a page out of something that Eric had directed toward me on a different topic and just wanted to do so. I feel like this is something where there is kind of a lingering, loud minority of people who are still upset about this. It is not really.
It's PR.
And it's more, when I say a loud minority, I mean, it's not like the city is in uproar and that we should be making decisions based on a couple of people who still have lingering issues from when they were heavily invested in it years ago and maybe are just still bitter about the outcome. We're at a point in time now where forward is the only thing that matters.
Same on.
Although I think that's true, although I will caveat, and I've told you guys on my first meeting, as such was the case, or as luck would have it, I guess, but to the extent that the public finds out that there is an ambition by some to move City Hall there, they're gonna be right back in it.
I think they already know it.
I don't think so. Like, I don't think,
Not enough
yeah,
are aware.
I don't think so.
If they were paying attention, they would, because when those guys came here and showed all the different
They'll-
maps and stuff.
They'll get upset when they come to City Hall and the doors are locked.
But-
They won't necessarily, because these are, I think, largely the people who are also not opted into our emails, not following the social media. These are the people who
Normal
are,
people.
yeah.
Well, I think it's gonna, once we're in there, it's gonna improve access to City Hall. It's gonna improve access, like not only parking, but we're gonna have just better access. I mean, yeah, we have a wheelchair ramp and we do, we have that, but the stairs aren't the easiest for some people to climb. And, so if you wanna go in and pay your water bill, that's kind of the best way to go. You have to get up the stairs or you have to go all the way around about. This building's old, it's starting to have issues, serious issues. There's some question as to whether or not it's gonna be continued to be safe. So, I think if we present all those things rationally and reasonably to the community, enough of them will come on board.
And show them.
There's so many traditionalists.
But you have to
This is
appeal
City
to their
Hall and
needs.
it's historic City Hall. We need to find something and put it on the books. That this is our old treasure building. We're going to turn it into the history museum and an apartment. Once we have a plan for it and not a discard of it, then they'll be ready to move on to forward progress.
Good point.
But if we are not disclosing what our intentions are with this building, they will not allow us to vacate it
And I will say, I think that Eric,
unless it's deadly.
I think that Eric is still at least partially correct in that there's a segment of the community that'll never be happy about it, right? And whether that segment is this big or this big.
I'll be really clear, like, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're moving, and I hope we're not moving. To be clear about my perspective, like, I don't think it is a value that the community has to move City Hall off of Main Street. I'm much more curious if we could get money from the legislature, what it would look like to improve this facility rather than try to move it. But I don't. I mean, I could be totally wrong. I just, like, my gut says, like, this is a 70-30 issue. Like, that 70% of the public in Toledo would not favor moving this building off of Main Street.
Exactly.
And so that's where I'm coming at the issue from, and I totally hear you, Mayor, and I think seismic work in this building should be a priority. I think accessibility work in this building should be a priority. This council chambers is dingy. Like, I've been trying to think about, like, what we could even just do to make this look better with, like, some volunteer work kind of thing. But like, I'm not going to suggest that this is amazing in the state that it's in, but the damage that we've already done on Main Street and where we're at with our just commercial storefronts and our vibrancy, like, I think I know what my opinion is. I think I have a guess at what the community might feel about it, and I just can't imagine that we're to a place where the community would support that.
So what do you think we should do with the building up there? I'm curious.
Yeah, I think we should totally get the police department out of the dingy building that they're in, and I think that's a great facility for them. It's probably a little oversized, so if there's another use that makes sense, like, I don't believe that the sheriff's office needs an east precinct or something, but, like, you try to think about what it would look like if there are others who need facilities and they could share it, because it's a little too big for our police department as it is without a records division. It's too small as it is if we're going to try to have it be City Hall and a police department. And so then you're in, like, total candor, like, when the council was talking about which package to ask the legislature for, I was like, ask for the big one, because hopefully you won't get it.
Yeah. All over the world.
I mean, that was what, that's sort of my perspective on it, but so anyway, I do think we should move the police department. I think that's great that we own that asset. I think Councilor Kaufman, you were wise, and the council at the time was wise to acquire that building for the price that you acquired it. But
We couldn't pass it up.
you could sell it now for a nice
But we couldn't be
return,
secretive.
yeah.
Well, nobody will
Yeah.
buy it because it's got a $1,500 bill for basic water. That's zero use. And that's why none of the buyers would buy the damn thing to start with, and why they offered it to us.
$1,500?
It was pretty
Their
much on
water
sale,
bill
too.
for that building start because of the public water meter, because it's public access building.
The fire flow, was it
The flow, the
The
size
fire
of the
flow cost?
water meter
yeah.
is a $1,500 a month charge.
Damn.
I didn't know we had any that big.
Now, is
And
there a way to
everybody that
change
looked at
that?
buying the building,
I think that's the fire flow fee. It's not water consumption from the building, but
No.
it's like a,
that's before that even starts.
Yeah.
That's basic is $1,500 a month, and anybody that was interested was like,
Oh, okay.
so they require a big, it's similar to the SDC methodology. Like
Yes.
you run down that path far enough, like it starts to make the same amount of sense, I guess.
It makes no sense.
Which might be no sense.
Eric, I am really glad that you shared your perspective on that with council, because it's nice to hear another perspective other than, because I have honestly felt like this has been kind of almost a forced issue. We don't have the money, but we're gonna make the dream and we're gonna work on it and we're gonna do this, that, but we still don't have the money. And it felt like a lot of the, like we were trying to cramp everybody in.
Yeah.
And so I do definitely appreciate other perspectives. I'm just one of these people, okay, I have my opinion until I hear everybody else's. And then I decide whether or not any of those opinions make my opinion change. I'm always subject to change if I hear something else. And I think that's how we should always be on all of our matters.
Yes.
And so I like the idea of having a different approach there. And I definitely think we're gonna have more conversations about this.
I personally didn't want to see City Hall go off of Main Street because it's a centralized location for the city.
Well, and that's okay.
But if we had to, the main reason I think that this was brought up was that stuff that's leaking in from
If it's
underground.
unsafe.
But if it's not unsafe, I don't see as to why we have to spend all this money on making a city hall up there if we can spend less money on making this one more accessible and better.
Exactly.
So if we didn't move City Hall up there, we could have them come back with a different design, police station only. The upgrades would probably be cheaper. We wouldn't have an addition.
Or maybe even make inside that's not necessarily the police department, secure area, meeting rooms where, say, a company wants to hold a retreat. They can rent this meeting room out for such and such time, and it's a revenue stream for the city. And it doesn't take away from the police department if it's a open access area.
Yep.
There's a bunch of different things that can be done there.
Counselor, you mentioned a minute ago about this space being dingy. For a council chambers, it is, no doubt. But for some of the other.
To be clear, I was speaking just specifically about this space, not
yes,
the.
Our
room,
projector is
yeah.
being held up by two binders and a remote.
Yeah.
I never noticed that.
I know.
This is pointing that out. And I'm like, what's the problem with
I
that?
was under the impression that was like that projector and the whole setup was going to be replaced by October 15th. So I've been meaning to ask about that.
Oh,
But
I'll check in with Justin on that. But so I agree with you that for a council chambers, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But some of the other options that could be used in this space, it would be great for. And so as this conversation is ongoing, one of the things that's coming to my mind is a hybrid idea. I know a lot of communities in Washington have their council chambers in their police station. So you mentioned a minute ago that, we submitted a request to the state with a floor plan for the building that would add a physical addition to it. That would be the council chambers. Well, if what we decided was we were going to keep City Hall here and invest money to update the rest of the building, this area, we could still build a chambers up there because obviously there is going to be unused space with just a police station. And air chambers, yeah. It could be the chamber's chambers.
For me.
Oh, there you go. Especially like 10 years down the road or whenever it is he's ready when he becomes
We really
mayor.
want to play on this.
Mayor Chambers.
Yeah, that's a good way to not become the mayor.
Make rich rich. And
Right, yeah, make rich rich, then Eric Chambers can have chambers.
But as we're talking about, creative ideas, that's a thought that this area has a whole separate entrance than the rest of the building.
I don't hate that idea. I really like Frank's idea, which is like, what does it look like to use some of that extra space as community space? I mean,
Yeah.
today we moved here because we have a group in the building that we were
Yeah.
going to use. And so we've got some constraints around that. If that community space can also be configured in a way where we could conduct, the
Yeah.
government's business there at some point, like, I don't think that's terrible. Maybe you put your work sessions there and you conduct your business at City Hall. I mean, maybe that's a way.
And
to
even
differentiate.
enterprise a little bit, think of it as rentable space that community organizations could potentially use a conference room or something like that. And now we've got even a small amount of revenue opportunity that could be coming out of that. And I think I sit kind of in a combination of other counselors. We've not really had this level of a conversation in the year that I've been on council. And I think the conversation around moving up there started kind of in force just before I got onto council. But I think a bit of where I disagree on the idea of how many people would be upset if it moved. I do think there's a certain status quo thing that a lot of folks are very comfortable with how things are and they don't like the amount of change there is. But if there were, say, to Jackie's point, a solid plan for what we're doing with this space, that once it's in place, the benefit is recognized and can be understood. So I don't necessarily think that current public perception is necessarily based on how satisfied people would be with City Hall if it were moved up there. I think it's more, we live in a community that tends to be very reluctant to change, and that's not necessarily meaning they don't accept change when it benefits them.
And they value history.
Yeah, and
City Hall's been here for how long?
yeah, and I think, kind of to something that Eric and I think have both brought up a few times, and Frank was bringing up as well. The part that I was always most concerned about was that what is most affecting business sustainability on Main Street is a lack of foot traffic, and City Hall is a pure foot traffic facility. And so you take away anything that brings foot traffic but isn't for its business sustainability dependent on it. Out of Main Street, you're only going to be negatively affecting. I think of when I bought the house here in Toledo, the first thing I did was I had to come to get my water turned on. Before I did that, I walked into Cup of Sass, right? And that's just kind of the way that people interact with the businesses here. So I think knowing what that plan is going to be and to show that the plan for this building is happening simultaneously to the plan for that building, whether it is retaining City Hall or upgrading it or converting it into something else, that we need to look at both buildings as, and I'm glad that we have public facility plan now on the board, but we are treating that as one process, one plan that is incorporating both buildings, because I think that the functionality is going to be so interwoven and it's essential that it is.
There's something that you said that triggered something different in my brain as I was thinking one thing and you're talking. So whatever you said, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was sitting there reminiscing about the glory days of our Main Street when we were younger. That was a long time ago. But we used to have an ice cream shop there. We used to have a hardware store on Main
A
Street.
movie theater.
A movie
A
theater.
JCPenney's, a
Yes.
Ford garage.
And then after that, all of that went away. Then we ended up with all these really great shops. Antique stores. And those antique stores would draw people from around the country. They would come to Toledo. And then COVID came. It started to kind of get even worse before COVID, but when COVID came, it just wiped everything out. Those antique stores didn't survive it.
The last
ones.
ones.
Yeah, the last ones didn't. And before that, they went from antique stores to art,
And kitchen.
and stuff like that, yeah. But nothing's been able to really maintain. But what I'm wondering is, how many, we've got lots of small shops that are open and available to rent on Main Street. Is there any way that we can use any of our URA funding or maybe not URA, but some sort of funding
Economic development.
for economic development where we can do startup grants. Like somebody has a dream, but they don't have $10,000, the money that they need, that seed money to make that business go. If they could come to the city and present us with a business plan and an idea of what they want and maybe some projection, and we as a council go, yeah, that's a great idea. We could, we would like to help support that, and we could give them a loan. And that loan would be paid back over enough of a period of time that it's not going to be a burden to that business. That is something that I would like to see us be able to do. And I think that would be one way of helping attract businesses to Main Street. It could be a Main Street economic development fund that we create. And it would be seed money to help businesses come here and to help them. I mean, I think we could go a long way with something like that.
I'd love to see a true Main Street Association.
Can't we do that to the URA? Because we're
I was
already
gonna
giving
say.
that 50,000
Infrastructure.
out every year.
Infrastructure, but that's not infrastructure. That's, I'm talking about.
Another one
That's what I mean, we
with
could
a
do a
loan.
separate one.
Yeah. with a
Rather
loan.
than
Because the first one is
forgivable-
forgivable, the second one they'd have to pay back.
Right,
And we
just
can
a different
also,
program.
Yeah.
one of the major barriers for business is the state of the actual, like storefronts, the actual like physical condition of them, and that at least something I've heard, and I don't want to speak to which buildings in particular this is the case for, because most of the vacancies are currently in disrepair and they're owned by a couple different people, but I've heard from some businesses that have inquired about some of those spaces that, one, the rent is too high for what they're getting, and that the building owners are, for the most part, if not entirely, unwilling to bear any of the responsibilities for the condition that the spaces are in. And they are unbudging on their rents. So one of the things that we've seen other communities do is try to create some incentives for, and I should say this is more penalizing than it is like kind of financial benefit, but Pendleton, for instance, recently put a vacancy tax, something along the lines of a vacancy tax, to say that if your storefront is vacant or there is not active progress toward filling it, that property owner will be paying a tax that ultimately takes away some of the things that keeping it vacant incentive, there are currently some ways that financially it benefits their business to keep the property vacant under the condition that it's in.
Turn that a tax or a fine?
Fine.
Okay, because I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm not
Vacancy fee.
Yeah,
not liking
yeah.
the tax
Right,
thing.
whatever you call it, someone will call it a
Well,
tax, right? Someone will call it a tax, somebody will call it
Absolutely.
whatever, but really it's
Because
to
they
say.
send tax.
Yeah, but really it's to
But-
say, if you can't, positively if
I love it.
your business is bringing down, it's also affecting property values, it's affecting
Yeah.
livability, it's affecting, all these other things, because I think one of the big problems that we have, Tracy, you mentioned kind of how businesses, COVID, and even before COVID, causing businesses to struggle. We have since 1954, thank you for bringing it up with the county seat, since 1954, our business sustainability has only seen removal of organic traffic from the county seat, and having people needing to come to the county for their various resources. Toledo was the place to go. And then, of course, people not going through Toledo to get to, to Newport, as organically means more traffic is going away. So all of these things kind of being taken away, forces now more strategic recruitment of people to come to. You mentioned all the cities that people have to go to intentionally.
Yeah.
Toledo's now one of those cities, right? Toledo is now one of those cities that you have to have the intention to go to Toledo to get things, to do things in a way that it used to be organic.
So, and I think you're right, because like the reason I have my business in Newport was because, firstly, that's where Paul had it. I have a different reason for maintaining it there, but I do have a goal to move my business back to Toledo, to Main Street. I kind of would like to do it right now, but I have a son in school still in Newport. And so I need to wait until he graduates. Cause I need to take him to school every morning and pick him up after school every day, and I'm not gonna keep driving back and forth.
I think you're a great example of like what we can hope for, right?
Yeah.
Like a tax preparer on Main Street, awesome. Like that would be amazing. And a cabinet maker on Main Street would be amazing. I mean, like you just think about what that could look
Well,
like.
the cabinet shop
I know.
it's not on Main Street.
I know.
There is one.
Although still filling
Yeah.
what would have otherwise been a void. And I think, Andrew, you did a really good job of articulating a couple of the big barriers, the building condition and just some eccentric owners.
Yeah.
And those two things combined, I mean, it's not an environment where an owner is going to put a bunch of tenant improvement funds into but I do think, to the mayor's point, again, sort of stopping short of like, what are the specific ways to fix it, but identifying it as a problem and as a goal, like a council goal of vibrant filled storefronts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we figure it out from there in terms of almost a building by building, storefront by storefront examination of like, what are those opportunities?
And that's a good point. Now that lunch is here.
I'm not opposed to the idea of fine, but I think we would need to flesh that out a lot more. And I think we would have to say, okay, if you're holding this vacant for more than 90 days.
And that's where those fines, there are usual thresholds of how long.
There's no active attempt at renting it out.
Yeah.
So, Rich,
Yes,
to make this easier, could you possibly have a discussion with Savani and see what our parameters would be on enforcing that here in Toledo? And we can have a discussion at it at another meeting?
Yeah.
Because I
And I'll talk to Pendleton as
absolutely
well.
love that
Yeah, and
idea.
I shared that with you a while ago, that it's something that, former Mayor Cross and I had been talking about in 2024 a lot as I was thinking about being on the city council, this is one of the approaches that we were very interested in.
Yeah.
And, we were talking about like the University of Oregon program. One of the things that I kind of wanted to pitch as an idea for that, and I know I teased it a little bit a couple of weeks ago, was University of Oregon has the Sustainable City Year program.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that we could apply for that with the goal of having them come to a business needs assessment. That is basically saying, what are the businesses that, if we were to, gauge what the community is looking for in businesses, how do we figure out what businesses will be sustainable here? What type of businesses to recruit here? Because one of the things I think about a lot is I talked about that organic foot traffic thing, right? The City Hall type of businesses, the Cascades West facility across the street, the ones that if we could get some of those humans.
Sharon Branster, coup d'etat.
Right.
She absolutely went to battle for that facility, and yeah.
So I used to be the comms director at 390 Way in Denver, and we housed the statewide 211 center, and we actually had set up a walk-in center for people to get resources for all kinds of things. But having just that type of if we were to set up some sort of like community support center, for instance, where people are able to just come, they're going to go to Cul-de-sacs, they're going to go to Timbers, they're going to go to the stores, they're going to go to those other places and help support those businesses. So it's got to be that blend of the tax preparer, the cabinet maker, but it also needs to, I think, include some of those organic foot traffic type of organizations that bring customers.
Imagine a theater. Imagine if we had a theater where people could come in and do performances and
Oh no, I think.
something for our kids to do instead of just going out and
That's the
doing
actual
movies.
idea.
So Andrew does that here every Wednesday night.
I mean,
Right on Main Street.
you could have local people, perform or
Thank you.
do, I'm thinking of we could have comedians come. Eric could be up there. And,
Don't make it up, we just drank.
I deserve that.
and
I'll be the opening act and then he'll just roast.
there you go. I mean, we got it covered. But I mean, I can see that, us having a theater somewhere and
Bandon has a performing arts center.
yeah,
That is. We have one in Newport too.
we have one in
And we're
Newport.
gonna
be a market for it.
We're
You're talking about doing a market.
amazing theater building at school.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll be
Yeah.
technically down.
And that's the kind of thing that the city or program.
Okay, I'm gonna be a facilitator here for a moment.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, really, I should have stopped you an hour ago.
Yeah, but that's not how we roll.
I know, I could tell, and this was a
Good luck with
really
that.
great conversation. It's great. And it's kind of thing where,
Thank you, sir.
you're gonna set your goals and then you need to set agenda items for each one of those goals, where you can sit down and have this kind of brainstorming session. I didn't want to stop you at all, this discussion you were having. In fact, I'm gonna suggest that as we have lunch, we could just continue that discussion. If that's okay with everybody. But we need to get to the point this afternoon that we're gonna whittle all this stuff down to some tangible goals. And I do want to look at the goals from last year and the year before, after lunch. And see what's worthy of retaining and what's new that needs to be added to them.
And
So-
maybe notate what we've already accomplished is towards any of those.
Exactly, yeah, we're gonna walk through them. Okay.
That's Ezra.
Why don't,
Are
yes,
we working through lunch or we're gonna break?
what do you wanna do? We could break.
I could use
I want a few minute break.
15.
Why don't we take a 15-minute
Yeah,
break?
I need to.
I'd like to run my dog home. I've got a
Sure.
bar, so.
Sure. Let's make this happen. So I handed out to you today copies of the 23-24 goals, and then attached to the back of that, the 24-25 goals. Why don't we take a fast look at the goals for 2 fiscal years ago and see if any of these were completed. And
Do we have 25, 26?
no, we don't. Already.
Those are what we're doing.
No.
No,
We're doing 27.
there weren't any goals for 25, 26.
We redid
We did this in April at the port offices.
well, we pretty much redid the 23-24s. They were pretty much a copy of.
Okay, this is all.
Reworded a little.
Yeah, you're right,
Which
Andrew.
I can find.
With David Klein at that time, I think,
I wasn't there.
when we did it.
But we just kind of,
Well, if they did, what you may have come up with did not get incorporated into like city documents, because when we do our RCA's, these are the goals that we're working off.
Okay.
Yeah, we were working out of the port office all day that day.
Got it. Yeah, let's just take a look at the ones from 23-24 real quick.
You have a copy of that, John?
Complete a strategic, yeah, I do. Complete a strategic, oh, by the way, this is the only thing that's on the website, is the 23-24.
Really?
Speaking of keeping it up to date.
Oh.
Whatever KVR. I'll put it on the list.
Complete a strategic plan to help guide city investment of financial and staff resources. Is that ever done? It's on the to-do list, to do a strategic plan?
No, he was answering a different question.
No, I think,
My apologies.
Carry on.
anyway, so that's there. So just take a look down through these goals. Which of these are on this list that were not done that still ought to have some attention paid to them?
Number 2 should pretty much, I don't know, on our paperwork, the goals and everything, talking about adding, where the hell did it go?
the focus for forum.
Yeah, a community forum.
Yeah, for social media and stuff like that. Yeah, the social media coordinator, to me, Paul's kind of already taken that on, and which kind of fits right there and keep the community informed, because Paul's been blasting city stuff every single day, which is amazing because I'm seeing more people react to those.
Well, and we just formed the social media committee as well, so we can unify kind of the approach to social media and make decisions of what we're gonna do with the platforms we're gonna use.
And the social media committee, let me set that up. The social media committee is amongst staff members.
Yes, one person from every department, well, except for Public Works, Brian's in on it, Arlene's in on it. So, I mean, and Chief Pace is the main person for police department, but Wendy's backup. So there's some directors in on it because they're interested in it, but
And that's been the big thing for us, prior to Paul trying to make a unified effort on this, is the libraries manage theirs, the police have managed theirs. The city recorder has managed city halls, and it's been kind of siloed. Everybody puts up their own thing, but there really isn't a coordinated plan on what platforms we're using and how we're speaking and that kind of things.
I've been the first comms director at several organizations. I'm very used to this. My only concern is that without a dedicated staff for external communications, public information officer, social media manager, or something like that, I don't love that what I just heard was somebody from every single department is doing something outside of the scope of their job. That's not like, it's wonderful to see people kind of scrapping together something that's really good, but we are also a city that needs public works to do public works, that needs our city recorder to be able to focus on the mountain of duties that we already
have for you. So I think it's a good for now, but I do think that there's still a very strong need for, not just for social media, but we're talking about postcards, we're talking about texting, we're talking about all these other things. That's a burden. And having one person who is kind of thinking about the messaging as a whole is, I think, a unique staff position that is leveraging the, say, representatives from different departments to help, fuel the content that's going out, but not putting as much burden is what I'm concerned about.
Also, I think it was a couple of years ago, part of that keeping the community informed. The fire department put up that radio antenna to keep the community informed. And I think they worked on it for a couple months and now they don't put anything on it. So we have that radio station that they could be informing the community about things, not they, but whoever is in charge of that. It's went to the wayside. I don't think I've heard anything for a year on that.
And he's been tuned into it 24/7.
No, but when I go in my car, I change it to it.
Waiting for it to.
You have to have, it was one that you have to be inside the city limits to be able to hear it, which I really wanted to expand it to the outside city limits a little bit. But like when we had the fire at the mill, it never got put on the radio station when it should have.
Numbers again,
The what?
the call numbers?
I think it's 92.1. It's programmed in my car.
So there's one
You're the
thing,
guy in the apocalyptic movie.
There's
It's
something
just
that-
waiting for that first message.
Yes. No. It's, if we're going to inform our community, we have to be
Using all
Consistent.
outlets. Yeah.
The mayor has.
consistent.
That's
Madam Mayor,
I'm just waiting.
go ahead, interrupt.
No, I won't. I'm sorry. We are doing too much of that. So, I will not interrupt. But, one thing that I wanted to note, and this is no criticism on you, but I am seeing there, when you're talking about how they form the committee, I was curious. But when it comes to staff members and what they're doing and how they're organized, that is Rich's job. And it is none of our damn business.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you said that I don't really like that, I think it should be this way. That was you stepping out of, that would be us stepping out of our lane, telling him how to do his job.
You mind if I respond to that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Because I don't think
So-
that's what you were intending.
No, so one of the things that is incumbent on us is to also be thinking about what staffing is necessary for the city. So he needs to come to us if he is wanting to create a new position, or if we are saying that we have priorities for the city. It is also incumbent on us to provide guidance to the city manager on things that we consider priorities. I, as an individual, believe that having a dedicated communications person, that is something that is important to me. I did not instruct him to do anything. I did not instruct any staff member to not do anything related to communications. I simply emphasized that it is my opinion that I don't love the idea of staff doing things that are outside of the scope of their work. That's not directing anybody to do anything.
Right, but let me add a caveat to that. Sophia at the library, that is her job description. She's the one that plans the event, she advertises.
Yep.
That's her job for the library. So we already have that.
Yep.
Chief Pace has taken it on for him with his myriad of assignments and things he has to do. So I'm not sure that we need to recognize that that is happening already in the departments.
Yeah.
And what the purpose of the social media committee is to bring them all together and set a unified plan. When we speak as one. So whatever the library puts out, we 100% support it. Whatever we put out, everyone supports it. Like the other day, I put up the recap. And I took pictures from a different angle than someone else did, and I showed the faces of Officer, what's his face's name and his family. He called Chief called me and said, please take those pictures down. So I went and I edited those same pictures to remove his family and put them back up. See, so if there's a policy
Right.
that says, when a police officer is sworn in, we do not show the faces of any of the people that are standing up there with him. Or if we're going to put a post including that, we need to run it by the chief before we post it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It establishes that policy that no matter who does what, we have a unified voice.
All right. Well, you know what, I think we're gonna turn to the 24-25 goals. Ones on the wall here, which are, you have them here in your packet. Yes, Rich for his photography, who provided this. And there's 6 goals here, which is about the maximum number you should have, maybe 8, 6, somewhere right in there. And obviously, you apparently had a conversation a year ago or so with David about these things, which we don't have a record of, what was come up with that. But of these 6 goals, which of these are still valuable? Which would you modify, which would you eliminate, and what do we need to add on to this list?
Well, after last week's meeting or the week before that, with adding that text my gov and all that stuff, number 2 is exactly what it looks like it's focusing on.
That one looks good.
And also number 4, it hits to that as well.
What's that?
That hits to number 4, civic engagement.
No.
Is 5 something we've accomplished? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't remember that.
I know Larry was working on, I know that Larry has been working on that. I don't know if it's completed yet. I'll check with him. But it has been something that we our emergency, emergency management professional has been expending time and effort.
Okay.
Number
That's still
6.
ongoing.
Oh,
So
sorry.
it's still there.
Number 6 is kind of what we were talking about earlier when I think it was between you 3 right there, talking about ways to get people to be building and getting our Main Street. I think number 6 absolutely has to be in there because we need to get more people in here.
Yeah, it covers a lot of your conversation this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And back to number 5 a little bit, just a bit of a tangent. A year ago, when we terminated our city manager and we didn't have an interim city manager in place at the time, that emergency operations plan, that it was outdated as it was the closest document that we had to a continuity of government plan.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to kind of tangentially reference that I would add, if we are continuing to look at number 5, we should also be looking at creating some documentation around continuity of government.
And I do know that that's been a part of what he's been working on, I'm happy to say.
But there is,
It hasn't
right,
been completed yet. is it?
yeah, because there is a definition for continuity of government within an emergency operations plan and continuity of government for just pure sake of vacancy, right? The situation that we had last year was not an emergency by
I got you.
definition.
Okay.
And the emergency operations plan, for instance, says that in the absence of the city manager, the mayor steps in the emergency to fill certain decision-making roles that our charter would not allow.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right?
Okay.
So if
Okay.
it's not definitively an emergency, you can't default to the mayor in
Yeah.
violation of the charter.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you right now, if our city manager leaves, I'm quitting.
So,
We'll just flatten his tires.
so I just wanted to add to it that I think what that situation, as
That's
we're
a
talking
great
about
point.
the emergency operations plan, that situation revealed to us that we didn't have a continuity of government.
Well, we definitely didn't really have a plan for emergencies when that person was driving their truck down Sturtevant and it was shooting out them hot sparks and lit all of Sturtevant on fire. So if you head north on Sturtevant, you can see patches of black. We had no way of doing anything other than Brian and I posted up at Sturtevant and 10th, and the mayor went to the thing at the high school, but there was no communication on how we go through this emergency because there was fires everywhere.
I remember going to Mike and Tia's place and that was back, because it was right by their house. It almost got to their house. And then Richard and Ashton were down there digging. Richard was showing Ashton how to dig out the hot spots because, my husband and son are wildland firefighters. So he was teaching Ashton how to dig out the hot spots the right way. And
Table Mountain Forestry
they jumped in,
really
yes.
stepped up, and they brought in water tankers and everything and started trying to fight the fires.
They didn't even wait for permission. They just did it.
Yep.
So here's, as you're talking about goals, I think Andrew's point about a continuity of government plan, and how that differentiates in emergency versus non-emergency, that really speaks to the point I want to make here, which is, Frank, a couple times, and I don't disagree with you, you've said this needs to be a focus, this needs to still be in. But look at the wording of the goals themselves and see if it fully covers what it should. Right. So it shouldn't be just an emergency operations plan. It should also be our continuity of government plan in number
Yeah,
5.
I agree.
So-
Wording could be changed.
Yeah. So that's what I'm getting at is
And-
not just the themes, but the actual content of the goals.
Yes, indeed.
Tweaks, additions. Yeah.
So are you proposing that we just add, like, change it to improve emergency preparedness by updating our emergency operations plan and our continuity of government plan by the end of the fiscal year?
That would be one
way.
One way. I certainly would be open to that.
Do you have another one with bigger words?
No,
Please no.
While you know me and I throw out big words every now and then, when it comes to your goals, like number 6, for example, it's 4 lines long. Does it need to be, right? I like goals that are as concise as possible, not just for me to understand, but everybody that's working on them. I want them to be as simple and measurable as possible.
Well, not just that, but we may understanding our wording here, but I've said it many times, especially about our charter, that we have to make it so our citizens can read it too, because it's not only us that's looking at this.
Yeah.
They're gonna look at our council goals, and if they can't understand it, they're not gonna.
How is somebody who didn't sit in this room with you while you talked about it and wordsmithed it?
Gonna
how did they
understand.
interpret it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would probably just tweak number 5 to not say improve emergency preparedness, but say like operational preparedness or something along those
Yeah.
lines. Because the emergency operations plan is for emergency preparedness, whereas continuity of government can include emergency circumstances, but also includes things that are not definitively emergencies, like a natural disaster or something like that.
And do we want to put improve or address?
Since you don't have a continuity of government plan, that would make sense.
Yeah, it would be addressed, because if we don't have it, we can't really improve it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Improving it,
Huh?
creating one that's improving.
We're improving preparedness, right?
We're improving preparedness, but
Right.
we are not.
Not the continuity of government.
I like the word operational instead of emergency there, because as we said, we are looking at both emergency and non-emergency plans.
Well, it could be improve operational preparedness by updating our emergency operations plan and addressing continuity of a government plan by the end of the fiscal year.
Here's why I'm okay with improve, and
Okay.
I'm open to your guys' discussion and your wording. Here's why by changing emergency to operational, if we do that, we are improving our operational preparedness by having a continuity of government plan.
Yeah.
So even if we don't have one currently or it's super outdated, we are improving our preparedness by addressing that topic. So if you want to include the word address later, that's great. But I'm okay with leaving improve at the start.
So how would if you were to do it, how would you read yours?
I would keep improve.
How about just read it to us?
Yeah, change emergency to operational. So it would be improve operational preparedness by updating our emergency operations plan and enacting a continuity of government plan.
I like that. And by
Because that way, since I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head if we have one and needs to be updated or we don't have one, enacting covers both scenarios.
Enacting, now how did you say that again?
So improve operational preparedness
Yeah.
by updating our emergency operations plan and enacting a continuity of government plan by the end of the fiscal year.
You realize that's only 5 months.
These are our 26,
Fiscal year.
27.
Oh, okay, all right, so you can push it off.
Not push it off, but I don't have to do it in 5 months.
Got it.
Yes.
Well, and here's the other thing I'm gonna be
Yes, you do.
proposing, is we start, this is something I wanna do coming up, is I wanna sit here after we get our council goals developed. I would like to create almost like teams of us on the council. A couple people maybe gather together and work on some ideas for one, and then on,
Maybe.
and so we create subcommittees and we work on them, and that way we can work towards these goals rather than just have them sitting there and hoping something we do fits into them.
Right.
I think, and even if it's not necessarily council, I don't disagree with that, but I like, one of the things we did in Gresham when I was out there is we abandoned goals and we started adopting an annual council work plan. And it was sort of encompassing of goals, but they were more sort of programmatically expressed.
Right.
And the nice thing about that is that then the city manager's office, me, plugged in what those, like how those would hit council agendas. So you had this like progression of policy that was structured into the year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't ironclad, like if something needed to move or shift, it could, but we tried to like actually sit down and chart out like, you know, so we want to have more vibrant storefronts. But a year can easily pass and we cannot have more vibrant. But if Rich is going to come to us in May with a staff proposal or some ideas around getting more vibrant storefronts, like then it forces us to encounter that. So like, I don't know if we can map it out on the calendar a little bit, but.
Goals put a certain like pass-fail type of model on our performance, whereas having work plans gives us accomplishable tasks. You know, you can succeed in completing tasks even if they don't yield the outcome you're seeking.
Sure, they have clarity on who they're assigned to, where the responsibilities
Ways to
lie.
measure success.
Yeah.
So to that end, some goals are aspirational.
Yep.
In other words, we don't ever really get there. We strive for them.
Yeah.
And some are plain out achievable, completable goals. And we need to, I think, take that into consideration
Agreed.
when we're looking at these.
Because I think like when we look up here at the mission statement and our values, that's where aspirational things should be.
Yeah.
Our goals should be doable.
Attainable.
Attainable.
Yeah.
And some of them are aspirational and attainable. Like when we're talking about to sustain and expand an inclusive and welcoming environment, that is never, that's not a one and done.
No.
Right.
That's assessing what your current needs are and then moving on from there. And it's going to be continual. Those needs are going to change. And that's a type of goal that you always want to have. But there are attainable components to it, but it's still aspirational and you still want to keep seeking that goal.
That should be the first goal.
That was an acronym.
That should be the very first thing people see on our list, is that statement right there. Because we
Bringing-
just came out and said, not too long ago, that we're a community
Yeah.
that accepts everyone,
Yes.
regardless of what they are.
Yeah.
So that is going to reinforce our proclamation. Or it's not really a proclamation, it was a resolution, but.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I personally like I don't remember what the word you guys used, but get rid of goals. And
Work plan?
Yeah, work plan. I'd prefer to see it as a work plan personally, only because it's something you can work towards. A goal is, my kid's goal is to go to college and play basketball. That's not a work plan, that's just or football, that's just his goal.
There's nothing saying we can have both.
Right.
Saying we can go to college and play football?
Well, we can try.
Well, here's what I'll tell you really quick, and Paul, I didn't mean to cut you off. I am very open to what you all want to come out of today. If it's a list of goals, if it's a work plan, I'll give you a great example. When I was in Moses Lake, we didn't have council retreats. The city manager felt like if you call it a retreat, it sounds like we're all going to the spa for the day.
Exactly.
I would not be opposed to that though.
I wouldn't either if work's getting done, but you know, I'm trying to remember what she called them, because we have council meetings that are work sessions. I forget exactly what she called it, but it was something like that. It was like a work, it was like a work session. I'll look up the exact wording, but I used goal setting for today because that's what Toledo has used in the past. If you want to have it be a work plan, I love that idea because it's not just, okay, Rich, you know, go in the next year, we want, you know, accomplish these things, but kind of your point, Eric, is let's plan out, you know, measurable timelines. And I'm great with that.
I think we can have both.
I think, yeah, that's a great point.
Well, and I don't remember who said it, but I like the statement of making it a work plan, actually working towards it, not just something we're slapping up on the wall for people to read.
Well, what I was going to say earlier is, I had the opportunity to go to Franklin Covey. Does everyone know who that is? Stephen Covey, his company for planners and stuff. And what they taught us is that with our time management and things like that, if you set a goal, here's your goal. But what does it take to get to that goal? And then you have an action plan to meet that goal. So instead of having this lofty thing, I'm gonna lose 45 pounds in the next year. Okay, what's it gonna take for me to lose 45 pounds? Diet, exercise.
GLP-1.
Yeah, whatever, but that's my action plan.
Yeah.
Or the work plan to meet that goal. So we could have both, because I think they're a component of each other.
Well, and kind of like what you were saying a minute ago, Frank, you know, your son's goal is I want to go to college and play college football. The work plan is I'm gonna play, you know, I'm gonna play for set, and then I'm gonna play for the high school. And when I get to high school, I'm gonna take weight training so that I can bulk up. You know, like there to the mayor's point as well, we can have both.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're talking about here is whether it's 3 or 6. You guys set goals, and then I think that's the next step is what 3 things need to happen
Plan for it.
toward accomplishing
I
this.
think that's exactly, I mean, it's like number 6, encourage economic development by developing barrier reducing policies and plans to attract business investments, obtaining grants for commercial rehabilitation, and to support housing development. Okay, so it's a lofty, we want a more vibrant economy and more housing. So, but a deliverable could be that we examine our system development charge policy and, you know, again, not assuming an outcome, but that would be an action item that we can do as a council that Rich can bring us on a calendar.
Yeah, and then we can put that on a future agenda.
Yeah.
Or
And-
like what I suggested about loans or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
You know, we can put those on a future agenda item as something that we're gonna work on towards this goal.
And I think
Incentivizing property owners to lower their prices.
Absolutely.
And I think the way you read that number 6, I think the entirety
Was
of
it with
it.
prejudice?
No, not at all. No, the way your cadence as you read it, some of what really struck me is that number 6 in its entirety does what we're talking about. The
Yeah.
goal is encourage economic development.
Yeah, Phil
Right.
storefront.
Period.
goal.
Stop.
Build housing.
End the sentence.
Yeah.
Then the work plan is develop barrier reducing policies.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm noticing in the cadence that you used in reading that. I was like, that one is everything we're talking about doing just in one instead of
But it doesn't,
1A, 1B, 1C.
but it doesn't start to like hint at operationally what it might mean. And I
Right.
think that's where it gets lost. We
Right.
could be here a year from now saying like, well, how did we do on a vibrant economy? You know, and
Yep.
Well, that's
We
where
haven't
I
gone
meant
backwards.
when I said when we first started out that I want to, my hope from coming out of this is that we are going to set goals, but we're also going to recognize that they need to be attainable goals and that we need to do something. You know, we need to take it further than just setting the goals. We need to set some attainable benchmarks that we can reach and actively pursuing those goals. And you know, rather than just, okay, they're up on the wall now. And I don't feel like we have ever not tried to. I feel like, at least in the time that I've been involved in the city government, regardless of the turnovers and the drama that's gone on, I think that we have always looked at those goals, said, okay, what are we doing? What are we addressing? And does it pertain to that goal? Rich has been really good about that when he does his item tracker and stuff. It seems like you address whether or not it adheres to a certain goal. So I appreciate that, but I do. I really appreciate what Eric's added that, you know, there's another step that we can take to get further down that.
Charts.
And kind of going along the same line, even the wordsmithing that we did to number 5 a second ago, the goal itself could be improve operational preparedness. And then the work plan is in the next fiscal year, update our emergency operations plan and enact a continuity
And it
government.
makes your life easier because then you can grab the goals, you can sit down with like council agendas for the next year and you can start
Yes.
plugging them in.
Yep.
And then when you sit here and say, how did I do, councilors? Like, you've got,
We
you have
did this, we
deliverables on.
did this,
Yeah.
we started on this. Yeah.
And then you can go to like Larry and say, hey, Larry, where are we at? When can we present this to council? There's that
Yeah.
measurable standard or that measurable piece that says, check.
We start looking at these more as council priorities. And
Yeah, good. I've written lots of plans like what you're talking about, with an action plan that's
Yeah.
tied to this. So what I'm gonna do at the end of the day today is I'm gonna take what you came up with, kind of draft form, and write it out. I mean, I'll wordsmith out just to create a draft, then you'll get that back and Rich will bring it to you at a subsequent council meeting to look at and for adoption. But I'm gonna write it as an action plan with responsibilities, timeframes, all those kind of things on columns and which just to help you. I mean, you may not like it, that's fine, but at least it's gonna give you an idea of how it can be laid out, what it might look like.
Yeah, but even if we don't like it, it's usually, oh, we don't like this part of the presentation, we can alter it.
Absolutely.
And that's fine,
Yeah.
My question is, are there more things that are not on this list that we want to be addressing? Jackie?
That was quick. Let's hear it.
Yes, please. Okay, I don't know if this fits within it, but you guys know that I'm a strong advocate for volunteering in the community and spearheading that. And I'm wondering, just to set that out, is it possible to have some sort of internship programs within our organization, excuse me, for, say, high school seniors, that they could earn some accreditation as an approved course, that's where they learn. And really, this is not my brainchild, but, at the Homey House. And I have, like I need another thing, I have volunteered to be a mentor there. And so one of the things that we do with the kids is to encourage them to get out and volunteer in the community like they did with the pet parade and completely took that whole thing over. It was so wonderful. So with that being said, can anything like an internship program, whether it's accredited through school or not, take place to get people to get the children, the kids, interested in civic engagement? Yes, thank you, Paul. That really, I think is going to grow leaders.
Yeah. Seniors would be a perfect pitch, and I can only say this because I have one right now. He has 4 periods in his entire day of school. So they have all this extra time that it's only if they're ahead on their classes and they're not failing, then they have the full thing. But like my son, he only has 4 periods. That leaves 3 periods that they could do some type of mentorship through the city. And our seniors, they don't even go all year. So that's a very good idea, and I really like that idea.
And even with that being said, that, it can be, of course, it has to be limited within the scope of wherever they're gonna, whatever they plug into, there'd have to be some sort of confidentiality agreement and so on and so forth. But, the kids, by and large, need to learn some discipline and really to know that they have some worth within that. And so out of all the goals that we've discussed, that's to fulfill those goals, it comes by developing leaders. And we start with our kids.
So I think I would maybe zoom out a little bit and think about because I'm one of the things that's kind of putting some pause in my brain is the sort of differences between enhancing civic engagement and, say, building some infrastructure to support a volunteerism program within our city government. They're not necessarily the same thing, but volunteerism does also typically yield better civic engagement. And so I would think that a priority, if that's the direction we're kind of going and what we call them as opposed to goals, would be to increase volunteerism in our community as a whole, because there are a lot of youth that could really benefit from that. But we also have, I think, a great community of adult volunteers who are looking for, I think, sustainable outlets for their volunteer efforts, that they're looking for kind of some places where there's someone else sort of coordinating the effort and they are willing to step up when there's the opportunity. So thinking about if we as a city can operationalize some sort of effort, some sort of organized effort from our city government to promote volunteerism or create opportunities for volunteerism, and it could be internships within our departments, it could be as one component of volunteerism, it could be the events that we are hosting as a city, or that we are sponsoring or participating in, whether it's the Pet Parade or Art Oysters and Brews, or any of the other things that we've got going on. But I think having something operationally that maybe has some staff capacity that is allocated to it, so that there is a sustainability, tracking, and outreach, something that kind of creates that feedback loop for us to be able to continue building on that volunteerism rather than making it event-based, where every time we have something new, we're kind of putting out a new request for volunteers.
How about this? Develop an infrastructure to support increased volunteerism in our community.
Love it. Yeah. And I'll tell you, as the city manager, one of the reasons that I really love that is an overarching goal, but especially the idea potentially of a program with the school district is twofold. One, there are a lot of positions in a city government that when you're going through high school and college, if that's your path, that kids never hear about unless they have a parent or, an aunt or uncle or something who does that. I think of like planning.
Yeah.
Very few kids that I knew of in high school who were going to college and had to pick a major knew that planning was a thing, right? Because they were never exposed to it. So we have an opportunity to reach the youth of our community as they're still figuring out what they want to do when they grow up. And I say that both for those that are wanting to go to college, but also recognizing that we have a number of positions especially in our public works department, but also our public safety department that don't require college education. And that there are kids for whom college is not the next progression for them that they want to do. I think about our water treatment positions. I think about law enforcement. I think about our vehicle mechanic. Those are positions that you don't have to go to college to be successful and earn a comfortable living working for the city, plus all the other benefits that come with that. And that not only government agencies, but the world as a whole today don't do a good enough job promoting. Just real quick, and then I'll get off my soapbox. My washer dryer had to be serviced, and we got canceled last week and rescheduled for this week because there are so few technicians, and the gentleman who was assigned to us last week got delayed on a job. And there's so few people that do that work. And so promoting these opportunities that can be difficult to recruit and getting those kids when they're still figuring out what they want to do as an adult, I think that's amazing.
Heather,
You sure?
Yeah.
You looked like you were.
I can say that for you.
Okay. I love where you're going with that, Counselor. Like anything that we can do to connect that school in our community to the work of the city and what we're doing is awesome, and we should totally do it. It might, like, a couple thoughts just on what you guys where you kind of were going with it. One, the first thing that popped into my mind is like, I don't have this baked yet, but what would it look like to take 3 of our work sessions a year and do like a joint session with the student body officers? As a city council, student council, joint work session. And we'd have to kind of figure the agenda out, and and a lot of it's just like helping them feel what it's like to, so we'd have to set our ambitions modestly. But and then the second thing that popped in my mind too is, Rich, I think to your point that we have like lots of city jobs that these, we could be thinking about pipelines. Some of those are professional jobs, some of those are more trade jobs, but like as an example, the Homey House is trying to set up like a landscaping nonprofit this summer. It's interesting to think about, like, what does it look like if they're in our parks a little bit? And there might be some collective bargaining issues there that we need to sort through. But it could be an interesting way to plant that civic seed with an awesome organization and some great kids.
Very good.
Yeah, that trade school, Lincoln County approved, it's gonna be huge for the kids around here.
You know, the thing is too, it's like when they have career day, why can't we go talk about what's going on? And work for the city, not just the parents coming in,
Yeah.
or all these professionals that it takes years and years to college. Let's take the wastewater guy or clean water treatment guy over and say, this is what I do for a living. I didn't have to go to college, but I took classes, I got a certification, and that carries weight wherever I go.
I love your idea that inviting them to work sessions, the school leaders. And even if they're not leaders, because I don't even know if civics is even any longer taught.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, but
Okay.
Yeah, I
It's
don't know
all
if it's-
theory, and there's
if
no
it's-
practice.
If it's
Oh, okay.
catching, but it's,
Yeah, so, but anyway, with that being said, this thing could really blossom.
yeah.
Even some communities do citizen academies where they open,
Citizen academies.
yeah,
Oh,
bring in
citizen-
people to see how the council works, how it all comes to be, from city manager to recorder to council to whatever.
I had chatted with you back in September about a little bit of Citizen Academy, but also being really interested in creating a youth council.
Yeah.
And I'd even been kind of wondering, like, if we don't necessarily have the numbers to do it here, maybe it's kind of like we do it jointly with other communities in Lincoln County and treat it more of like a county-wide sort of youth county. It could be a little bit amorphous, a little tough to do, but
And do you guys remember Mayor Cross talking about the high school kids that really want to address the parks?
They came in one time and did the presentation because one lady that works at the grocery store, Lisa, her daughter was one of them. And then it never came to fruition. I think they were waiting until they did that parks thing where people were voting on what they wanted to see or something like that.
Next
That
week.
survey?
Yeah, so I don't know when they were supposed to come back and talk to us, but I don't know when that was gonna be.
So can we make sure that ball isn't dropped? Because I just remember him saying that they were enthusiastic and excited about that. And so wanted to get sucked into the abyss.
Yeah, they came and brought us all their ideas on what they'd like to see at the parks.
Yeah, the perfect time for them to come again would be next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And for the youth council, Hillsborough has established one that's been doing a really, really good job with it. So looking at Hillsborough's youth council as perhaps a model if we want to be thinking about something along those lines. But something else that I was thinking about as we were talking about internships is that I know this isn't as much directly about the youth that are in our community, but thinking a little bit about workforce development and recruiting, recruiting people to come work for the city of Toledo. I was talking to a couple of OSU students a few months ago who were really interested in water treatment as a career, and were looking at cities to do internships, to do experiential learning with. And so thinking about, are there opportunities in our government where internships or experiential learnings with programs that we could partner with OSU to bring some people in public works or planning or something along those lines. Also thinking about just the, potentially very highly qualified, student population that's just down the road could be a place for us to be looking as well for how to draw people to our community, draw some attention to our community, and maybe even recruit some young people to come and work for us down the road.
Very good. All right, so I think we've got another goal we just set out here, if you agree to that.
Which one's that?
Well, that's the develop infrastructure to enhance volunteerism in the
That's a great
community.
goal. I'm glad you guys came up with that.
There you go. All right. Going back, so we've talked about 2, 4, 5, and 6 on this list. We haven't talked about 1 and 2. Well, we did, 1 and 3.
Yeah.
We did talk about 3 being a good one. Maybe it ought to be number 1. What do you think of that? Does it need to even stay as a goal?
I don't think we should assume a numerical prioritization.
Right.
Paul's point is a good one, but I don't think we want the order that they're in to convey importance.
Well, I don't want 3 to go away because I still want to sustain and expand. I mean,
And
we
we
don't
kind
want
of, we kind of did that when we added all those steps with the new things this last year to retain the people.
Can I, for you, Manuel?
Can I make a sort of philosophical wordsmithing suggestion here and just kind of say, I would personally like to remove with a focus on enhancing retention rates because that is the outcome of doing the first part of it. I don't love having that as a stated goal because it seems like we're doing this for the wrong reason. It seems like we're doing it to keep employees, not because we want, like, not because we value them as human beings. Does that make sense?
well, I want to retain them because I do value them as human beings.
But that's my point. What I'm saying is having that phrasing in there makes it seem like that's the reason we're doing it as opposed to we're doing it to do it.
Well, maybe
That's
that's a action plan, it's enhanced retention rates or
Yeah.
something. It falls out.
That's what I was gonna say, is it taking it out or is it rewording?
Yeah.
Because I absolutely see what you're saying. We don't wanna keep people just because they're a cog in the wheel,
Right.
right?
And we don't want to have a policy that is just to keep cogs in the wheel.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. But to the overarching goal is to sustain and expand an inclusive and welcoming work environment, right? And John, I'd love to see how you break this out, but that valuing our employees and recognizing their inherent worth and supporting a focus on enhancing retention rates through ... right?
I have a suggestion.
Awesome.
To sustain and expand an inclusive, welcoming, and supportive work environment. And then get rid of with a focus on enhancing retention rates.
Just stop it right there.
Because I can see the logic there is if you do that thing, then
People are going.
this is going to come
It's going to-
naturally,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Like the intention of the goal, if we remove everything after the comma, the intention of the goal is still the same.
Yeah, very true.
And
It's the same this way.
the retention outcome is going to happen by the nature of accomplishing it.
But
Yeah. So we've kind of been talking about goals and action steps. Is there anything related to, you mentioned one that we already did, Frank, with
Yeah.
adding steps in the pay scale.
And he added in the part about the employee handbook too.
Yes. So are there things that any of you can think of related to this kind of reworded goal of what you see action steps that we still need to take?
Well, this is gonna sound really silly, but that employee appreciation event we had, that goes a long way because that's a morale builder.
Yes.
There was something that made that possible though.
Right.
And I think that we need to not lose sight that we are on the same team up here as a council. We need to not lose sight that we are on the same team as our employees.
Well, isn't that the first time we were invited? I mean, they've had them before, but I
We've
don't
done it
know.
one other time since we've been on council, and it was up on 1,000 Line at that really nice place up there, but that was more, they handed out 1-year pins and there was a barbecue and hardly anybody showed up.
Okay, I missed.
That's the only time it's been done since we've been on council.
See, but I'm talking like, it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but like, what's that amusement park in Salem?
Enchanted Forest.
Enchanted Forest. Why not have a Toledo Employees Day at Enchanted Forest? You know what I'm saying? It's those kind of things that I think that build morale and camaraderie.
I think the Enchanted Forest is a little young.
Mhm.
Well,
I mean,
it's an example. Yeah.
it's
They
an
need
example.
we need to have retreats for them,
We could
not
go to
us.
Bullwinkle's and we could all play miniature golf and see who's gonna go down the zip line. I
Well,
dare
there's a
you.
place in Sherwood too.
I
that's
probably
a big
exceed the
activity
weight
center
limit.
we could go
I think
to.
I do too.
And I would also think to piggyback off of Paul's point that doing it after hours on a Friday is kind of doing it outside. Like it's not a break from work. Like do it during work hours. Like
Yeah.
give them a genuine break where they're not kind of having something where now their family is kind of doing this and having, some sort of like, it's not an obligation.
Yeah.
But it is your employer having this party on a Friday night, having, something that's like a day retreat or something where it's just go out and have fun. And we are giving you this day and we're doing it all together and it's a chance to bond and have a good time and just know that you're appreciated.
So are we gonna close City Hall and close everything for one day?
That's what I was about to say.
That's
The
what we have to
problem,
do to
We've
do
done
that.
it. We've done it on plenty of Fridays,
I-
when, in the summer, and we're already half open. But when we were renovating the office up here this past year, we just closed entirely on Fridays for City Hall. But I mean, it could be department based. It could be, So I'm just suggesting that from in terms of employee, like valuing employees, that there could be some alternatives to kind of asking them to do something when they're not getting paid for the time.
You read my mind for the mid-year one.
I like that idea, but the problem that I would see with that is there's always going to be need for public works out on the streets. So if we do it during the day, we're going to exclude some public works. We're going to exclude some of the fire and some of the police. But I mean, you are exactly right. If it's
And every employer, I think, has to deal with that
Yeah.
sort of reality, but
on the weekends, I mean, that just gives more people being able to show up with their spouses and their families and stuff. But I agree that if you show your employees that they're appreciated, they're going to work better for you. 100%.
Absolutely.
It's
What
going to prove
about,
it over and over again.
what about Employee of the Month programs?
Oh, yes.
I mean,
I would love to see
that's a
that.
simple, low-cost way to show
We'll call it the
appreciation.
Paul Johnson Employee of the Month
and I was just going to say,
And the award presentation will take place in the Eric Chambers Chambers.
I do
Mixed
like-
up by Mrs. Nix.
What?
Nothing.
Can I add one potential thing that I think might be missing on these ones? Something around like stabilizing the city's financial health. I don't see anything that's sort of budget related, and I think we're gonna have a big.
And that's a good
Fiscal
one.
responsibility.
Improve and stabilize the city's financial health.
Well, the way that we wrote it was
Stabilization. Go ahead, John.
Well, stabilization and rebuilding.
Where? is
That was
one?
more
was the
third
one down. Third one down.
On the
Isn't that remodeling?
rebuild financial
rebuild
reserve.
financial reserves.
Oh,
The stabilization one was about all the employees. All the positions
Yeah,
that
that's
you-
Judy's recommendation for employees was stabilization and.
and what did you say was next to stabilization, John?
Rebuilding.
Rebuilding. I can see why.
Something somewhere getting capturing
Yeah.
that because.
Yeah, we definitely need.
Very
That had to do with employees.
So how?
The other one was, yeah,
I would literally just
The other one
stabilize
was-
the city's financial health.
rebuild
I would like
financial
to
reserves.
see improve and stabilize
Sure.
the
Yeah.
city's financial health.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good.
I like that. See, Eric, another thing where I told you before, I'm glad you're on council. You come with a different perspective.
Here's a little side note to that. What
He just replaced.
Did you see that?
the words
Yeah.
fiscal
He just replaced
responsibility
those
within
bullets,
that?
too. It must be something,
Because there are a lot of people in this community that think that we just blow through money for whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a comment received when we were talking about getting agenda meeting management, updating the website that, oh, you're just getting a bunch of tools to sit at your desk and play with. No, there's a specific reason why we're getting these things, and here are the reasons.
So
We're
now
being fiscally responsible because we're trying to improve, does it work for everybody? But people don't know it.
there's one thing I wish that the public could really understand. So back when we had our last planner, or I'm not the last one, but when Lisa was planner, we were getting minutes way down the road. We weren't getting them done and getting them approved in any timely manner. So if there were any errors, then we generally didn't catch them. I don't know. Paul have you gone through all the old ones? You've got most of the ones that don't have signatures.
Right, I'm 2024 and working forward.
Yeah. So, I've seen Paul, and then when we have a meeting, he usually emails me the minutes the next day. and says, these are for your review, and then I can, if I'm paying attention, I get in those corrections and then it's done. And we've had a couple where it needed to be a team effort because it was just so close, but they were just off by a little bit. And we dealt with it, but he's so on top of things. And that's what I wanted, I wish that the public could see that, he doesn't just sit around and hide behind his computer. He's on top of things so much more than people understand, and he's getting everything brought up to where it needs to be, getting those minutes taken care of and dealt with. I mean, it's frustrating, it's paperwork, but it has to be done. You recognize that we didn't have signatures on a lot of things. That's something that nobody cared about before. And Paul, you were caring about the housekeeping stuff and the important things that matter. And I wish people could see that. I wish they could see how fantastic you have. You've come in here, you've hit the ball rolling, and you've improved upon your predecessors over and over and over. And that is very much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that Rich and I have talked about frequently is establishing a baseline moving forward. And whether I stay in this position for a short while, whatever that means, or a long while, moving forward, things are going to be set up that this is the way we do it.
We'll answer that in the long
on
run.
you, Paul.
Okay.
No. So 2 things I have. First, something that Paul didn't mention when he came on is when we hired him, he had never been a city recorder. He came at this with not knowing the job, and he has hit the ball running.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to ask is that maybe you not email her those minutes anymore, since she just got a whole buttload of stuff, and you can email them to me. Because we generally go over it anyways. No, it's just correcting the mistakes in the minutes. So I'd like to take that off of her plate.
I'm happy to.
And send it to me, because she is going to be busy with so many other things.
Right, and the reason why I was sending them to her is,
If I requested it.
yeah, she requested it. A lot of times I ask Cindy questions because I'm going through a recording and I don't know who's talking, or it might be, hey, it's Dave. You know what I'm saying? And Cindy, who's Dave? And she can tell me that. So then once I get those created, I can send them off and say, hey, what do you think? And I'm happy to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely do that. I mean, we talk about the packet just about weekly anyways, going over stuff.
But he gives it before the packet.
Right.
Yeah, so it gets ready to go into the packet.
I'm absolutely willing just to take that from her so she doesn't have that on her plate.
And if he has a problem, he can reach out to me and we can go over them together.
Absolutely.
And if he has a spot where he's tough, or he could go over it with Rich or you, we can figure it out still. I still want to make sure that you have that aid though,
No problem.
if that's needed.
You got me.
Yay, thank you for taking that off my
Absolutely.
plate. I never minded doing it. It was great, but
You just
yes,
got a whole bunch
I do
more.
appreciate it.
Good. So.
I want to say really quick, I appreciate the focus on the financial health and stability, not only as a very important goal, but it pushed me to relook at Judy's notes. And while her notes are very, very strongly focused on stabilization, conservative fiscal policy, she also mentions in there about one of the reasons to take that type of approach this year is that many of our staff are still very new to their positions with the city. And she said, I would recommend the coming year be focused on stabilization and rebuilding, give all employees a chance to catch up with themselves and take a breath. And I think that by itself is not only important, but as we were talking about the inclusive and welcoming work environment, a big part of that is helping those employees who are new to their roles learn those roles. And really quick, Jackie, while we're talking about a goal and then, the steps to accomplishing it, 2 of the things I wrote down earlier were employee appreciation and employee of the month program. But to bring this full circle, to talk about employee, the sustainable health, which referred me back to Judy's notes, having training programs available to our employees to help learn their position. You mentioned Paul being brand new to or grow. Absolutely. You mentioned Paul being, no background in the role. I think of Brian, as amazing as Brian is, He was with the city for a very short period, coming from the private sector, before he became the public works director. He'll be the first one to tell you he's learning on the job. So having those opportunities for employees to learn and to grow in their position, absolutely.
And to potentially grow out of their position too, right? So I think,
Forbid, but yes, absolutely.
but the idea that we want people to feel like we are giving them enough space that they can advance their careers, their livelihoods and so forth. And sometimes that's with us, right?
And sometimes it's not.
And sometimes it's not.
And you know, it's really funny because I've had bosses in the past who have very much had that mindset and would tell me, I never want to stand in your way. If I can't give you that advancement opportunity, then I'm not going to stand in your way of going to get it. And as somebody now who is in the position to hire good people, I am so appreciative of that mindset, because I know what it's like when you lose a good employee and you're trying to fill that role or you have a vacancy. And the fact that I've had those leaders who have not stood in my way of advancement, to the detriment of their department. And I don't say that as like, oh yeah, it was a big detriment that they lost me, but the time that they had to invest, to identify, to recruit, to train a replacement. But the fact that they ran their organization that way, if I ever had the chance to go back and work for one of them again at an advanced level, I would have loved to do that. And that's the kind of boss and the kind of environment I want to have and be.
I'm gonna say right now, it is, and that is the way he is. Because I've gone to him and asked him about extracurricular. Like going to the Clerks Academy this summer, going to the IIMC annual conference, things like that. He's fully supportive. You know, he said, let me look at the budget and see where we can come up with the money for it, because there is that constraint. But that's the kind of thing that's the kind of boss he is. He wants you to be better.
That's one thing that Rich stood out when you were interviewing. It wasn't that you were gonna just see people in their roles, you were gonna support them in those roles. And that's important. I mean, a lot of places will hire, here you go, do this job, but they really don't necessarily support you in that role. And not only do you support them physically, you support our employees emotionally. And you recognize, you know, the first thing you did was hit us HR. We've been needing that for years. As long as I've been involved, we needed HR, That's the first thing that Judy said.
Yeah.
And she was right, but it never happened. Nobody until you thought about hiring a temp.
Well, I'll give credit where credit's due. Shauna was here before I was. That was David Klein.
That was.
But we were able to make it permanent between Judy and myself, and I will take the credit there. But you know, the other thing that I think about too, we've talked a lot about individuals advancing, whether it's with us or externally, advancing their careers. Something else that is equally important. Cindy and I have a deal now. I can only suggest that she become the finance director once a month now. You know, but the flip side of that is also recognizing good people, and you know, not everybody that works for a city wants to become the city manager. Right. Not everybody that works for a city even wants to be a department director. Right. So recognizing good people and recognizing where they want to be. Not everybody shoots to be the top of the pyramid.
That's right.
And supporting them where they're at.
And I'll add to it that, you know, we're not just an employer, we're a city government, and many of the people who work for us are citizens too. And so when we're thinking about helping people to improve, you know, just their own lives, right? This is where a lot of that mentality comes from for me when I'm looking at the city government, is that, you know, if we have somebody like Cindy, right? And she does eventually want to become a finance director. Now we fill that position with somebody else. That position isn't really available to us. Helping her with whatever career advancement resources are needed for her to be able to go and be a finance director in Newport or, you know, or in somewhere else. Like, that's not, like, it sucks to lose somebody who's amazing here, But we also know that somebody of that caliber is usually going to leave that vacancy in a better position than they found it.
Yeah.
Meaning that whoever we do bring in to replace them will be 10 steps ahead of where it was the last time that vacancy was there. So,
And if you foster that type of work environment, when that person does leave, I've left an agency before, and the person who's looking at replacing me, first thing they did was call me up and say, "What do you think? Should I go for it?"
I worked for a great, like state level intermediary nonprofit in Colorado that often measured a component of its success to where its former employees are now.
Yeah, I love that.
Because the idea was that, they were the first ones when a job came open for a new behavioral health administration for the state to say, "Andrew, go for that." Because we would love to see you there, because we think that, we've helped you learn these things. And that speaks to how they were able to foster my growth professionally, right? So just as like an example of like, that's something that is the people business that we kind of are.
Yeah.
We want to see our citizens thrive, and some of those citizens are sitting in offices upstairs.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of employees who, I think about Aaron Pitcher, for example. That guy could walk into any other department in this area. So I know that he's very happy here. And so he's not going to just leave for any other department, but that's a big part of building, this organization, is if he came to me and said, "Hey, I have a chance to be the chief in Waldport," then my responsibility is to look him in the eye, shake his hand, and tell him good luck. And that's difficult to do.
A quick
We don't wanna
comment
do
on that though, and trying desperately to not overstep the mayor's admonition from a moment ago on making advice about staff, but I also hope it's like, does he see his path here?
Right.
Like there's a succession planning element of this.
That's a
And is he aware that, maybe he might be a person that's in the front of that line?
Yeah, I think a lot about some of the conversations that we were having last year when we were hiring for the city manager position, at different stages of that hiring process, about Toledo being often perceived as a city that can either get people at the end of their career or really early in their career. We can't get kind of people at their peak, so to speak, where they'll be here for a long time. There isn't necessarily anything wrong with being in a lot of positions, the type of city that people come to build their career, to get their expertise, to learn how to do the job in a smaller, but fully functioning city. Because that means when we have that type of reputation, we will get ambitious, highly qualified, but perhaps young or inexperienced people who can do an incredible job, but just don't yet have the resume yet. We can recruit some really, really high caliber candidates into a lot of those entry level or mid-level positions who can do a lot of good for us. And that's not a bad thing. It's something I think that if you embrace it and you figure out a way to cultivate that type of environment that values your employees as human beings, that's it. In a lot of cases, we will get great retention and we'll keep a lot of those people, and they will choose to stay and grow within our city.
Yeah.
But we will also get better recruitment out of that type of reputation.
But to stay, you're gonna have to pay really competitive market rates for them.
Yeah, that's why we
Gotta be clear about that. Sweet Home ran into this problem really badly with its police department, because they would get the young ones, they would do all the training, and then they'd leave.
We have that here too.
Same thing.
We have a clause in our contract now.
What?
That if they move to someplace else within 2 years,
Well, yeah,
that
but
place
that,
has to pay for
Yeah.
their
Pay
education.
for the education, that's good.
so I would just wanted to mention something. I really appreciate the feedback about, about the employment, I've never, you guys are gonna find this hard to believe. I've never done a job interview. I've never changed jobs in my whole life. I have had the same job. I went from working for somebody for 25 years. I went to work for him when I was 20. And then eventually I took over the business, and I still have that same job. I've never done a job interview. I've never lost a job. I don't know what promotion means. I mean, well, yeah, I do. I just got promoted. But so when people talk about that, I'm just like, it's so scary to me, the idea of having to go do a job interview and doing something like that, because to me, that is so foreign. I wouldn't know what that's like. 'Cause I have no experience in this area, none. So hearing you guys talk, it's a little bit scary to me. I mean, I like it raises my fear. I like get really anxious, but at the same time, I recognize that you guys have experience in this area that I don't. Like I'm so small. I don't know if it's a small town thing. I don't know what it is, but
That's why there are 7 of us.
I had an employer that just didn't want to let me go, and he became family, and I just stayed there.
That's what I like about the homie house is they're teaching these kids the interview aspect of getting a job and kind of guiding their way. Because a lot of kids these days are not raised on how to do jobs or anything. Homie house is, yeah.
But a lot of our really successful city staffers fit a version of what you just described, Mayor. That they started here pretty young and elevated through the organization. And
Can I ask, can you guys just call me Tracy? Please. It's weird. It's weird. I'll get used to it, but just call me Tracy.
Okay, Tracy, Mayor.
I'll try.
Mayor Tracy. That reminded me of the episode of Frasier when Niles and Daphne finally got married and Martin was trying to get her to call him by his actual name, and finally he goes, just call me whatever you're comfortable with, and she goes, thank you so much, Mr. Crane.
Yeah. Well, and to be clear, like I feel like I'm calling you by your first name. It's just your name now is Mayor Mix. So
My husband spells that. My husband spells it Mare.
I ain't touching that one.
yep.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, let's take
I
a
need
break.
to move. I need to get blood pumping.
All right, last break.
Okay,
Be back in
so
10 minutes.
I have confessed how backwards I am for y'all. So everybody gets to-
I don't know, you look like you're facing forward right now.
Backwards?
Tracy, I've gone through interviews and they still terrify me. I mean, not anymore because I can't work, but when I was younger and it didn't matter how many interviews, every interview always terrified me.
Yep.
How are we doing time-wise regarding the agenda? Are we pretty much
We're gonna
on?
be done the goal is to be done by 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Yes, and
Yes, please.
we're actually, if we're working off this list that we're doing right now, we're probably fine.
So we should be done by like 3:59 and 59 seconds?
Might be.
Okay.
And if you just keep at it the way we're going, we'll be done by 3 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
Would it surprise you to know that interviews scare the crap out of me too?
It should after what we put you through,
Well, if you pass that one.
kind of.
Barely.
No, that was my first time dealing with that kind of candidacy for a city manager because Wiggins had already been hired when I got here. And then we didn't really do a hiring process. I mean, we did, but we didn't. We had 2 or 3 people that applied for the interim position and we ended up with David Klein. But that's the only time we've ever done it until we did him. And how many other people did we interview?
3 others.
3 others?
It didn't really actually catch me off guard.
Yeah, but a lot of that was worked out through Jensen because they weeded out people, said, we think these are gonna be the ones you're gonna wanna look at.
I know, I have a formal.
And I was absolutely thankful for that because I really didn't want to have to weed through
The
the
other
whole
thing that,
list.
one of the reasons it does surprise me.
That's why, aren't they leading the charge for the HR, or not HR, but the finance as well?
Applications for like all of the.
Yeah, they did the same thing with us. There were 7 applicants.
Thousands of
Based on just, based on just resume, there were 2 of them that were like, no. They interviewed
Well, I have
the
people
other
that tell me
5,
that I don't have a college
and
degree,
they
and I
brought all 5 to us,
I was not able.
gave us
to.
the background and said, here's the
And
ones
for
we
me,
think
it
you
wasn't an
should.
option. I mean, by the
Continue
time
talking.
I was really, really wanting to, I was
What's
a
that?
single
The
mom.
camera's moving.
And I had to
all on
support
its
my
own.
kids. I couldn't
Interesting.
do it.
It's like someone else was controlling it, because it just zoomed in when it hasn't been.
It's the joy comes.
When we were talking about like unemployment.
See, there goes zooming out.
Data,
No, I'm.
Paul's doing that.
a few months ago, one of the things.
Yeah,
that was trying to
it,
draw a
like,
lot of attention
seriously,
to
so that's where it was, and then all of a
Toledo
sudden,
has such a low.
it's there.
Higher education attainment rate, but it also.
You know
doesn't
what?
have
It's a good
jobs
thing you
that
did
have-
that though, because it'll keep the
Right.
projector from
Just
going
generally
off.
speaking, kind of to.
well, we're well within the 3 hours.
Yeah, true.
So,
There are a lot of jobs in our city that don't require college
Are we still
education,
recording?
but
Always.
the overwhelming
Yes, we are
majority
recording.
of jobs in our city don't require.
Yep.
See, Rich, Your clothes aren't the only ones I touch. This is my council
Yeah,
husband.
Rich, you were mentioning, for instance.
That's what my wife said.
That's getting college degrees.
Yeah, because we talk all the time on phone because we're always,
For Toledo and for.
kind of bouncing ideas off of each other.
Okay.
So my wife's like, that's just your work wife.
So I have a big daddy, which is John. I have daddy, and then I have my work husband,
Such a
or my council husband.
low
And Jackie, you remember that when you said,
attainment rate in Toledo. Or
It's a terrible
both
joke at my
attainment
house.
and also people who live here just simply having those
Pursue.
degrees, however they got here.
Yeah.
But we also don't have the
but it also
jobs
helps my husband feel much more
across the entire
secure.
city that actually value it.
Well, and he doesn't have to worry about me with her calling me the work hubby because
Your master's degree, or
when I talk,
choose to live here,
not
well,
half as much as her and I talk.
And if you grew up here,
Yeah.
right.
then what?
I have always been that one that I can
Well,
stay
yeah.
a whole lot better than
You stay here.
because my attitude and their attitude does not work well together.
Why would you go get it?
So I've always been friends with more females, plus I was raised by women, my mom and my sisters.
Believe it or not, since I've been married, my husband has not necessarily encouraged male friendships.
Shocked.
Yeah, but then he's seen the guys you hang around with, we're like, okay, whatever.
No, he's severely, he just,
My wife was used to me and being friends with women because I was friends with all the housekeepers where I met her at a hotel when we worked in Yachats. So I was friends with all the housekeepers, so she was used to me being friends with all women.
well, I will say in my first marriage, all the women that my first husband was friends with, he was sleeping with them all.
How do you know, Rich?
And in John's first marriage, all the men that his wife were friends with, she was sleeping with them. So there's reasons that my husband got serious.
The direct,
Absolutely.
give me a special edition time if I want it.
That and he's also, blind. He thinks he acts like he's married to a supermodel.
That's now.
That all just comes stemming from his last marriage.
Perception's everything, Tracy. Just glad.
Well, you are super and you're his model, so there you go.
He's a good man. He just forgets it. That's what he
Sometimes I need
reminded.
reassuring.
I just got to the point where I got angry with him and I just flat out blew up at him. What do you think so-and-so has that you don't? Tell me, because I'm not seeing it. And then he's like, I said, what things does that person have that I value that you do not have? And boy, he said he really thought about it and it really helped him. He says, you're right. He says, those things don't matter to you. When we're talking about money or this, those don't matter to me.
Unfortunately, when you go through a traumatic situation, it's forever burned into your brain.
It is. And it takes a lot to get through it.
Yeah.
And men are
that's,
told to suck it up and move on, and
that's
that's not
the
always
problem
easy
with
to do.
Tasha Rodriguez's kids is they're still trying to come to the fact that their mother is no longer going to call them up and talk to them. Their mother is no longer going to hold them. Their mother is no longer going to show up for birthday parties. They're still coming to the realization that their mother is gone. And like I told Tony, the son, I know exactly how you feel. I lost my mother in a 3-day sickness. So not exactly the same as his. It was taken by trauma, like a homicide. But my mom went from this hospital to Portland Hospital and died.
Yeah.
And so I understand that trauma. And I'm not over my mother's death. And that was back in 2016.
And my mom died in 2020. She was
What was your
94 years
position
old.
with progression?
But
I
since
lived,
then,
but I
I'll never
was in
get to go to
2020 and
my
I was
house
the government relations
and have
director.
her.
Oh, really?
At that point, but I
Working
started
at
there.
the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was-
Or a way
I was
that
the-
people
so I was
budget my
14 years there. Yeah,
Doing
all
their
out there.
laundry.
Yeah, yeah.
Breakfast.
Started as
So I'll
assistant
never wake
mayor,
up to those
then I was
breakfasts.
the senior
I told
advisor.
him, I was like, it's gonna get easier, it's gonna take some time, but when it does get easier, you're never gonna get over it.
Yeah, I don't think it's
services.
I just think I was trying to.
Yeah.
So I do overseer.
Yeah, I guess in that same perspective, it doesn't hurt as much, it is a little easier. But I will never forget the last days of my mother, because I hit the doctor and let her die, and then I sat there for 24 hours and watched until she did.
A lot of
So
interaction.
there's certain traumas that you're never gonna get over.
Oh, yeah.
Done a lot of training and,
Yeah.
and stuff with them and
Nice.
did a lot of work in community development.
Yeah.
Organizational development.
Yeah. Who'd you work with in community development?
I would love to bring my mother back, my father not so much.
15 years ago.
Yeah.
My father was very abusive when I was a child. When my sister did something wrong, I got beat.
Some of the older names, Gallagher.
Portuguese.
Yeah, that was a long point.
Problem was, I was a baby and then we're high school.
It was there.
So I'm in
Yeah.
middle school and I'm
Yeah.
getting punished for what my sister does.
Yeah.
My sister came home one day and he had me off the ground on my throat and he was pummeling me because she got.
She's got her arm shingle out now.
She does, yeah.
He apologized later on in life because that's how his father raised him. I forgave him, but I never forget.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if I could bring my mother back in a heartbeat.
Manager after here.
Neil Nutter was for 2 years, his signature report now.
That's right.
And then Eric Schmidt, he's promoted into that.
So we do
but
have memorial.
He's hanging it up in June, so
So
there
it'd be
it's a-
interesting to see the process of
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
It used to
There's
be
your opportunity.
all the benches.
Maybe our city manager could look into that process.
No.
Somebody
Okay.
Tell him.
He can do that.
Also made by our in memorial.
Director gets committed for it, and Sam Stevens.
Had a better space.
Even though Tracy
He's
is
like,
living, we could always have.
"You deserved it all."
So
Interesting.
that was a challenging post, but a good organization.
My dad started
Yay.
bigger than I used to do that. He's like,
No, I just.
I'm just here catching your markers every year.
Every time.
That's the Pavlovian response, ring the bell moving.
All right. That was quick though. We're in our final stretch here. Let's make it happen.
More like.
Okay, so we've come up with 7 goals now.
I had 8,
Geez, okay.
It's too many.
I have
Either
8,
9 or 10 I've got.
because the 8th was improve and stabilize the city's financial health.
I think I've got that in.
It's not a Wednesday.
Yeah, I've got that one. So what's our?
Develop an infrastructure to support increased volunteerism
thank
in our
you.
community.
Oh, yeah, that's down here. Okay, that's another one. Okay, got it.
Do we have them all now?
Yeah, that's 8. How about number 1? We haven't really talked through that one. I mean, I made a note here to just say enhance public infrastructure and facilities in order to create a safe, efficient, and sustainable environment for residents and visitors. But then take all that stuff that's in the middle and pop those into the action plan.
yeah.
Yeah.
We seriously need to limit how many words we're using in the goals part.
Yeah, number
Yes.
4 is really long too. I'd like to edit that, pull some of that stuff out.
Can I offer a suggestion for one?
Please.
To enhance and sustain the master public plan,
Master plan.
master plan? Because that includes all that.
Okay, but our residents don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So while I think that's great, from our perspective, it doesn't tell the public what the goal is.
I liked the
Infrastructure facilities. Yeah, because it is the bookend, that's the way it is.
So
Well, look, I'm just gonna draft it and you guys are gonna have at it again. So,
are we?
yeah. This really needs to go on a council agenda
Yes.
to be worked on again.
We've got
Alright.
5
Finish it
months
out.
before
That's
this
gonna be a fun meeting.
starts.
What do you
Look
think
at the
5
fun you've had all
months before the
day
fiscal year
today. You
starts?
can,
July 1st.
That's true.
Yeah, you're doing your 26, 27 goals.
yeah.
Yay, okay.
Yeah.
What about 4?
Number 4, enhance civic engagement and transparency. Now, you originally said that one looked okay, but let's take a look at that. But, because it could also, all those clauses could be pulled out.
Stop at transparency.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
enhance civic engagement and transparency by actively involving community members in decision-making process and achieve effective local.
Well, I think
I think
actively
that's
involving the
action plan
community
stuff.
members can be an action.
Yeah. You just put a period of transparency and then everything else is action.
Each of them implement a comprehensive community outreach plan, foster open communication.
Right.
Educate residents about government initiatives, actively involve community members in decision-making processes. Yeah.
On number 3, instead of sustain and expand, shouldn't we put sustain and stabilize?
Well, sustain and stabilize are the same thing.
Tracy, you added a third verb, didn't you?
So on 3, I said to sustain and expand an inclusive, welcoming, and supportive work environment.
Support, that's what it was, another adjective, got it.
I think we still have room to expand how they're doing that. Because they've done a lot of work building on it, and now we're talking about building some other things on top of
That's
that.
what I meant by stabilizing, because it's,
Well, we could
basics
say,
are there,
How
but
about just stabilize and expand?
there you go.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right, then we've done these 8 here. Let's take a look at the list of stuff that you had. There was a whole discussion about the fire department and the merger possibility and all of that. Is that something that you want to take on as a matter of public discussion in the next
not a council goal.
No, I think that's gonna be
An action plan.
an action plan.
That'll be under stabilize and supporting.
Seemingly, a lot of those
environment.
things feel like action plan.
Right.
Actually, it can fall under number 5, improving our emergency preparedness. That,
Operational preparedness.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
say
that's a
under
great
5.
point.
Yeah, it
It
can
fits
be.
better under 5 than it does
Yeah.
3.
didn't we change the verbiage of 5 a little bit?
We did.
We did, it said improve operational preparedness by updating our emergency operating plan and
And
enacting a continuity plan by the end of fiscal year.
Continuity of
continuity of
government
government
plan.
plan.
Oh, yeah.
Government, I forgot that
End of
one.
the fiscal year, then we can have as an action item under that, the explore possibilities for fire department
Yeah.
merger. All right,
Let's not call it fire department.
call it fire
Well,
emergency
that's,
services.
Feasibility analysis.
yeah, there you go.
Enhanced partnerships or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
Okay,
okay.
all right.
Words nobody understands that we can actually figure out what the heck we're talking about.
A merger might scare people.
Okay, and then.
Yeah, because that indicates change. And we may not actually change. We might just decide to continue what we're doing.
Rebuild financial reserves.
That is under 8.
Yep.
Improve and stabilize the
Look at it
city
there.
financial health.
Education and outreach, this is all your public engagement,
Yeah.
one that's in there. Increase visibility, a 25% opt-in on your, that was for,
Text my gov.
I was gonna say across all channels, I mean, there's going to be some duplication, obviously, but if we have, you know, 1,000 people or like 700, 800 people, kind of subscribed to our email, to our text, MyGov, to whatever channels we have, I think that's, you know, I don't mind if there's some duplication among there. It's really more looking at what is a benchmark that we can say, did we do a good job this year? Did we hit 25%? Did we get 25% of our population, you know, engaged in one way or another, even if the same person is counted a few times?
Well, that would be more of an
That would be
action.
in number 4.
Well, it's a goal. The 25% opt-in is a goal, but the action to it is, you know, the postcard outreach, the text my gov, you know, stuff like that.
But they all go under civic engagement.
And I'd say that's the measurement, that's a measurement of number 4.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what.
yes, it is.
Counselor, my question is though, with some of our Facebook posts, we're getting 1,500 views.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some of our Facebook posts, we get 5.
Those aren't, and what I'd say is that
That's
those,
engagement.
I'd say that those aren't, now I'm gonna get into some like weird media things, but like it's not our platform in the same way. I'm more concerned about when we're trying to put news out there, and maybe it's how many people follow our page. I'm not concerned about how many views there are because those views are also coming from sharing across other platforms, and those might not be our citizens that are seeing them. We've got a lot of people who are following, say, what's happening in Lincoln County or what's happening in Toledo, Oregon, who aren't necessarily citizens here. But when we're thinking about how we are using our channels to communicate directly to our citizens, that's where I'm looking for the opt-in. I'm looking for something that's saying people who want to see the updates from us, people who are getting our emergency notifications when we have them and actually reading them. But I think this is a good starting point benchmark for how some of these tools that we actually want to start implementing toward number 4 are working.
Well, I can say we've increased our Facebook subscribers to 100. I was at 1,500 when I started, and it's we're over 1,600 now.
Great.
It's getting up.
I didn't mean you had to write it down. I just was. I wanted to not forget it.
Okay, so.
I think I'd love to see if I were to get into like communications planning for the city, I would probably want to get more into like different metrics for social media, just because of how people interact with it.
Okay, go for it.
You know, if you took a full roll of everybody who is subscribing to our Facebook page, you're going to find people who like grew up here, people who have family here,
Yeah, exactly.
a lot of those other people, and that's kind of why I think I'm limiting a little bit more toward what's a metric for things like Text My Gov and trying to build our website and get more subscribers.
Yeah, you can always build metrics to prove what you want, so.
Right.
Jackie, can I see that packet? Because I have, no, the key city issues identified packet.
Great clarification.
Okay, yeah, town halls, we'll add that to the.
Town forums.
Forums, listening sessions, something like that. I do love that we reallocated 7 of our 12 work sessions, actually of our 10 work sessions, since usually 2 of them fall on Christmas and Thanksgiving. So 70% of our annual work sessions were reallocated in this meeting, or at least proposed as reallocated in this meeting.
Did you go to work sessions twice a month?
Well, council, we also always have a special meeting.
So one thing that I thought about, and it might, I'm not sure where this,
The 3 that you suggested for the school.
Yes.
What, Tracy?
Sure. Okay. We have fiscal policy reserve, we'll just throw that in the fiscal one. Other revenue streams, as far as the revenue streams,
Fiscal.
encourage housing development.
I was gonna say, I think that loops into economic development.
I would
I
think
was
so.
gonna say, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, maybe you put in after economic development and housing. Encourage economic and housing development.
Okay.
all right. Here's one.
That might need to be wordsmithed a little bit, because economic development is specific. Right. Sorry, Tracy.
Your point. Where would building stronger relationships with community partners fit?
Well, you could say civic engagement, but that's really different than civic engagement.
Yeah.
Better be number 1,
What's the,
but we'd have to rephrase it a little.
so let me answer your question with a question. What is the goal that you want to achieve? What's the outcome that you
The
want
goal
to
is to be
see
able
by improving those relationships?
To be able to promote the city more and also support each other. You know, like there's things that the chamber does and the pool district does and these organizations do that we don't need to reinvent the wheel on. We can just partner with them in doing these things. And, you know, the stronger relationship we have with the chamber, the more Toledo's going to get promoted.
Yeah.
The stronger relationship we have with the pool district, the better we can support each other. Same thing with food share and some of these other
Can
places.
you measure something like that? What metric, by what metrics?
Well, I think that's something we would have to talk about, certainly.
It's confusing.
Well, I understand it's confusing, but we're just starting to address it. And part of addressing it is working through those things,
Yeah.
sitting down,
Appreciate it.
having a work session over it and discussing what all of our ideas are. Go ahead, Amber.
I might suggest that the partnerships are happening as sub goals of the other items. So the Chamber of Commerce partnership, for example, furthers our economic development goals. The Homey House toward our civic engagement, right? So like I think partnerships is such a broad concept that I feel like partnerships are part of the action plan, like strategic partnerships for related organizations in our community is part of the action plan for each goal.
And that was really why I asked the question in response to yours, is because you were asking where it fits.
Yeah.
And that's really what I was thinking about, is exactly what Andrew was saying. The partnership itself, it's a different, yeah. So I'd like to, you know, we have kind of the preamble there, our mission statement. And maybe that's kind of what I was thinking is, you know, we reference in there, you know, we want to do these things. We want to enhance the quality of life in Toledo now and in the future, as determined by our citizens, the law, and available economic resources. Putting in there something about being open to strategic partnerships to help accomplish, you know, these goals, because it is a very overarching, I think, part of this process. And as Councillor Keating was saying, each partnership, as Andrew was saying, each partnership is going to help us accomplish a different part of these goals.
Yeah, because I think, you know, to give a very tangible example, I look at something like the economic development community grants that the county puts together. The most kind of appropriate organization in Toledo to really take something on like that is probably our Chamber of Commerce, but they are disqualified from applying for those because they are getting TRT money for as our city's DMO. And so unless those requirements change, they can't really go for it. But the city of Toledo is eligible, and we could be the grantee
and partner with the Chamber of Commerce to implement whatever strategy we are applying for grant funding for. And so when we're thinking about economic development, we could go after some funds and use that particular partnership to, to not have it fall, say, on city staff to be taking on the bulk of the actual implementation, while also being sort of the fiscal agent of the work happening.
Counselor, for those of us that are uninitiated, what are TRT and DMO?
Transit room tax.
Transient room tax. This is, we can get into that some other time, but the taxes that are collected for hotel rooms, Airbnbs, things like that, collected by the state, reallocated down based on where the money is collected. But DMO is the designated marketing organization. So when TRT money is given by the county, they collect for everything that is in unincorporated Lincoln County. And then they allocate it out kind of in like $30,000 increments to different organizations. So our DMO is the Chamber of Commerce, but I know our Railroad Museum gets, I believe, about $30,000 for this as well through that funding. Because they receive that TRT money as our DMO, they are not eligible for this particular grant. There's just certain organizations that don't qualify, and that's one of the disqualifying factors.
Thank you.
So as the state is currently looking at, and I'm just jumping down a rabbit hole, but the state legislature is currently weighing and very likely to pass, as LOC is one of the organizations advocating for this to change, the allocation of TRT money to flip from 70-30 to 40-60 in favor of localities being able to put more money, or retain more money where it was collected and put more money toward infrastructure as opposed to marketing. That kind of thing gets more and more complicated and problematic.
And that's called the Local Act HB 4148.
Yep.
And it's an LOC a priority bill for the LOC right now.
Yep.
That they're trying to push it through. And it was the 60% tourism promotion and 40% admin?
Other way around. So the idea is that instead of having it's currently 70-30, 70% toward marketing, 30% toward admin, infrastructure,
Yeah.
really at the discretion of the municipality.
Because I didn't catch the flip
And the
numbers.
flip now would be 40% minimum toward marketing and up to 60%
Okay.
toward whatever.
The very powerful Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association has long blocked any change in the financial mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whereas I think some cities will, and even the county, are very grateful for the opportunity to have something like this. One of the downsides to this is that we, as a city that only has 3 rooms, it's only 3 or 4 rooms in total. We don't collect enough taxes that we are getting any direct funds, so we rely pretty heavily for tourism marketing through our DMO, through the railroad, on the county money that they allocate from what they collect in unincorporated Lincoln County. So if this does flip, the county could theoretically cut the amount that they give to Toledo by something like 60%. And so we could see, for instance, the chamber, which has, like I said, they get $30,000. They base the compensation for their director on what they are getting from TRT. If they're going from 30,000 to suddenly 17,000 overnight, that could close the Chamber of Commerce.
Either that or have a lot more bake sales.
And sort of the same thing for like the Railroad Museum that, I was chatting with Lisa about that, and that was one of the things that she had shared with me, is that they have a similar model. So, and that's, kind of the difficult thing for when you're a member of a statewide organization like LOC, we've been asked, when I say we, every member of LOC has been asked to sign on in support of that bill. And I see where that would benefit a lot of cities, but it would actually be potentially detrimental to us. And so,
But if we haven't, we should potentially communicate that to Representative Goldberg.
Yeah.
And Senator Anderson.
It has been, hasn't it? I thought it had.
it has. I've been advocating with them on that, and I'm sure others are too, and I think everybody should. I think what is also really valuable to us, because I think that there's a
very, very, very high likelihood that it's going to pass. What we should be thinking about now is advocating to our county not to make the flip.
Not to change their local process.
Right, because they don't have to. It's only about the minimum amount that goes toward toward marketing. They could do a slow rollout if they do want to have more of that money available for their infrastructure so that it's not as like immediately detrimental to some of the communities like Toledo. And I mean, we're probably a little bit in the minority because of how small our, our number of rooms is, but I am
You
kind of
just have to
taking
get
this.
in there and get the county working right, Andrew,
No comment.
because nobody's doing that right now.
No comment at the moment.
That might be safe.
Hey. I think we hit everything else that's up there, Curry County's in development, bookmobile.
I don't think that should
We
be.
don't need
That's a goal for the library, and it's one that we will support. That's
Right.
part of,
Community engagement.
Then you had code enforcement on there, and I mean, that's just an ongoing program. There is a council goal with that, really. And then the public facility plan, which we have, public infrastructure facilities, we've got it built into that. And economic development downtown goes into the economic development section.
yeah, 6.
All right, so we've got a total of 8 items on there. What, if we go back a year, was there anything on the 23-24 list that is critical and needs to be relisted?
It all sounds the same stuff, just worded differently.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we've already completed a strategic plan, haven't we? Or have we not?
Believe we have. Yeah.
And how long is that good for?
That'll need to find out.
Well, I mean, some of them are for a certain amount of years, and I don't know if it's time to read.
Paul says,
Yeah, but so it's good for 10 years. When it got completed is the question.
Yeah.
And even if it was
But it
less
takes
than
a
10
couple
years
years.
ago, we might want to just take a look at it again.
That's pretty
Yeah.
common to like every couple of years to kind of see if it needs any amendments or, just to make sure that you're staying on track with your goals.
You can just right now ask your city manager to bring it into a work session sometime.
He already reads my mind.
that's dangerous.
See how many shades of gray he's gonna turn in a
There we
minute?
go, okay. Community informed, we talked about that, encourage economic development, we already did that, improve emergency preparedness.
We talked
Got that, yeah, promote development of housing resources.
Yep.
Got that. Maintain public infrastructure, yep. Progress toward financing and completing the Toledo Public Safety Building,
That's on the back burner.
Yeah.
okay, it's back burner.
Well,
Yeah, for
yes
the most
and
part,
no.
because we have to go for funding for everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So
plan's
we-
already in place, we just need the money.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the design, we've got the, shoot, I forgot what else I was gonna say, but we've got the request into the state for funding.
Okay.
And that's really the next
Do
step.
I need to be communicating with Gomberg and
Every single day.
Anderson.
I actually, last Friday, I had a good conversation with Rep. Gomberg's chief of staff, and it's still very much in the
play?
hopper. Yeah.
Okay.
Then the last one, values employees and citizens, so we've covered that basically. So it sounds like you've got, this is all pretty solid, you really haven't added anything terribly new. Few things.
Fiscal sustainability
Yeah.
and volunteerism.
Rewording
I
things
think
is
the
a big
physical
change.
stuff was on there a couple of years ago.
It was,
Yeah.
got dropped last.
Yep, we'll just wordsmith those things so that they're easy to follow. I'll drop them into an action plan draft.
And are we gonna be able to get a poster and replace that poster now?
If you so desire, Madam Mayor,
So
What?
if you so desire, it'll happen,
Would like that.
as you wish.
Once we're all done.
One that's
That'll be
updated.
part of the motion when you adopt it is authorize the city manager to prepare a new poster.
There you
And it's not-
part of my Wednesday performances is pointing at it. So you gotta have props. and you gotta have-
Yeah, I was gonna say, you gotta have we'll get you one up front and you can just be like,
Production value.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna get just a photocopy and just tape it in front of that one.
There you go. Okay, I
Like a
give up.
Post-it
What's
note.
Homie House?
Homie House is a thing that was started up by our PE teacher, Tyler Watkins. And it's an organization, nonprofit, where he has all the kids basically that would have been forgotten about, fallen through the cracks. They offer food, clothing, different types of educational things, and it's right across the street from here. It's open almost 365 days a year.
Monday
And
through
it's
Thursday.
all staffed by teachers and parents and people that want to help, like Mrs. Burns over there. It's an awesome organization that's going to hopefully help our kids from falling through the tracks
Well,
our tracks.
And they don't just.
Tracks aren't that great at the moment.
No, especially when they go to our trestles over here.
Okay, how do you spell Homie? H-O-M-I-E?
HOMIE, yeah.
Yeah. The guy that started it, Tyler Watkins, he's an absolutely amazing guy. He does coaching. He's the PE teacher. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. I mean, he's got his heart in the right place.
Outstanding. Love it. Are we done for today?
Is there anything
Big
else
smile
you
on our
need?
face. No, I think I've got enough to really craft something to really move you forward here.
So I'll tell you, the first one of these I ever did, we broke out in so many fights. The person started crying up front.
The person being your facilitator?
Are we gonna get a goal sheet and an action plan sheet to decide on both of those?
One sheet, one matrix.
The goal and then the action plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then these guys fill out the objectives to fulfill them.
Exactly.
That's
I'm
the
glad that,
iceberg thing.
I'm glad that Mr. Chambers brought up the whole action part of
We're
it.
gonna drop it on the water level and these two will
Try to keep it afloat.
filter it down to the 80%.
I would just like to go on record as having said that I don't find this room particularly dreary. I mean, I've been in worse, I mean,
There are no
it's-
worse places.
I was gonna say, I have been in a few worse
I
council
mean,
chambers, this is true.
perception is everything, so I just wanna state that for
Drab
the
more than
record.
dreary.
One question on this room.
Functional.
Really very much.
When you're exploring the queuing system potentially for council, can we explore also like monitors? It's hard to see the PowerPoint slides sometimes.
Yeah, this is one of the things that's
Okay.
essentially what
Wait,
you
let him finish that.
Let him finish. Sign into the meeting so you can see it.
Yeah.
Monitors for you at your.
Like,
at
you
your
had a monitor in
stations
front of you
rather than
that's
trying to
also
look at
showing the
big
PowerPoint,
Oh,
whatever's on the screen that you can see in front of you, but my eyes are terrible, and so I'm
Mine as well.
Yeah.
We came down here numerous times just to look up on the big screen.
And that's one of the things, so back in September when I started chatting with you about some of this stuff, but like we had like a chair here and we were kind of like taking monitors and kind of like figuring out what kind of, if we wanted to put like two monitors up here that were kind of facing diagonally to make sure everybody was covered. If we could do it without it blocking the view from or to the public. Clock is there now, but
I kind of want to do like they do at, I learned this at, where I was a broadcasting undergrad. And you watch the news and you got the anchor desk.
In the
There's
desk.
usually, there's monitors recessed underneath.
the
And so that's how you look and see the chyron above your shoulder.
And part of the reason why we had at least put a pause to get a sense of what was happening with the public safety building and the possibility of new chambers, other than this new chambers, is that
I was waiting on that.
is that we were thinking about, oh, well, we're probably replacing the actual physical dais in that process.
Yeah.
And doing that could be just, buying one that is equipped to do something like that as opposed to retrofitting this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can catch you up on some of the conversations. I know I've caught you up on a little bit of them, but
Like I said earlier about the queuing system, I don't want to spend a lot of money on this building until we know if we're staying here or not. But with that said, 3 monitors is not a huge expense either. So
even if we were looking at like a couple of iPads or something like that, like just having something or just tablets, I should say in general, like having something that's low cost, basic tech that could create just that better,
Ma'am,
Well, it all sounds really wonderful. I think it's bullshit to spend money on new desks and computers and all of the fancy shit when we need to spend money and time. And yes, it would help. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just think there's better ways to spend, even if it's only $3,000 to replace a desk. We're having trouble with finances. That's an expense. Desk, 3 monitors.
And that desk does
I can
have
get out of my chair and come over and read the
historical
screen.
Well, and
Even if there was monitors there, I can understand putting monitors to make it easier for Steve, but to replace the desk to get the monitors in the desk.
No, just to clarify, yeah, he was, if we move to the new building, we wouldn't necessarily take this dais with us.
Right.
We'd be replacing it if we moved up here, not if we
That's
stay
what
down
I'm saying.
here.
Why? Why are we replacing it? It's a perfectly good, functionable, get monitors. That's $3,000 and every penny counts,
I'm just thinking about what it would
especially
take
in
to move.
transparency and stuff. Why are we spending
And
money
part of it
on
is,
us?
but also, we're going out and asking for a crap ton of money from the legislature for the facility, and so part of it was,
That would be upgrade of the facility in that package, yes.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
But before that, you're talking, upgrade now?
No,
Oh, okay.
No,
See, and that's what I thought you were saying.
No, what I was saying-
Start
what I was
this
saying
upgrade
was-
and move it.
what I was saying is the reason why I stopped that conversation
Okay.
in September
I missed that part,
was
sorry.
because we were getting closer to having a sense of what we were going to be asking for
Gotcha.
the legislation. And we wanted to figure out what direction we were going before we even started thinking, like, if we are keeping this space, then maybe we start spending some time. Because you might remember, like, before my time, Doug Wiggins wanted to have like a big screen that would come down from the ceiling, and like when there were presentations for council, and like there were all kinds of different things that we were looking at for upgrades for this space.
Right.
We were trying to find like a little happy medium that was more fiscally mindful.
Right.
But also recognizing, because I think the challenge that we were trying to address was that this setup, the way that we currently have chambers set up, is more for the public than it is for the actual purpose of city council meetings, which is city council meeting.
Right.
And so when we're getting, our presentations up there, and we also didn't have strong Wi-Fi, even when we did have strong Wi-Fi, the computers we were using weren't capable of actually operating on that Wi-Fi. So I've literally never been able to actually even open my email in this building on the computer that I have. So for whatever that's worth. But we just have a number of things that prevent us, I think, from even just being able to do the best job that we can as a city council. And that's what we were trying to figure out, is how do we piece that together?
How about hanging 2 40-inch screens from the ceiling, those spotlights out and have them filter down, so all you gotta do is look up? It wouldn't block the view of anybody?
Yeah, and I mean, we looked at a handful of things, but I mean, obviously we can revisit that, but it could be screens that are up there. We had just taken the idea of having 2 screens that were here that were lower, that you are more looking down at as opposed to looking up at. But, because then you're just putting them on a table.
Well, I want to say that I appreciate everybody showing up for this work session, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of learning that I picked up a lot of stuff today. So I appreciate everybody showing up for this.
That's great. You were a very engaged, cohesive group. And
That's why we get paid the big bucks.
right.
You're getting
But
paid.
terrific brainstorming. And I want you to continue these kind of conversations. Make space in your lives as well as council agendas to continue these conversations.
Absolutely.
Really good.
Second weekend in a row, we've had a very engaging conversation with mediators.
I
guess.
I echo the council president's thanks to all of you. John, I appreciate you coming out from Salem to help us through this this conversation today.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Now
Now
they're
you get to
working
drive back to the
back.
room.
Did you catch the set?
I did.
He did catch it.
All right, with that, are we adjourned?
We are.
We heard.
Now.